Flash, what are you staring at?
Spiked Flail nudged his shiftmate.
What?
A gamboge Pegasus in Royal Guard's armour turned his attention away from Princess Cadence greeting a group of ponies.
I said, what are you staring at?
The unicorn nudged Flash again.
Nothing, Spike.
Don't give me that. I can see you staring at the yellow one.
No, she looks too much like my sister.
Flash shook his head.
The orange one?
No.
The pink one?
Hell no! She's the crazy one!
Flash spat back.
You've heard of them before?
Dude, that's Captain Shining Armor's sister and her friends. You know, the elements of harmony.
No shit. Really?
Flail quickly removed his helmet, revealing a gunmetal grey mane. The unicorn licked his hoof and made a feeble attempt at styling his mane.
What are you doing?
Flash's eyebrow rose.
I'm gonna go talk to the blue one.
Flail grinned as he placed his helmet back on.
Are you serious?
Hey, she's cute. I like the sporty ones.
As Cadence and Twilight left the group, Flail trotted over to Rainbow Dash.
Excuse me, miss.
Dash turned to face Flail.
Yeah?
Flail grinned.
Name's Spike Flail, Royal Guard. I was wondering if you had any plans for tonight. See, I know this great little hole in the wall that has excellent cider.
Cider?
Dash grinned at the thought of that.
I'm not gonna turn an offer like that down.
Great. I get off at about 5, so I guess we can just meet outside the castle?
You got it. I'm Rainbow Dash, by the way.
I know. I mean, yeah.
Flail's grin turned from confident to embarrassed.
Some of the others might tag along. Any of your friends interested?
I'll let them know, but I don't think any of them will come along.
Dash shrugged.
See you later, Flail.
You too.
Dash hurried after the others, while Flail made his way back to Flash. Flash rolled his eyes at the massive grin on his friend's face.
Good going there, Tiger.
Flash snarked.
Hey, it worked.
Flail shrugged.
You're welcome to come along, you know. Probably a last Morningstar, too.
Yeah.
I don't get you. You know that?
Flail shook his head.
You never go out on dates, and you never show any interest in mares. Or stallions. I mean, if you're into that sort of thing, I totally get it, dude. I mean...
I'm not gay, Flail.
Flash frowned.
It's kind of complicated.
Well, then uncomplicated it, dude.
Flash sat down and removed his helmet. A younger Flash Sentry stood in a darkened park, wooden practice spear in hoof. Breathing deeply, the Pegasus began. A thrust forward, followed by pulling the spear back and dodging an imaginary blow. Flash repeated the movement before spinning the spear around and slashing an imaginary foe across the face with its tip. Spinning the spear around again, he jabbed the blade behind him, stabbing another imaginary foe in the hoof. Using the point as a fulcrum, he leapt back and performed another stab. Satisfied, Flash relaxed, taking a seat on the ground and placing his fake spear next to him.
Impressive.
A female voice called out. Flash leapt to his feet, spear in hoof.
Wait. I'm not here to fight.
Then why don't you come out where I can see you?
Flash responded. An azure blue unicorn mare trotted into view. The light from the few lanterns in the area threw shadows over her, obscuring some of her features. The newcomer chuckled at Flash.
And what exactly do you think you can do with that?
Before Flash could respond, the spear was torn out of his grip by the mare's aura.
I was practicing.
For what?
For when I joined the guard.
Flash stuttered.
The guard. A dream that so many have and so few actually achieve.
What would you know about it?
Flash shot back.
Nothing.
The mare smirked as she moved closer to him. Flash flinched as she brought her face mere inches from his.
But I do imagine it takes more guts than that.
Well, yeah, but...
Flash's response was cut off as the mare brought her lips to his in a kiss. His shock wore off, and he managed to push her away.
What are you doing?
What does it look like?
The mare grinned.
You are pretty cute.
No one's ever said that about me before.
Flash admitted. The mare chuckled as she backed off.
They don't know what they're missing.
The mare turned around, slowly dragging her tail against the side of Flash's face.
Well then, I suppose it's best to be off.
She flashed a sly grin as she levitated a small money pouch into the air. Flash's eyes widened in recognition. He quickly began to pat himself down.
Hey, that's...
I think it's a fair trade. A few bits for some kind words.
The mare laughed.
Goodbye.
Wait,
Flash shouted at her.
what's your name?
Once in a lifetime. Let's leave it at that.
Flash watched as the mare vanished into the shadows.
And that's the whole story.
Flash concluded.
So you got ripped off by a pretty face and pretty words.
Flail shrugged.
It happens, dude.
Flash's gaze went to the ground.
That's not it. There's something about her. Something I can't forget, no matter how hard I try. I've spent a lot of my time trying to figure out who she is, but I can't figure it out.
Dude, everyone's got their first love. And hell, not a whole lot of folks end up with them.
Flail patted the other stallion on the back.
Tell you what, you're coming with me and Star. Hopefully Dash brings a couple of her friends and one of them will take a liking to you. What do you say?
Sure, why not?
Flash gave his partner a shallow smile.
Attaboy.
Flail grinned and slapped Flash's back.
5, don't forget it. You really think you can outdrink me, Dash?
Flail grinned.
Hey, Rainbow Dash never backs down from a challenge.
She shot back.
Give me a black and tan and keep 'em coming.
Same for me, Rocky.
Flail motioned to the bartender as he began to fill up 2 glasses.
Flail, this better not end up you throwing up all over my bar top again.
The bartender grimaced as he finished the drinks off and slid them over to the 2.
I promise. Ready, set, go!
Rarity rolled her eyes as Dash and Flail began to chug their drinks.
How vulgar!
Now then, Mr. Morningstar, was it? Tell me more. Flash rolled his eyes as Rarity and the Earth Pony continued their conversation.
Lively crowd you got there, Flash.
The bartender chuckled as he slid another drink at Rainbow Dash.
I suppose so.
Flash shrugged as he finished his drink.
Another when you get the chance.
Bartender, another bourbon.
The only other occupant of the bar called out.
Right, give me a moment, miss.
The bartender set another drink in front of Flash.
I swear, kid, you're the only one who orders these damn horse necks.
Sorry about that.
Bartender, more bourbon.
The pony called out again.
We need more here!
Dash and Flail both yelled as they smashed their glasses on a bar top.
Flash, I'm gonna need your help. Take the bourbon to her while I take care of this.
The bartender jerked his head at Dash and Flail.
Next round's on the house for you.
You got it, Rocky.
Thanks, kid.
The bartender quickly set a glass of ice and a bottle of bourbon on the counter in front of Flash. The Pegasus sighed as he picked both of them up, along with his own drink, and headed over to the table where the other pony sat.
Finally.
The pony grumbled.
Sorry about that, miss. My friends are taking up his attention.
Flash apologized as he poured out a glass of bourbon for the mare. She snatched up the glass with her aura and took a mouthful of the liquor.
Once in a lifetime, huh?
The mare spat out her mouthful of bourbon, splattering it all over the chair in front of her.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
She stuttered.
Oh, don't give me that.
Flash chuckled as he took a seat.
I didn't forget that night. I mean, how do you forget the first time someone compliments you? Even if she did take your bits when she did it.
I was not in the best of situations at that time.
It's fine. That happened, and now it's over with. But it's hard to forget that strange new feeling. The thought that maybe this is the right pony.
The other pony fell silent.
What do you want?
Well, I'd like to buy you a drink. Then maybe ask you out sometime.
Flash paused.
And get a name to go along with all that. I don't think you want me calling you once in a lifetime all the time.
Then take up a seat and buy me that drink.
The mayor laughed.
You sound like a corny romance novel, but I like those.
I'm Flash Sentry, by the way. So, what can I call you?
The mayor paused as Flash took a seat next to her.
Trixie Luna Moon.
She smiled.
A quiet sigh trailed through the air, escaping through a cottage's open window. The plants that lined the window were still tinged with the sun's gentle glow. Outside, the birds chirped sweet melodies with nary a care in the world, as if celebrating another warm day in Ponyville. Inside, things were a bit different. The relaxed atmosphere still held, but the cracks of tension were beginning to slip through. Fluttershy sighed again, this time with relief, as she placed her work down on the table. She wiped her brow and dusted her hooves off, trying to admire the object that sat absently before her. A plush toy stared back with curious button eyes. Well, Fluttershy hoped they looked curious anyway. Button eyes sometimes looked dead to her, but she dared not think this plush could stare back without an expression. She shuddered at the thought, stroking the plush's yellow mane affectionately. Her fur color was lighter than the mane, but the two blended together so perfectly, yellow on yellow. It was like she was stroking the real thing.
I don't think you look too bad,
Fluttershy murmured to the toy.
Not as good as the real pony, but given the circumstances, I guess I did all right.
She could have asked Rarity to sew her plush, but questions held her back as usual. Could Rarity sew plush toys? Would Rarity agree to it? But most importantly, and it was inevitable that Rarity would ask this, why would she need to sew Fluttershy a plush toy of Applejack? Fluttershy blushed at the thought. She regarded the Applejack plush with warmth, almost as much as she did for the real thing. No, that was wrong. Applejack wasn't a thing. She was a pony, and she was the best pony Fluttershy had ever met. Honest and dependable, strong and independent, caring and protective. Fluttershy closed her eyes and bit her lip, holding the plush closer to her, reveling in its soft touch. She could almost imagine that she was hugging Applejack. Almost. Now she only had one task left to do, and it was arguably even harder than sewing the plush together. She had to give the plush toy to Applejack.
I can't do that,
Fluttershy thought, biting her lip. She could feel the heat rising in her cheeks again and winced. What would she say?
Oh, hello, Applejack. I thought you might like this toy I made of you. For you.
She shook her head, sighing once more.
I can't even think it out properly. I'll never be able to say it out loud.
It was small enough that she could hold it in one hoof, with the head a little larger than the body, and it was missing its model's signature Stetson. Yes, it was definitely not perfect.
I should hide it. It would be bad for any pony to see it. They might ask questions.
She got up and headed for the cupboard.
Hi, Fluttershy! Oh my goodness!
Fluttershy squeaked as she caught sight of a familiar pink head poking through the window. She blinked stupidly, cursing her luck. It was as if fate had hurt her and decided it had other plans for her. Or maybe it was just the pink mare's Pinkie sense that had alerted her to Fluttershy's secret. Either way, this was a very inconvenient time for Pinkie Pie to show up.
Oh, sorry, Fluttershy! Did I spook you?
Pinkie's body joined her head as she clambered carelessly down through the window, landing on the cottage floor with an audible thump.
I'm sorry, Hey, is that an Applejack plushie?
Blood rushed to Fluttershy's face as she whipped the plush toy behind her back, her heart hammering in her chest.
No!
She lied, fighting pointlessly against Pinkie's curiosity. It was so futile. Pinkie could be terrifyingly relentless about this sort of thing, but it was all Fluttershy could think to do.
Come on, Fluttershy, you don't have to hide it.
Pinkie Pie pressed, sitting upright on the floor.
Hide what? I'm not hiding anything.
Fluttershy swallowed, painfully aware of how obvious she was.
That plushie of Applejack.
Pinkie Pie frowned for a second, but brightened immediately as she went on.
Is it soft? Does it have the 3 apple cutie mark? Does it smell like apples? Hey, isn't it weird how Applejack smells like apples? I want to smell like apples.
Fluttershy shook her head and inched towards the cupboard door, one hoof held up to open it. She had to wait for the right moment. distract Pinkie, and then quickly throw the plush toy in the cupboard and close the door. Yes, that would work.
Do you think Applejack uses some kind of special shampoo? Maybe she smells the apples because of her cutie mark. Then again, I don't smell like balloons. Balloons have that weird plasticky balloony smell. And Fluttershy, when did you paint your face red?
Fluttershy's face supposedly painted itself even redder as she realized she was caught. Her ears flattened, and she cleared her throat. She had been so close. One more of Pinkie's tangents and she would have been able to hide the plush toy, and her embarrassment along with it.
You're as red as... what's the saying? Oh, you're as red as a tomato, that's it!
Pinkie Pie bounced towards her friend, and Fluttershy could do nothing but cower by the cupboard, her back pressed against its door.
Fluttershy, what's up? Why the scared face? Am I scary? Oh no, I don't want to be scary, and I don't want to scare you!
Pinkie Pie pulled away, but Fluttershy didn't let up, keeping her back pressed firmly on the door. The yellow Pegasus blinked slowly. She thought she might have upset Pinkie by appearing so secretive, but Pinkie smiled as brightly as always, appearing anything but scary.
No, it's not you,
Fluttershy admitted, exhaling deeply, still slumped against the door.
It's the Applejack plushie, isn't it? You don't want me to see it, right?
Fluttershy raised her eyebrows, surprised by Pinkie's attentiveness. Then again, she was being painfully obvious. She was so tempted to lie again, she could feel a protest dancing on her tongue. But what good would more lying do? Besides, Pinkie Pie was her friend. It was cruel to hide things from her. Fluttershy knew she would be hurt if Pinkie was hiding something from her.
I'm sorry,
The Pegasus whispered. Pinkie beamed again.
Aw, Fluttershy, you don't have to hide it from me. It looks great.
Fluttershy felt the edges of her mouth curving upward in a smile. Pinkie Pie always knew how to cheer her up. Yet however high Pinkie sang her praises, she could not believe the plush toy was great. Certainly not up to Applejack's standard of great. And definitely nowhere near nice enough to even be remotely related to her.
thank you, but...
Can I look at it?
Fluttershy hesitated, horribly aware that her uncertainty, brief and accidental as it was extremely rude. So with a sigh, she relaxed her muscles and extended her foreleg out to Pinkie, with the Applejack plush toy in plain view. Pinkie Pie did not take it from her. Fluttershy watched carefully as the pink mare inched closer to the toy, her blue eyes so wide they looked as though they might pop out of her head. She was so close that her snout gently bumped the plushes.
It's so cute. I love its fun eyes. They give it life.
Fluttershy allowed herself to smile fully. It was interesting that Pinkie Pie should address one of her concerns without even knowing she did, but such was to be expected from the odd pony.
Thank you, but...
Are you going to give it to Applejack?
A squeak escaped Fluttershy's mouth before she could close it. Pinkie Pie tilted her head to the side at an almost impossible angle.
Why not?
Fluttershy hadn't meant for her squeak to be taken as a no. She shook her head instead.
I do want to give it to her, but I don't think she would like it.
Don't be silly, Fluttershy. Applejack will love it.
Pinkie Pie chuckled and grabbed the Pegasus in a one-legged embrace, pulling her close.
What makes you think she wouldn't?
Fluttershy didn't meet Pinkie's eye, mainly because her snout was close enough to poke it. Pinkie Pie did have a habit of pulling her friends a little too close.
It's not good enough for her.
Aw, don't tell me you believe that.
Pinkie cut Fluttershy off, her tone strangely incredulous.
You want to know the real reason why you don't want to give the toy to her?
Fluttershy's chest tightened. Her vision blurred for a split second, and her heart froze. Pinkie Pie was about to call her out on something that she didn't have the courage to admit herself, and that terrified her.
You don't want to give Applejack the toy because you're worried she might take it some specific way, right?
Pinkie Pie let go of Fluttershy and stared at her. Even her blue eyes smiled.
You like Applejack, don't you?
Pinkie Pie's eyes were still smiling, but what with? Mockery or understanding? Fluttershy's face bore the heat of a volcano as she tried to decipher Pinkie as easily as the pink pony had deciphered her. Was she really so easy to read? She tried to formulate a response, dragging words from the depths of her heart, her mouth a parched desert. Under Pinkie's scrutinizing stare, she eventually managed to choke out,
Yes.
In a flash, Pinkie Pie hugged Fluttershy again, this time in an even tighter full embrace. A flicker of a thought teased Fluttershy's mind. If only Pinkie was Applejack right now, and she could admit her feelings to the orange mare and have them returned in a hug like this. But that was a selfish thought, and Fluttershy shelved it away shamefully. It was nice of Pinkie to accept her when she admitted a secret she kept so close to her heart for the last couple of years.
Fluttershy, you've got to give the plushie to Applejack. It would mean a lot to her.
Pinkie Pie released the Pegasus and beamed brightly at her.
But what if she...
Fluttershy trailed off. It was inevitable that Applejack would take it the same way Pinkie did. Applejack would realize that, by sewing the plush toy, Fluttershy cared more for the orange pony than she did the rest of her friends. She would realize that Fluttershy had feelings for her.
It would be a big, big shame if the plushie just sat all lonely in your cupboard. So I think it's for the best.
Fluttershy smiled cautiously, grateful for Pinkie's encouragement.
Do you really think so?
I know so, silly.
Pinkie Pie grinned.
Promise me you'll give it to her. Okie dokie Loki.
Fluttershy's throat closed itself up at the thought of giving the plush toy to Applejack, but with Pinkie egging her on, she couldn't say no. Besides, maybe Applejack would think of it as a friendly gesture?
But do I really want that? I'll give it to her.
The yellow Pegasus sighed wearily. There was an air of finality to those words, and Fluttershy shuddered as she realized she couldn't turn back now.
Pinkie promise?
Pinkie promise.
Gentle rushes of air teased the long stalks of grass in Sweet Apple Acres. The scent of hay and apples wafted with the breeze, blending with the crisp, cool smell of the night. Above, stars flecked the dark sky, and Luna's moon glowed as pleasantly as ever. Fluttershy wasn't sure it was best to talk to Applejack at night, but Pinkie had urged her to give her the plushie as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the evening of the same day was as soon as possible, and Pinkie Pie would not let Fluttershy wait until the next morning. She had even claimed it was more romantic to give the plush toy at night, but Fluttershy found herself doubting the pink pony's words. Since when had Pinkie Pie been a romantic? She was probably spouting second-hand advice from Rarity, and rather confused second-hand advice at that. Fluttershy had always thought sunset was the most romantic time of the day, but Pinkie was Pinkie, and Fluttershy wasn't going to argue with the hyperactive pony, especially when she was so caught up in her own excitement. Fluttershy flattened her ears and looked behind her. She had her wing furled tightly around the Applejack plush. It wouldn't fall over. Satisfied, she turned back and stared at the great barn, the obstacle between her and the plush's model. Applejack would still be out. Though it was evening, the orange pony would be out tending to her farm. Fluttershy knew Applejack would accomplish all the tasks to do with the farm until midnight if she had to, sometimes even into the morning, so with any luck she would be busy bucking apples. She didn't know where Applejack would be exactly, but with each step towards the barn, Fluttershy found herself half hoping, half dreading she would find Applejack outside. Perhaps she should turn back, go home, and try again tomorrow? That sounded like the smartest thing to do. She could tell Pinkie that Applejack was asleep, and that it would be rude to wake her to give her the plush. Pinkie Pie would understand. Yes, that was a good plan. Fluttershy felt the burden on her shoulders lift ever so slightly as she finalized her decision. Her limbs no longer leaden. She turned back slowly, ready to depart. She breathed a sigh of relief as the obligation to give the toy was lifted from her. She could not think of anything more horrible than giving the plush to Applejack and finding out that the mare understood her gesture and rejected her outright. Fluttershy's stomach clenched at the thought. Perhaps it was for the best that she not give the toy to Applejack at all. Keep it in a secret place, away from prying eyes. She would tell Pinkie she lost the plush toy, and so she couldn't give it to Applejack. Or maybe she could lie and tell Pinkie she did give the toy, but to keep it a secret so no pony had to know, so Applejack would never have to know about this silly episode. Just as she was about to nod to herself, a voice stopped her in her tracks. It was a voice so brilliantly familiar, and normally Fluttershy would have jumped for joy to have recognized it. But now it was the last voice she wanted to hear.
Hey, Fluttershy. What brings you to the barn this late in the day?
I am having the worst luck,
Fluttershy thought dismally. She turned to face Applejack with sluggish deliberation. She didn't think prolonging this exchange would be very smart, but her mind was quickly fogging up with panic, and she couldn't process her thoughts properly.
I knew I should have just run away.
She greeted, her heart skipping a beat as the mare's green eyes met hers. They still shone brilliantly in the evening gloom.
I was just wondering if I could borrow some apples for Angel.
She fibbed hurriedly, almost tripping over her own tongue in her haste. Applejack grinned broadly, panting from having galloped over to Fluttershy.
Course you can, Sugar Cube. One question, though. Why couldn't you wait till the morning?
Fluttershy almost squeaked. Her heart was heavy with her reluctance to lie, especially to such an honest pony.
Angel is a little impatient. You know how he is.
Couldn't you just give him the stare to keep him quiet till morning?
I could.
Applejack raised her eyebrows. Oops. Fluttershy slipped up. She was speaking too slowly, and she was beginning to arouse suspicion, but she couldn't help it. Applejack was one of the few ponies she felt she could be honest with, and every action the pony did felt so sincere. To lie was to throw Applejack's help back in her face, and that was the last thing Fluttershy wanted.
Fluttershy, ponies hardly ever come to visit me in the evening, and you're the last pony I'd expect to see doing just that.
Applejack sat down on the grass, adjusting her hat with one hoof.
Now, sit down and tell me what's on your mind. I'm always all ears, Sugar Cube.
Fluttershy felt like embracing Applejack then and there. She came over at an unreasonable hour to bother Applejack, but the orange pony was still willing to help her out in spite of that. And that was not all. She had the most warm and welcoming expression, as if she was genuinely happy to see Fluttershy. The Pegasus wouldn't let her believe that even for a second, but it was a nice, albeit fleeting, thought. She sat down, keeping careful distance between herself and Applejack. Now that the mare was, as she put it, all ears, Fluttershy almost felt obligated to bother her with her troubles. But even as she thought about the plush toy, her blood turned cold and her breath caught in her throat.
You want to talk about it?
Applejack prompted gently, looking wide-eyed at Fluttershy. There was no judgment in those green eyes, no scorn or impatience. That was perhaps what Fluttershy liked about Applejack most of all. The mare was understanding and sincere to the core. Fluttershy felt like she could talk to her about anything, and since she could hardly talk to any pony about her troubles, she had held Applejack dear for this reason. It was best to just come out with it. Applejack deserved honesty. But Fluttershy found herself shaking as she tried to unfurl her wing, and her breathing increased rapidly. She felt cold, yet hot at the same time. Had her heart just stopped?
Fluttershy, have you got a fever?
Before Fluttershy could do anything, Applejack put a hoof to her forehead.
You're burning up.
Fluttershy bit her lip as Applejack withdrew her hoof.
You should come inside. I'll get you something for your fever.
No!
At Applejack's startled expression, she went on.
No. No, I don't have a fever.
Applejack frowned.
You sure? Your forehead's hot.
Fluttershy shook her head solemnly.
I'm sure. I'm fine, Applejack, honest. Actually...
This was it. There was no going back now. You couldn't backtrack on an actually without sounding even more awkward than you already were. Fluttershy took a shuddering breath in an attempt to steady her swiftly beating heart. Her thoughts were a blur as her wing unfurled and she deliberately took the plush in her hoof. Applejack saw her action and watched with interest.
What is it, Fluttershy?
Mustering all the strength she could, she held the plush toy out to Applejack. Her heart pounding, she watched Applejack's puzzled expression warily. This was harder than anything Fluttershy had done, even harder than standing up to the Red Dragon, even harder than learning to be assertive.
What's this, Sugar Cube?
Fluttershy had to look away as she explained in a strangled, high-pitched voice. She forced the words out, acutely aware of the consequences this would bring.
I made this blushie for you. It's of you, but it doesn't look too much like you. I did a bad job in it and it's missing your hat. And its head's too big and I'm sorry.
She felt Applejack's hoof on her own as she took the plush toy. She couldn't look, instead taking interest in a blade of grass by her tail that turned dark green, almost black in the darkness. The blood pounded in her ears and flushed her cheeks, so her interest in the grass sharpened. She noticed some blades were shorter than others, as if some pony had pulled out stalks in boredom. She might do that. Maybe. Anything to distract her from the pony that sat beside her.
Fluttershy, this is some mighty fine craftsmanship right here.
Fluttershy listened carefully for a tone of disdain, but there was none.
It's adorable, too.
Fluttershy cleared her throat and tried to withdraw into herself, her muscles taut with apprehension. All she could do was lower her head so far her neck ached, and her ears were practically plastered to her head.
Thank you.
Sugar Cube, why are you being so, shy about it?
Applejack's voice was a smile. Fluttershy chanced a glance and found the apple mare was in fact grinning, looking at Fluttershy with gratitude? Yes, that was all it was. It was too much to hope the look held anything else. Fluttershy wanted desperately for her face to stop burning.
I'm sorry,
was all she could think to say.
Did you make one for each of us?
It was at this point that Fluttershy wanted to bolt away. Her muscles were tight with the intention of doing just that, and she had to fight to stay in place. This question determined the outcome of tonight. No, not just tonight. This question determined the outcome of Fluttershy's friendship with Applejack. If Applejack did not feel the same way, their relationship would never be the same. Fluttershy's eyes stung. How could she put their friendship at risk like that? It was such a silly, no, a stupid thing to do. But yet, it happened, and there was no way of going back to change things.
No!
The Pegasus choked out, her voice as heavy as her words.
I only made one for you.
In the distance, the barn door creaked. A dog, possibly Winona, barked. Had that been Apple Bloom calling something out just now? Shouldn't she be in bed? Wind rustled the grass again, and Fluttershy took momentary relief in her pink hair blowing over her burning face.
Do I really mean that much to you, Fluttershy?
Applejack's mild voice probed at Fluttershy, and the Pegasus had no choice but to be completely honest now.
Yes.
As in?
Applejack trailed off. Was she waiting for Fluttershy to fill in the blank? Either way, the yellow Pegasus didn't know if she could do that. Her tongue wasn't working properly right now, and neither was her mind. Anything she said would just come out a jumbled mess.
I'm more than just a best friend to you, ain't I?
There it was. The question. It was not hopeful, as much as Fluttershy would have liked it to be, but it wasn't contemptuous either. Well, you had to acknowledge your victories, however small. Fluttershy decided to just shut down all her thoughts and fight through the pain.
Yes.
There was silence. Even nature decided to sit out for this one. There was no wind, only a stifling air that threatened to suffocate Fluttershy. The blade of grass was no longer interesting.
Fluttershy. Fluttershy.
It's okay. Let's just forget this ever happened. It's for the best. We should just stay friends.
Sugar Cube, don't be talking such nonsense.
Fluttershy felt Applejack's hoof on her own.
Fluttershy, you listen to me. You are the sweetest, kindest pony I ever had the pleasure of meeting. You're always ready to help me with my problems, and you hear me out anytime I have worries. You babysit Apple Bloom and look after Winona whenever I ask you to, even if it's inconvenient for you. You've done so much for me.
Fluttershy didn't know where Applejack was going with this, so she sat it out with careful detachment. It was best not to get her hopes up.
You and I have had some great talks. I've connected with you on a level that goes deeper in the friendship I have with other ponies.
For the first time, possibility opened ever so slightly in Fluttershy's heart.
Fluttershy, you're an amazing mare. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, 'cause that's what you deserve.
Fluttershy's eyes widened as she looked at Applejack despite herself. It was difficult to tell in the darkness, but she thought she could make out a hint of red on Applejack's face.
I weren't too sure until now, but I think I was starting to feel something sweet for you recently. Turns out,
Applejack fiddled with her hat.
I was right.
Elation, relief, amazement. All three emotions coursed through Fluttershy simultaneously, leaving her body a shaking mess. She couldn't comprehend Applejack properly. Had she really just heard what she thought she heard? It was too much to hope for. It was too much to think that maybe Applejack had feelings for her, even little feelings, as she said she did.
Fluttershy, you making this plush toy for me means so much. I'm so glad you did.
A level that goes deeper than friendship?
Fluttershy managed to speak.
You like me?
I think so. At least, Fluttershy, I think you're a very special pony. And the fact that you make a plush just for me makes me feel strange. Happy, I think. But not just happy. Oh, sugar, I ain't never gotten to grips with my feelings like you or Rarity. And I ain't one for sappy stuff. But right now, I feel like one of them ponies in Rarity's romance novels.
Fluttershy still couldn't believe it, but she was too happy to think reasonably.
Honestly?
Applejack managed to chuckle.
I don't lie, Sugar Cube. So...
Fluttershy found that she could barely sit still as she finally admitted her feelings to the mare she'd kept close to her for some time.
I really like you, Applejack.
Applejack edged closer to Fluttershy and pulled her into a hug. Fluttershy hugged her back tightly, hardly daring to believe that any of this was happening. She smelled the fresh scent of apples in the orange pony's mane and leaned her head on her shoulder. Applejack sighed deeply.
I really like you too, Sugar Cube.
Between them sat the Applejack plush toy with its overly large head and curious button eyes, cushioned neatly by their bodies, its fur silver in the moon's glow.
We're here!
Pinkie Pie exclaimed as she crested the hill. She slid the basket off of her back and placed it safely on the grassy knoll, just as her company trotted up alongside her. Spitfire gave a low whistle, surveying the open hilltop. In front of her lay countless apple trees, stretching nearly to the horizon, and she could almost make out a barn off in the distance. The town of Ponyville rested off to the left, nestled between another hill and the score of apple trees.
Well, Pinkie, you were right. This place is perfect. Beautiful, sunny.
She brushed her mane out of her eyes pointedly.
Secluded.
I know, right? It's probably the bestest place around for a Wonderbolt to get away from her legions of screaming fans for a while. I sometimes wonder what it would be like if I had fans. They'd probably be all like, "Oh, Pinkie Pie, you're the most super-duper party pony around. Would you sign my snout?" And I'd be all, "That's a weird place to write my name. It just washed off the next time you took a bath, silly."
It does get tiresome, especially right after a show,
Spitfire said, happy that she still had the time to take a shower before meeting the pink pony who so intrigued her. She had met Pinkie Pie several times before, mostly alongside Rainbow Dash, who made a point to never miss a single show when the Wonderbolts were on this side of Equestria.
Speaking of which, I've gotta ask, how exactly did you smuggle a dancing bear and his rubber ball backstage at our Baltimore show? I was sure security was going to have a fit when they saw it.
Pinkie snorted, remembering the night with a fond grin.
Well, I can't give away all my secrets or else I wouldn't be able to surprise any pony. Let's just say that I'm friends with the Baltimore zookeeper, and I made her a pinky promise that nothing would go wrong if she let me borrow him for a few hours.
I have to say, I've certainly never had a fan offer to bring me such a unique form of post-show entertainment, as you called it.
I don't think the security ponies were very happy, though,
Pinkie replied, sticking her tongue out in consternation.
They kept saying, "Sweet Mother of Celestia, that's a freaking bear!" Like I didn't have complete control of the situation. Crazy, right?
Spitfire nodded. After all, it was one of the reasons that she accepted Pinkie's proposal at their most recent event in Canterlot with such pleasure.
So,
she said, as she sat on the comfortable grass beneath her hooves.
What's in the basket?
Oh, you're gonna love this!
Pinkie rummaged through the basket. She pulled out a pie, still warm from the oven, and placed it between them.
Ta-da! My homemade cherry pie, complete with fresh cherries from Philadelphia. I even brought the extra cherries along in case you didn't like pie, but then I thought to myself, who doesn't like pie? Crazy ponies, that's who! But I brought the bowl of cherries anyway, just in case.
She lifted 2 plates and a metal bowl topped to the brim with the bright red fruit out of the basket.
Oh,
Spitfire said, forcing every muscle in her face to not look disappointed.
Well, I was getting pretty hungry anyway.
Pinkie cut a piece of pie for her guest and one for herself, before flopping onto her back.
You know, I never actually had another pony up on this hill with me. It's nice to share it with a friend.
Really?
Spitfire asked, as she accepted the slice of pie before joining her friend on her back.
Why's that? Seems like a pretty good place for a picnic.
It is! But my friends and I like to picnic on a different hill. So I kept this one all to myself. It's my little pretend secret, because it's not really a secret. But I've never told anyone, and I always come up here by myself. It's also the best place in Ponyville for cloud watching.
Spitfire swallowed her bite of pie, relishing in the sweet taste as it graced her tongue.
Cloud watching? Like, just watching the clouds go by?
Yes, indeedy.
Pinkie gobbled her slice of pie in a single bite, practically swallowing it whole. Spitfire just gawked before shaking her head with a smile. Some things just didn't need to be explained.
And you find treats in them, and you point them out to your friends, and you all laugh at the silly cloud. What, you never gone cloud watching as a filly?
Not really,
she admitted, licking her lips over the next bite of pie.
I grew up in Cloudsdale, and we were usually flying above the clouds instead of watching them from below. Life of a Pegasus, you know?
Well, now you can learn how to cloud watch like an earth pony. Here, like this.
Pinkie scooted closer to the mare until their ears brushed against one another, and Spitfire gave an involuntary shiver at the contact. A pink hoof pointed skyward at one of the fluffy clouds passing by.
See that one there? I can totally see a cupcake.
Spitfire squinted at the cloud, turning her head sideways, and even crossed her eyes, but she couldn't quite see the comparison.
I don't see it.
Sure you do, Spitty. Look!
Pinkie wrapped a hoof around her waist, pulling Spitfire as close as possible to get her the same viewpoint.
See the swirly cloud at the top? Totally the icing on the cupcake. And the clumpy, blocky clouds on the bottom? Well, if you squint your eyes and you kinda turn your head, then it looks like the base. See?
In truth, Spitfire still didn't see the cupcake. She was about to say so, but it struck her that maybe this game wasn't all about being right, and was just about goofing off with friends. She grinned and nodded her head.
I can see it now! Oh, how about that one up there?
She said, moving her own hoof to point at a thin, high cloud floating by.
I can see a feather in that one.
Oh, yeah!
Pinkie giggled as she grabbed a hoof full of cherries from the bowl.
I can see the shaft right in the middle, and those wispy bits, those are the barbs. See, you got the hang of this already.
Huh?
Spitfire said, as she reached for some cherries for herself.
I'm surprised you know the parts of a feather. Not many non-Pegasi bother to learn about them.
I like to learn all about all types of ponies. Back when I was growing on the rock farm, we didn't have a lot to do in our downtime. So when my sisters and I weren't playing together, I would read some books about each type of pony.
Pinkie smiled, dropping a cherry into her mouth with a wistful sigh, while the rest fell around her.
It's part of what helped me make so many friends, since I know some things that might be good for one kind of pony, but bad for another. And if I couldn't make friends, then I wouldn't be here enjoying this day with you.
Hey, Pinkie, answer me something. You said that this hill is the best in Ponyville for cloud watching, right?
Spitfire turned on her side to face Pinkie.
Yeah, it's got the best view of the sky, and it's not blocked by the apple trees at all.
So, why do you keep it a secret? I mean, cloud watching seems like the kind of thing you do with your friends. Why not have your picnics up here, where they can enjoy it as well?
Pinkie stayed silent for a moment, letting the wind whistle and fill up the space between them.
Sometimes, I like to be on my own. Don't get me wrong, I love my friends so much. But I also need a place to be alone with my thoughts for a while.
She rolled over to face Spitfire.
Sometimes I get a little too excited about things, and ponies don't like it when that happens. So I'll come out here if I need a place to be alone for a while, where I can't bother any pony by being too crazy.
I think I understand.
Spitfire gave a warm smile of her own, resting her head on one of her hooves.
You're something else, Pinkie Pie, but I gotta admit that this has been a pretty good day for me too.
They lay for a while in that spot, quietly enjoying the bond shared between them, before continuing their game as the clouds went by. Spitfire even managed to stump Pinkie when she swore she saw a cloud that looked exactly like a replica of Princess Celestia. As the sun hung lower in the sky, she stretched her hooves with a satisfied sigh.
You know, Pinkie, I'm glad you invited me out here today. It's been nice to take a break from the Wonderbolts for a bit and just take some time to relax.
Pinkie hummed, chewing on a cherry that she had just popped into her mouth.
Although...
Spitfire sat up slowly, turning to face the pink mare. She owed it to her new friend to at least be honest. An embarrassed chuckle made its way past her lips as Pinkie focused her attention on her.
I suppose I'd be lying if I said today was entirely what I expected.
Oh?
Pinkie rolled onto her hooves, shaking a few loose cherries out of her mane.
Were you expecting a party? My reputation probably precedes me, since I throw the awesomest parties in all of Equestria.
Well, not exactly. See, it may have been partially my fault for being exhausted after the show, but the way you asked me out caused my mind to go places.
Huh? That's funny. I don't even remember what I said. Was it like a super funny joke or something? I bet I would have laughed at it if I could hear it again.
You came up to me with the biggest smile on your face, looked me right in the eyes, and asked me, quote, "Do you want to come eat my cherry pie?"
Oh.
A silence fell over the duo, broken only by the sounds of Pinkie's jaw as she ate another cherry. A look of realization flashed across Pinkie's face.
Oh!
Yeah.
Spitfire said as she chuckled again.
And when it was clear that I had misinterpreted, I thought it would be crude to bring it up again.
Hey, don't worry about it, Spitty.
Pinkie declared as she wrapped the mare in a tight hug.
Mistakes happen, and this one is more funny than disastrous. Like this one time, I sent out invitations for a costume party, only I had forgotten to write the word costume on the invitation. Thankfully, it was on Nightmare Night, so a bunch of ponies showed up in costume anyway. But lots of ponies didn't, and I felt super bad for making them feel left out.
They shared a laugh along with their hug before Pinkie released her. As they wrapped up the remains of the pie and filled the basket once more, Pinkie spoke up again.
Besides, I guess I told a little fib too. I mean, I don't ask ponies out on dates unless I really like them. And maybe I was expecting sugar at the end too.
So, I'm confused. This was a date all along?
You tell me, Spitty.
Pinkie Pie stuck her tongue out at that, and resting right in the center was a perfectly tied cherry stem. A distinct pumph from behind Spitfire told her what her mind already knew. She liked what she saw. She bent low with a teasing, predatory smirk on her face.
Oh, come here, you!
She tackled the pink pony to the ground with a flying leap, mashing their lips together as she let the soft grass that had held them all day break their fall. As the sun dipped low behind the mountains, playful giggles and moans danced on the breeze, and two ponies enjoyed the company of their own private party. Not since the first Grand Galloping Gala, many hundreds of years ago, had the ball been surrounded by so much controversy and fanfare. The storm rose up from announcements that Princess Celestia would not be attending this year's ball, something that had never happened in all the galas prior. Instead, Princess Luna would be serving as the Master of Ceremonies. All of Canterlot was in a fury. The announcement that non-ponies would be attending in great numbers was just salt in the wound. Despite the storm of dispute, the Grand Galloping Gala's date remained fixed firmly on the calendar. Eventually, the hatred and rage died away, as such petty emotions tend to do. Tickets went out to those deserving. Arrangements were made for the banquet, and decorations began to appear all throughout Canterlot, until the entire city had transformed into a stunning wonderland of regal affairs. The night of the gala was met with praise. The moods of any holdouts were lifted at the absolutely stunning display that Luna had prepared in her night sky. She had arranged a meteor shower, a once-in-a-millennia show, as she called it, that brought wonder and awe to even the hardest of hearts. That is not to say that every pony at the gala was happy. In fact, there was one Pegasus who seemed intent on lowering the mood of the entire ball. The Pegasus was of average size for a stallion, perhaps slightly stockier, closer in dimensions to an earthwalker than a fellow flyer. His coat was charcoal grey, though a mane of cyan kept him from being too boring in appearance. He wore a dour expression, and was sitting shoulder to shoulder with Sorin of the Wonderbolts, who wore a passive expression of his own. The two were towards the back of the ballroom, not drawing attention to themselves, and so the partygoers paid them no mind.
Buck up, Lane. Being a Wonderbolt isn't only about flying high and fast. Sometimes it's about keeping up appearance.
Thunderlane, The dark grey pony sighed and shrugged.
It's alright. I just can't believe I finally get a day off and have to spend it here with a bunch of haughty twits.
Sorin shifted his weight and gave Thunderlane a gentle ram with his side.
That's just unicorns for you. And they're not all haughty. You should try talking to one.
Thunderlane looked out at the sea of ponies and the few non-ponies, such as griffins and the odd diamond dog. Sorin gave him another shove before turning and trotting off.
I'm gonna go find Rainbow Dash. Try not to spend the whole night brooding, alright?
Thunderlane rolled his eyes and lifted to his 4 hooves. His first step was rather hesitant, but he doubted any of the partygoers noticed. All any of them seemed concerned with was acting like stereotypical snobs, snouts high in the air, monocles somehow held in place over their eyes. It wasn't that Thunderlane disliked other ponies, he just wasn't sure how to act around them. He had lived most of his life in Cloudsdale, and so he rarely interacted with unicorns, let alone spoke to one for a prolonged period of time. He couldn't ever recall even meeting an Earthwalker. Thunderlane's ears twitched. He lifted his head and looked about, ears focusing on a rather haunting melody that was swelling through the confines of the ballroom. The echo of the dome-shaped room and the near-endless chatter of side conversations made it difficult to deduce where the music was coming from. But eventually, he inferred where the band was playing, and began to shove and push his way through the crowd towards it. He hated not being able to use his wings, but Sorin had given him very strict orders not to. Apparently, unicorns found it rude or some such absurdity. The fact that they were free to use their horns was just one more reason Thunderlane disliked them. At last, Thunderlane came to stand before the stage, where he could easily hear the rather haunting melody that was emerging from the entire band, but from one mare in particular. Granted, the pianist, harpist and trombonist all added their own sombre music, but Thunderlane's eyes and ears were focused on a grey mare, standing on her rear legs and gently stroking the strings of what looked like a gigantic violin. She was beautiful. Not beautiful like a unicorn, of course. When a beautiful unicorn walked into a room, all eyes were suddenly upon her. This mare's beauty was a little more subtle. Somehow, all her parts fit just right, and her face was rugged but well defined and quite cute. Her mane and tail were both well groomed. In fact, her smoky grey coat glowed just a little from the affection of a brush. She was beautiful, but what really stood out to Thunderlane was the sound of her music floating through the air of the ballroom. He focused on the bowstring, gently dragged across the giant violin, and listened with sharp ears at the sound that emerged. He was transfixed, so much so that only when the mare opened her eyes and met his gaze, he realized he had been staring. He suddenly felt quite embarrassed. Thunderlane decided he was thirsty and trotted towards a large bowl of punch. Much to his relief, there was a Pegasus mare standing by it, softly sipping from a glass of cherry-flavoured drink. The mare was short and dainty, with a crimson coat and a few white streaks running through her mane and tail. When Thunderlane came to stand beside her, she smiled sweetly and poured him a cup as well. "Are you as bored of this as I am?" she asked. Thunderlane took the glass with a delicate hoof and brought it to his lips. He sipped it.
Duty calls and all that. You?
"More or less the same. My friend Jack is working security. I agreed I would come along to keep him company during the downtime." Stretching her wings, the petite Pegasus took to the air and waved her forelegs several times. Thunderlane wondered why she was allowed to fly and he was not. Pushing through the crowd of unicorns, a large draft horse came trotting along. He was absolutely huge, and his impressive dimensions were only augmented by the shining golden armour that adorned his form. His coat was white, and he looked almost exactly like every other royal guard at the ball, save he was larger than the Pegasi unicorns. The red Pegasus fluttered close to his face and tilted her head slightly to the side to better examine him. "Jack, is that you? I can't tell." The guard's nostrils opened, and he snorted loudly, blowing a gust of warm air that distorted the red Pegasus's flight. She returned to her spot beside Thunderlane, giggling softly.
"I can't believe Princess Luna made us use glamour spells,"
muttered the guard.
I hate magic.
Quit whining. You're doing your service to the Empire. The guard grumbled and looked to Thunderlane.
I'm Jack,
he said.
Thunderlane,
the Pegasus stallion said with a small nod. The music was starting up again. The song was, again, slow and methodical, and sent an odd shiver down Thunderlane's spine. He cocked his head towards the stage.
What is the mare's name? The one with the giant violin.
What, just because I'm an Earthwalker I must know every other Earthwalker?
The guard asked, and took a step forward. Thunderlane was not accustomed to being small. He was large for a Pegasi, and had spent most of his time on leave surrounded by unicorns, who were on average of lighter dimensions. Now he found himself feeling absolutely minuscule compared to the Earthwalker stallion in full armour. He actually took a step back.
I meant no disrespect,
he said politely.
I assume since you were a guard, you would know the guests.
The sight of Jack's large head was suddenly eclipsed by the red Pegasus's tail and rump as she fluttered right before the Earthwalker's face. Jack, stop being a dummy and just tell him. I get you're annoyed, but give it some time and you can legally bounce some drunks. The red Pegasus fluttered back down, and Jack allowed himself a chuckle. He looked back to the stage and nodded.
Her name is Octavia. Nice mare, if a bit, fragile.
What do you mean?
Thunderlane asked.
She's in a bit of a bad relationship, you might say. Only time I ever see her smile anymore is when she's playing an instrument.
The only time I ever see you smile is when you're digging a hole, the red Pegasus chirped in. Must be something about being closer to the earth and all that shaman stuff. Jack grumbled, but said nothing. His ears twitched, and he turned his head at the sound of a ruckus, not too far away.
Oh, stupid hornheads just can't hold their cider.
Before he left, he leaned down and touched his massive snout to the Pegasus's nose. She took it a step further and slipped out her tongue to lick up his face. Now, with a smile worn on his face, Jack turned and sifted into the crowd, heading towards the sounds of the fight.
You and the Earthy?
Thunderlane asked. The Pegasus smiled softly. Jack and I, yeah. Thunderlane thought to himself.
I don't mean to sound rude, but there's no other way to put this. What do you see in him?
You're from Cloudsdale, huh? Me too, but I live in Ponyville now. Jack, he's from Canterlot, but he doesn't like to admit it. I've been surrounded by Earthies and Hornheads since I was a foal, so I don't see his lack of wings. But it's more than that, though. When you get to know him, Jack is sweet and tender and kind. He makes me feel good, and I'm happy when I'm around him. Sometimes love doesn't make sense, but I wouldn't trade Jackie for the world.
It must be nice to have something like that,
Thunderlane said.
Thank you for your time.
He felt a bit better, walking through the crowded ballroom. He felt a bit more mellow. A bit more happy. Maybe the red Pegasus had spiked the juice with something. Or maybe the obvious affection had reminded him why he loved his fellow ponies so. He remembered why he had been so dedicated to joining the Wonderbolts in the first place. He shifted and slipped towards the stage, hoping to hear the grey mare's sombre song with happy ears. Much to his horror, she was already gone. Sifting through the crowds, he eventually managed to maneuver himself to a door in the back of the ballroom that said, "No exit." He looked around to check if anyone was watching, before slipping through the doorway and into a hall. Off in the distance, he just caught sight of a pair of grey flanks shifting from side to side, and the long black tail that belonged to the grey mare.
Octavia?
He called out, and the grey mare turned around. Thunderlane trotted briskly towards her, closing the distance. But when he was standing before her, he found himself at a loss for words, and settled on a rather blunt,
My name is Thunderlane.
Can I help you, Thunderlane?
The mare wore a scowl somewhere between bored and annoyed. She was carrying her instrument on her back, which was quite impressive, considering the instrument was almost twice her size, yet she showed not a hint of strain.
Would you like any help carrying that?
He asked. Octavia looked over her shoulder at the instrument, and shrugged. Carefully sliding it off her back, she waited until Thunderlane had come closer, and then helped him place it on his own back. Thunderlane almost lost his footing as the full weight settled on him, unprepared for the sheer dead weight. With a loud grunt of exertion, he managed to lock his knees and find his balance. He looked to the Earth Mare, He was far from large or stocky, and felt a sense of respect swell in his chest.
I've never seen a violin this big,
he said casually.
It is not a violin,
Octavia said, somewhat annoyed.
Oh, please forgive me, I'm not from around here. Do you call it a fiddle?
Octavia glared at him.
It is a cello. Well, that's what a proper musician would classify it as. It is actually an instrument of my own personal design, a hybrid of elegance of the cello and the emotion you can deliver with the double bass. It is something I've been working on for several months now. This is the first time I've had the opportunity to play it in public. That is not to say that anyone cared.
I must say, I found the music absolutely stunning, if a little frightening at times. The emotion was clear throughout it.
Octavia smiled slightly, though only for a heartbeat. In fact, Thunderlane was quite happy he didn't blink in that instance, or he would have missed the gesture completely.
Well, thank you. Thunderlane, was it? If you wouldn't mind carrying it outside, I can catch a cab. Please just be careful. It is the only functioning prototype I have.
Thunderlane adjusted the instrument on his back before resuming his walk. He did want to say something, to talk to the mare, but he could feel the oddness in the air, and thought it better to remain quiet. When they arrived outside, and Octavia was looking for a cab to wave down, he decided to make his move.
Where do you live?
He asked.
I wouldn't mind escorting you home. Or at least walk down the streets of Canterlot with a mare of your beauty.
Octavia looked to him, chuckled, and sighed.
You would want to come home with me, wouldn't you? She asked. Then you can meet Vinyl. And even though you assure me that you didn't realize I was that Octavia, suddenly the only mare you care about is the great and popular DJ Pone 3.
Octavia sighed.
I will take my instrument back, thank you. I can walk home from here.
I didn't mean to insult you,
Thunderlane said quickly.
I'm not even sure who this Vinyl is.
May I have my instrument, please?
Octavia said, standing firm. Thunderlane carefully slipped the case off his back. When he tried to help Octavia pick it up, she swatted him with her long tail and hoisted it up with her own strength. When it was secure on her back, she trotted down the road, flanks shifting side to side. Thunderlane looked back at the castle, then down at the road, fully illuminated despite the night hour due to the bright glow of meteorites in the sky. After a moment of debate, he trotted after her.
Octavia!
He called out. When she did not stop, but only walked faster, he took to the air and covered the distance between them with ease.
I'm sorry,
he said quickly, landing beside her.
I really don't know who this Vinyl pony is. I'm from Cloudsdale. I'm only here to make an appearance on behalf of the Wonderbolts. I understand if you don't want to talk to me. Please just know, I didn't mean to offend you.
Octavia turned to him, glaring.
Look, you're sweet and a great actor, but I have done this tango before. I know what stallions like, and it's not me. They like exotic fur patterns and big rumps and stupid sunglasses that are worn even when it's dark out. They like simple, repetitive, pre-recorded beats, not some homely earthwalker with a muted baby of a cello and a double bass. So just do me a favour and go somewhere else. I'll even give your address to Vinyl if you want. Maybe she'll make a house call later.
Thunderlane took a deep breath.
I really don't know who Vinyl is,
he said, voice rising just a bit.
I didn't mean to offend you in any way. I really wanted to spend some time with you, so I hope you will accept my invitation to join me for a cup of coffee at that donut shop over there.
Octavia looked to the donut shop. The only storefront left open, possibly in all of Canterlot. The subtle glow of its lights were like a homing beacon for her rumbling tummy. It had been a long night, after all. She hadn't been able to enjoy the snacks served at the gala. Without a word, she headed for the humble shop. Thunderlane trotted a few feet in front of her and, like a true gentle colt, opened the door. He was slightly afraid that when he turned his back, she would attempt to run away, but to his relief, she walked into the shop.
Good evening, Octy,
said the tan-coloured unicorn, dressed in a white shirt and wearing a cute white hat atop his crown.
Good evening, Joe, Octavia said. May I have the usual, please?
And for your date?
Joe asked. Octavia's face turned a subtle shade of red and her ears drooped. Thunderlane stepped forward, and politely said,
"I'll just have a cup of coffee."
They took a seat at one of the tables, against one of the large windows. Thunderlane had a suspicion it was so Octavia could simply stare out at the night and not make conversation. Ever the gentleman, Thunderlane pulled Octavia's chair out and helped her sit before taking a seat across from her.
"I really admire your dedication to this role," the Earthmare said. "Like I said, just write down where you're staying or give me your demo disc, and I'll pass it along to Vinyl. Mudpony's honor."
What do I have to do to prove that I'm not only not interested in this Vinyl Pony, I have no idea who she is?
Joe came trotting over, carrying a serving tray beside him with his magic's embrace. He set down a rather boring white mug before Thunderlane, and what had to be the most elaborate cappuccino in all of Equestria before Octavia. Served in what appeared to be a crystal chalice, the drink was topped with several layers of frosty whipped cream. Chocolate sprinkles and flakes of cinnamon broke the monotony of the frosty white mountain. Crowning the mountain was a chocolate-sprinkled donut. Octavia pulled the chalice and slipped her tongue out, running it over the whipped cream. Plunging her puckered lips into the mountain, she sipped at the drink before leaning back. Her tongue slipped over her face, whipping away the whipped cream. "I'm sorry," she said, plucking the donut off the top and nibbling on it. "I may sort of have a bit of a roommate complex."
That's who Vinyl is? Your roommate?
"Yes, my roommate. We've been friends since we were foals. She and I went to school together, and we were roommates back in college too. Now we just share an apartment."
She looked to Thunderlane, wondering if he was bored, but instead he smiled softly.
"Tell me about her."
Octavia shrugged.
"Vinyl is Vinyl. There's really no other way to describe her. She goes by the stage name DJ Pone 3, but her real name is Vinyl Scratch. She's been my friend for as long as I can remember. Well, I've been her friend. I'm not sure what she is to me. We were in school and college together. I was first chair in the band, she was second, though I knew she always hated the violin. Then one day, she finally got the chance to start DJing at some local club, and poof, her fame skyrocketed, just like that. I've been studying everything with strings since foalhood, but she puts a couple of tired beats together and has some flashy lights, and the Philistines just can't help but bop their heads like a bunch of infants."
Octavia giggled for reasons Thunderlane was not completely sure of.
"But I'm not jealous of her success," she said.
"Clearly,"
Thunderlane managed to joke.
"I'm really not. I loved Vinyl like my sister, and I am happy that she finally found something she loves. When she first got her cutie mark, she was terrified her special talent was composing classical music. She turned white. I mean, whiter than usual. Turns out she is a composer, just not in the traditional sense."
"What bothers you then?"
Octavia thought for a moment.
"I just wish that she felt the same compassion for me that I feel for her. That's what bothers me."
"What do you mean?"
Thunderlane asked. He could figure it out if he really set his mind to it, but he thought it might be cathartic for Octavia to talk about whatever was bothering her. She occupied a few precious moments with sipping at her drink. She nibbled on her donut, both to occupy some time and because she really was hungry.
"To me, Vinyl is my sister, and that's what she'll always be. To Vinyl, I'm just an artifact from her old life. I'm just some cute mud pony who always plays funny instruments and can be the butt of all her jokes when she has her friends over. I'm the silly mare who carries her back to the loft after she's spent the whole night partying, and covers her rent when she's spent all her money on new sunglasses."
Octavia's ears were drooping, and she was staring quite intently at the cappuccino, as if it might reveal some deep secret.
"That's what bothers me, I guess. It's not really easy to love someone when they don't love you back. You know how many nights I've stayed up, worried sick, only for Vinyl to come stumbling through the door and laugh about how she lost track of time. Do you know how many recitals she's promised to come to? But then I look out over the crowd and there's an empty seat, right in the front row. She was supposed to be there for the gala, to see me play the hybrid for the first time. I lug that piece of crap onto stage and look out, and she's not there.
I bet if I disappeared without a trace, Vinyl wouldn't even notice until the rent is due.
Octavia sipped the cappuccino once more. She sniffled.
That's us mud ponies, though. We're Equestria's workhorses. Not as graceful as you cloudwalkers, or as magic as unicorns. We're just plain old workhorses who trudge through the mud, and that's all we ever do.
There were tears forming in the corners of Octavia's eyes. Thunderlane stood, walked around the table, and took her in a gentle embrace. His forelegs wrapped around her neck, and his wings wrapped around her body. He expected Octavia to cry, but she did little more than sniffle before she managed to get herself under control. She wiped her eyes with a napkin.
"Jo, would you please put this on my tab?"
she asked, and the unicorn nodded curtly. Octavia took a moment to snuggle into Thunderlane's embrace before looking into his eyes.
"I don't really want to go back to the apartment. Vinyl is there, and I'm not really looking forward to an entire night of listening to her mock and ridicule my profession, even if she doesn't mean to hurt me."
I would open my home to you for as long as you need, but I live in Cloudsdale. It's not exactly safe for one without wings.
Octavia huffed and wiggled out of the embrace.
"Well, there is one alternative. Hey, Jo, is the room open upstairs?"
For you, Octavia, always. Just try and keep it down this time, alright?
The mayor looked back to Thunderlane.
"Jo has a small room upstairs. I go there to compose sometimes, so I can be alone without Vinyl's music blasting through the walls. Would you like to come with me?"
Thunderlane realized he hadn't even touched his coffee, and now it had gone cold. He shrugged before following after Octavia and heading into the back. The room was as sparse as one might assume such would be. At first it was dark, but Octavia proceeded to ignite several candles. In the far-off corner was a bed with a blanket carelessly tossed over it, and in the other corner was a large double bass. The sheer size of the instrument, even larger than the instrument Octavia had played on stage, intrigued Thunderlane, and he was tempted to ask for a demonstration of just how such a petite mare could play such an enormous fiddle. He guessed even the largest royal guard would have trouble with it. Octavia sat down at the bed with her body facing Thunderlane, though her head was hung quite low. Thunderlane walked forward, fearing she may be on the cusp of a breakdown, but she began to speak before he could wrap his wings around her.
"Do you think I'm pretty?" she asked.
As I have said throughout the night, I do.
Vinyl was always popular with the colts. Even today, if a stallion talks to me, chances are he just wants to get to her. I understand if that's what this is about. I don't mind. I just like to know, so I don't think this is real.
I'm interested in you,
Thunderlane said softly. I'm a bit interested in you, too. You're quite handsome, and you're quite sweet. It's so rare to meet a stallion who has a vocabulary beyond yes, no, and maybe.
Thunderlane smiled. Much to his surprise, Octavia suddenly leaned forward and gently placed her lips on the tip of his muzzle. She leaned back just as quickly, and now wore a scarlet blush on her cheeks.
I'm sorry,
she said, her voice barely above a squeak. Thunderlane placed his hoof under her chin and lifted her face until he could gaze into her eyes. He leaned forward and gently touched his lips to hers, holding it several moments as the blush on Octavia's face deepened. She pulled away.
Would you...
She choked on her words for several moments before asking,
Would you lay down with me? I don't want to be alone tonight. Would you hold me?
Thunderlane smiled and lay down carefully behind Octavia. He wrapped his forelegs around her, then his wings, using them like a blanket. Octavia was smaller than he was, and fit quite snugly against his chest. She set her head down and closed her eyes, drifting into a gentle sleep, though she could not stop the hot tears from dripping down her face. Hours later, she woke. Behind her, Thunderlane was snoring rather loudly and squeezing her as tight as a foal would a teddy bear. She didn't really mind, though, and set her head back down to enjoy this sweet moment of silence. She was slow and careful as she extracted herself from Thunderlane's embrace. First, she lifted his foreleg and gently placed it away from her. Next, she scooted her lower half forward, slipping her hips out of the tight embrace of Thunderlane's spooning. It was far from easy. She had to listen close to his snoring and try to measure his slumber by how deeply he breathed. Even when she was finally free of the tight embrace, she did not want to leave. She wanted to stay like this forever, but she knew that she had to head back to her apartment. Vinyl might be worrying. Before she left, however, she leaned down and planted one final kiss on Thunderlane's muzzle.
Thank you,
she whispered into his ear.
Thank you for being one of the good ones.
With those words said, she tiptoed out of the attic and then out of the shop. The walk back to her loft was actually quite pleasant. Everyone was asleep after the gala last night, so the streets of Canterlot were very nearly empty. Occasionally, a royal guard stood at a street corner, but they were more like statues than fellow ponies, and didn't bother Octavia's sense of peace. The sun was out, and there was a nice breeze, and she just felt good, all things considered. At least, until she finally arrived at the apartment, and the obnoxious pound of dubstep rushed through the walls at her. She opened the door and walked to Vinyl's room, where the unicorn was happily pounding her head to some new beat. "Vinyl," Octavia said. Of course, Vinyl didn't hear her. "Vinyl!" When that didn't work, she walked behind the unicorn and gently tapped her shoulder. Vinyl turned around and gave her a wide smile. "Hi, Octy! Oh man, just listen to this!" Octavia rolled her eyes. Reaching past Vinyl, she manually lowered the volume to a more manageable level. Vinyl blushed slightly. "Finally got the beat right," she said, using her indoor voice, which, for her, was actually still quite loud. "It's just so awesome! Took all night, but totally worth it!"
I'm happy you managed to get your beat right. You know, last night was the Galloping Gala, though.
"Oh, jeez, it was last night? I'm sorry, Octy. Neon came by and we just started mixing in. Just listen to it. We finally got this down pat."
It's just... It was the first time I was trying the hybrid. I had prepared a special melody for you, but I looked out and you weren't there.
"Oh, Octavia, I'm really sorry. I just totally forgot. Look, I promise, next time I'll be there, no matter how snooty or boring it is. Front row, I promise. As long as there's booze. Lots and lots of booze is the only way I can sit through one of those."
Okay, Vinyl. Next time. I'll save the new song for then. If you'll excuse me, I should go tune up the hybrid.
"Just try to keep it down, Octy. I gotta finish this track. Neon and I are putting on a show tomorrow night. You're coming, right?"
Of course I am, Vinyl. After all, what are friends for?
Alternate ending. At least until she finally arrived at the loft. The moment she had opened the door, she heard faint crying. That was certainly odd and curious, if slightly worrying. Octavia headed towards the source of the low whimpers. In the kitchen, she spotted Vinyl. The unicorn's upper body was stretched over the table, with her head buried in her forelegs. Whimpers escaped as her body heaved. Occasionally, her horns sparked, a sure sign of an emotionally fragile unicorn. Octavia shook her head.
What happened? Did you break your sunglasses again?
Octavia walked to the refrigerator and opened the door. She skimmed the contents, But when nothing appealed to her, she closed it again. When she turned, Vinyl was standing very close to her, her face contorted into a sad display.
Are you all right, Vinyl? Your eyes are red. More than usual, I mean.
Where have you been all night?
I was out with a friend,
Octavia said simply. She had to hold back a scream as Vinyl was suddenly upon her. The unicorn wrapped her forelegs tight about her friend's neck and squeezed tight before burying her face into Octavia's neck. There was so much force suddenly upon her, Octavia actually found herself pushed back into the fridge.
I didn't know where you were. I was worried. All night, Octavia. Why didn't you call? I've been worried sick, and you...
Vinyl tilted back and revealed her eyes were puffy. Sparkling drops of tears were in the corners. Soon they ran down her face, wetting the fur on her cheeks. Octavia stroked down Vinyl's back.
I'm sorry,
she said softly.
Vinyl
said, starting to calm down.
I was worried about you. I didn't know if something had happened or if, after I was late to the gala, I couldn't find you. And I was scared. Some pony said you went wandering off with a Pegasus no one recognized. Octavia, I'm so sorry. I got distracted and you were already gone.
Some part of Octavia wanted to mock Vinyl for crying. Some part of her wanted to remind Vinyl of all the nights she had left her alone, worried sick. Those parts of her were fleeting, however, and when Vinyl had calmed down, Octavia put her to bed, where she gently tucked her in. After all, that was what sisters were for. Fluttershy had lost track of how long she had been staring at the photo. She had long ago stopped counting how many times each day she had just sat and gawked at it. Not bothering about how long each session lasted was a natural next step. It wasn't just the mare's appearance. Any pony could just stand there and be attractive. Some claimed every pony looked the same anyway. Physical attraction was just that, simple and commonplace. Not to say that the mare was unattractive, quite the opposite. Every curve of her body, her simple mane cut, the pink of her coat, the yellow of her mane, her gorgeous gold eyes, the lily tucked delicately behind her ear. They were all the pinnacle of aesthetics. She was the type of mare that was chosen to model for sculptures or the Mare Lisa, the type of beauty who honoured ships as they departed. It was more than just her looks, obviously. Fluttershy had felt the same way about other ponies before. This mare was something special. She looked so vulnerable, so afraid. And yet, if you looked at it the right way, the lily obscuring her eye made it look like she was winking. Shy, and yet forthright. Exposed, and yet confident. Fluttershy had never understood what others saw in her modelling style, not until she had seen this picture. A cursive, flowing signature printed in the corner of the picture listed the mare's name as Lily Valley. It was as perfect as the rest of her. Simple, unassuming, beautiful. Her hoof writing captured every other detail about her so succinctly. It was pretty, curvy, yet bold and striking. Fluttershy pictured the mare writing her name with hesitant confidence, signing the photo, or a cheque, or a love letter. Fluttershy, what are you doing? The sudden noise caused Fluttershy to promptly and ungraciously fall off her couch. A loud thunk echoed across her cottage. She let out an inaudible eep and swiftly slunk under it.
Oh, sorry.
Twilight peeked under the cushions.
I didn't mean to scare you. I knocked like 15 times and you didn't answer, so I got worried.
Fluttershy murmured something. Twilight nervously rubbed the back of her neck.
Guess teleporting inside was a bad idea after all.
Twilight glanced around. Her gaze caught on the calendar, and she picked it up with her magic.
Fluttershy?
Another murmur. Twilight began flipping through the pages. It was hardly risque. You couldn't see anything you wouldn't see in a walk through town. but the facial expressions and haunch-heavy camera work raised some questions. What is this? In a flash of pink and yellow, Fluttershy was no longer underneath the couch, gently tugging the pages from Twilight.
Don't bend it.
Twilight promptly dropped it. The sudden lack of resistance sent Fluttershy tumbling backwards, but she quickly regained her balance, holding the uncrumpled papers to her chest defensively.
Sorry.
Fluttershy tried to cover her reddening cheeks with her mane. I guess I should be the one apologizing. Maybe I should go. I didn't mean to, interrupt you.
No, really, Twilight. I'm sorry.
Fluttershy loosened her stance slightly.
I guess I got carried away there for a moment.
Why do you even have that? I didn't think pin-ups were an interest of yours.
I bought it at that nature fundraiser a few weeks ago.
Twilight raised an eyebrow. A fresh blush swept over Fluttershy.
I always buy one of everything at fundraisers like that, even if I don't really need it. It's for a good cause, after all.
Twilight rolled her eyes just a little bit. Sure.
No, really?
Fluttershy rushed over to a closet and opened the door. Inside was a neat, organised stack of dozens of pieces of random junk. Stop the cough, counter COPD today posters, WEE is not fun bracelets, battle botulism signs, a run against rhinopneumonitis participant ribbon, and a number of unworn shirts emblazoned with slogans ranging from Vote Prop 9, Whales are Ponies too, to Save the Badgers, were but a handful of items that inhabited the massive pile. Twilight stood there, silent. Certain that her friend had gotten the point, Fluttershy quietly shut the door. Okay. Why isn't that in there with the rest of that stuff then? Twilight poked a hoof at the saucy calendar, still cradled in Fluttershy's hooves. Fluttershy answered by hiding under her mane. Twilight's eyes widened. Oh my gosh! You have a crush!
No, I don't.
Oh, Fluttershy, this is wonderful! I just finished reading a book about helping your friends get dates. Wingmare 101 by Sweet Emotion. 3 consecutive weeks on the New York Times bestseller list. And Rarity said I would never use it for anything. Twilight was suddenly inches away from Fluttershy's face. So, who is it? Fluttershy blushed.
Twilight, you're really close to my face.
Oh, right, sorry. Twilight took a step back. Fluttershy sighed.
Promise you won't tell any pony?
Fluttershy, I would never betray a friend's confidence. I, Pinkie, promise, Twilight said sincerely.
Well, it's,
Sorry, what? Twilight put a hoof to her ear. Twilight leaned in. What? Fluttershy turned an even deeper shade of red than before. Her cheeks were so warm that her mouth simply refused to open. After several noticeable seconds of silence, she simply shoved the calendar forward.
April,
she muttered. Twilight frowned and carefully grabbed the stack of photos with her magic. In a single swift motion, she flipped it open to the month in question. Her eyebrows shot up shortly after. Fluttershy felt a fresh wave of embarrassment wash over her. She shielded herself with her bangs again.
I know. She's too good for me.
Twilight snapped her jaw shut. No, it's not that. Just the opposite, actually. Twilight glanced back down at the photo. Lily really doesn't seem like your type. Fluttershy was suddenly inches from Twilight's face.
You know her?
Twilight took several swift steps backwards. Well, yeah, she and some of her friends run Ponyville's Botany Club. I go there every Tuesday after my book club, and before my ancient pottery class and my welding workshop. Fluttershy closed the gap between them in the blink of an eye. Twilight's mane wavered slightly thanks to Fluttershy's breath.
But you know her?
Well, not that well. Like I said, I just talk to her about gardening once a week.
Is she single?
Well, yes, but... Both ponies found themselves on the floor, Fluttershy hugging Twilight tightly.
Oh, Twilight, this is wonderful!
It is?
Of course it is.
Fluttershy picked herself up and stared off dreamily.
I just assumed such a perfect, subdued, elegant, charismatic pony like her would live somewhere in Canterlot or Manhattan. I had no idea she lived in town.
Really? She's at, like, every big event, and she's always panicking about... Fluttershy's breath ruffled Twilight's mane again.
So,
Fluttershy smiled innocently.
when can you introduce us?
Like I said earlier, I really don't think she's your... Twilight trailed off. Fluttershy's soul-melting pouts could cause any pony to lose track of their thoughts, and she knew Twilight was no exception. Twilight looked to the side. It had taken less than 10 minutes to convince Twilight of how important this meeting was, and of how happy it would make Fluttershy. Despite Twilight's well-prepared lecture on the nature of hyping expectations, Fluttershy had insisted that merely meeting such a mare would do wonders for her self-esteem, even if the romantic chances were slim. Twilight had shaken her head and sighed many times, but a few pouts later, and Fluttershy had gotten a promise of a setup. She was starting to regret it. It was one thing to beg her close friend for a favour, but now, sitting in the restaurant, her date due at any moment, she was starting to panic. All right, she had begun to regret and panic long before today. What to do with her mane, whether to wear anything, whether to bring her calendar along for Lily to sign. Her current panic was admittedly more acute than all the rest, since now she was moments away from the actual event, and no pony was here to help calm her down. More than once she had considered bolting, going back to her cottage, back to staring at that photo. It was 1,000 times better than making a bad impression with the world's most perfect mare. Fluttershy was too distracted by dread to notice Lily approaching.
Hello?
Fluttershy nearly fell out of her seat. She strongly considered running away, even as she turned to the source of the greeting. When she saw Lily's smile, however, all her fear and confusion and hesitation melted away. The pink mare looked 1,001 times more beautiful in 3 dimensions. The lily in her hair looked as pristine as it had in the photograph, and though there was no camera angle to accentuate its placement, none was needed. The smell of flowers and freshly cut plants wafted off her body. The smell was engaging, yet not harsh or invasive. Lily smiled again.
Oh, sorry to startle you. You're Fluttershy, right?
Fluttershy nodded. Lily extended a hoof.
Pleased to meet you. My name's Lily Valley. Twilight told me a lot about you.
Fluttershy extended her hoof, but Lily suddenly withdrew hers.
You watched your hoofs recently, right? Twilight told me you were with animals. Oh, of course I did. Right, sorry, of course. Can't be too careful, though.
Lily smiled sheepishly. Their hooves pressed together, and Fluttershy's heart skipped a beat. Then another. She finally noticed she wasn't breathing and took a deep breath. Too deep, as she started coughing loudly into her shoulder. Lily raised an eyebrow.
Right. May I sit down?
Fluttershy nodded enthusiastically.
Please do.
She waved a hoof at the other seat and smacked her hoof against the table in the process. She blinked really hard.
Poker face, don't mess this up.
Fluttershy turned to face the table, and she saw Lily plop herself down in the other seat. Her movements were not quite as graceful as Fluttershy had hoped.
Oh no, does that mean she's already bored? Did I make her uncomfortable and now she just wants to leave? Oh, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Are you okay? Huh?
Fluttershy blinked again.
Oh, yes, I'm fine. Twilight said you wanted to ask me something. Oh, yes, I did. And that was...
Fluttershy bit her lip. She had planned some topical conversation, but she was blanking on it. Thankfully, the waiter arrived to drop off their menus. He mentioned something or other about specials, but Fluttershy was far too busy staring at her not-quite-date lips and ears and bangs and chest to bother listening. Fluttershy saw Lily sense her stares, and turned her head seconds before the perfect pony looked up. Years of practice had made Fluttershy very good at avoiding eye contact, but it was rather tempting to let herself get caught just this once.
So, what did you want to talk to me about again? Oh, well, Twilight told me you're a botanist. Amateur botanist. Right, well, I need...
Lily returned to her menu.
Twilight said you were the town's fauna manager. One of them. I was hoping you could, help me inspect some of the plants near my house. I'm worried they might be poisonous, but I'm not really sure. Perfect,
Fluttershy thought to herself.
And then after we do that, I can invite her in for coffee, possibly dinner, and then we'll spend so much time talking that I'll just positively insist she sleep in my bed while I take the couch, since walking home would be far too much trouble. And then she'll politely insist that she couldn't impose like that, and I'll casually suggest sharing the bed, and oh, feathers, I'm ignoring her. So it's actually not that hard to recognize poison sumac, poison ivy, and poison choke, and most animals avoid it anyway, although it can catch on their fur if you're not careful. Do any of those sound like your plants? Not really. I know what poison choke looks like. I've never seen these particular plants before.
Lily folded her menu and placed it on the table, reminding Fluttershy that she hadn't chosen anything yet.
Well, can you describe it? I may not have to come up to your house at all. I'd rather not if I don't have to.
Ladies, are you ready to order?
Fluttershy let out a deep breath. Now that she had some time to think of a lie, it shouldn't be too hard.
Miss?
The waiter leaned a bit closer to Fluttershy.
I said, and what about you?
Oh, I'll have what she's having.
A very good thing. 2 ramen and watercress salad with carrot and cucumber. Coming right up.
Anyway, I didn't really get a good look at the plants.
Fluttershy looked to the side.
I, didn't want to take any risk with my animals. Well, then what makes you think I would want to get near it? Oh, sorry. I guess I didn't really think of that.
There was a painfully long silence. Fluttershy tried mumbling something a few times, but it was obvious she had blown her one and only chance with this pinnacle of pony perfection. She was mentally berating herself for the 4th time when their food arrived. Fluttershy wasn't hungry, but reluctantly picked up her fork anyway. She had a scoop inches from her mouth when she heard a loud, indignant gasp.
Sorry, is something wrong? Yes! There are only 13 carrots in this salad! Sorry, but what's the matter? What's the matter?
Lily recoiled in horror at the question.
Didn't you read the menu? It specifically said 14 hearty carrot chunks. I only ordered it because of my diet, and now my entire day is ruined. This is horror incarnate.
She swooned dramatically, slumping against her chair, her mouth hanging open in a silent wail. Fluttershy munched on her bite of salad slowly, then delicately swallowed.
I'm sorry, but I really don't see what the problem is.
Lily's head snapped up.
I shouldn't expect you to. You and your friends are always causing problems everywhere. What? No, we don't. Oh, don't you?
Lily leaned forward, and Fluttershy couldn't help but notice the way her mane and the flower in it swept seductively in front of her face before settling back into place.
That bunny stampede destroying my garden? Parasprays eating the town? Applejack's sister, what's her name, nearly infesting the town with those cursed cutie marks? It really wasn't that much of a stampede. I told Twilight I didn't want to have anything to do with you and your crazy problems. I have a very delicate disposition. I'm a precious flower. I can't keep risking life and loin and limb over these ridiculous situations. I just wanted some help identifying some plants,
Fluttershy said sheepishly.
And then what?
Lily gestured wildly with her hooves.
I go to your cottage to help you, and then what? We get attacked by timber wolves? The plants explode? My mane gets eaten by wandering hair spiders? I don't think those exist. Twilight tried to convince me that you were a delicate flower as well. Kept going on and on about how attractive and sensitive and attractive you are. But this...
Lily jabbed a hoof at her untouched food.
This salad disaster is an omen! I told Twilight this was a bad idea, no matter how attractive you are.
Lily suddenly leapt out of her seat.
Now, if you'll excuse me momentarily, I must track down our boorish waiter. Perhaps I can still salvage this fiasco of a meal.
Fluttershy watched her not-date walk towards the kitchen, and for some reason the swaying of her flank wasn't nearly as seductive as she would hoped it would be. Lily barged into the kitchen, and Fluttershy heard several muffled shouts. She could have sworn that Lily also gasped and audibly swooned at least 3 times. Fluttershy turned back to her salad. She nearly had a forkful ready when her hoof suddenly, reflexively, covered her mouth. She felt a smile creep over her face, and before she knew it, she had started laughing. Fluttershy flicked the lights on, and was immediately greeted by a manic grin inches from her face.
Hi, Fluttershy!
Twilight looked around for a few moments, then smacked herself in the face.
Duh, right.
She poked her head under the couch.
Sorry about that. I know you said no teleporting and everything, but I couldn't wait to hear how your date went.
Fluttershy slid out from under her couch.
Oh, sorry. It's okay.
She took a deep breath and gave Twilight the short version of her date. As the story finished, Twilight chuckled.
Yeah, well, I tried to warn you about that.
Fluttershy turned her head to the side.
I know, and I'm sorry I didn't listen to you, but, well...
She stole a glance at the calendar still on her wall.
The picture made her seem just like me, and I couldn't help but fantasize.
Oh, Fluttershy, fantasies are fun, but they're ultimately just that. Fantasies. It's like Sweet Emotion says, a real relationship is always more satisfying than a fantasy because you have to work at it a little. You can't expect the perfect pony to just show up. I guess as your wingmare, I didn't really tell you that properly.
Twilight's ears drooped.
This whole thing is sort of my fault.
Fluttershy quickly pulled Twilight into a hug.
Don't be absurd, Twilight. You were a great wingmare. The best I've ever had.
Really?
Fluttershy nodded.
Really? I'm just sorry I didn't listen to you. I guess I'll never find my very special sun pony at this rate.
Twilight grabbed Fluttershy and stared her right in the eyes.
Don't say that! You're kind and smart and pretty and thoughtful and... I mean, my point is, any pony would be lucky to have you as a very special sun pony. You'll find them someday. Maybe you already know them.
Fluttershy smiled.
Thanks, Twilight.
Twilight nodded and suddenly stood up.
No problem. That's what wingmares are for, right?
She started walking towards the door.
Anyway, I should get home. Spike's probably worried.
Twilight magicked the door open, but paused. She turned back to Fluttershy.
You'll find your very special sun pony someday. I promise. Just maybe look around you instead of in your fantasies, okay?
Right. Realistic expectations. I was listening to your lecture, you know.
Fluttershy smiled sheepishly. Twilight grinned and walked outside. Fluttershy waved to Twilight and then sighed. She sidled back inside and shut the door.
Twilight's right. Tell the other ponies. Plenty of apples in the orchard, as Applejack says.
She began to head to her kitchen, but something caught her eye. The calendar was still hanging from her wall, the picture of Lily still hanging enticingly above the page for April. Fluttershy floated over and took the calendar down. It really was an amazing picture. The shot was centered perfectly on her cutie mark, and the use of perspective meant there was very little negative space. The truth of its subject didn't dull the subtlety and grace and confidence emanating from the page. Fluttershy sighed loudly.
Probably not healthy to obsess over it,
she admitted to herself. She closed the calendar and floated over to a kitchen drawer.
It is for next year. Perhaps by then I'll have gotten over it, or at least developed a new crush.
Fluttershy chuckled softly at the dash of self-deprecation and gently placed the calendar face down in her drawer. Then She paused. All the fine print on the back page of the calendar listed the ponies involved. Fluttershy had never bothered to read any of it. It seemed as trivial as most other legalese, and there was plenty to look at elsewhere. But one of the names listed on it caught her eye. It was italicized and set on its own line. Photography by Keen Eye, Cunning Camera Work Incorporated. Fluttershy finally closed the door and began to prepare dinner for her animals. As she did, her mind began to wander.
Keen Eye is a really nice name. I wonder if... No, that would be silly. But if they captured all those qualities in a photo, they must understand them, right? Maybe they use their photography to express themselves. What if they're a Pegasus who only flies if they really have to for aerial shots? Or they're an Earth pony who has to be really careful with all their cameras because they could only afford unicorn equipment, but they're so confident in their work it doesn't matter. Or what if...
Fluttershy was so lost in thought, she failed to notice she had overfilled Angel's bowl.
I wonder if Twilight takes a photography class.
Welcome to Carousel Boutique, where every garment is chic, unique, and magnifique.
As soon as Octavia heard the cheerful, slightly accented greeting, she knew she had come to the right place. She had never paid much attention to the tiny town of Ponyville. It was a farming community, and farming had never really been high on Octavia's lists of things to pay attention to. Her mind had been changed, however, when she was pointed in the direction of this very shop by the leader of the orchestra from Trottingham. The orchestra had commissioned 20 robes for the musicians to wear whilst performing. The effect was something to behold. It really made it seem as if the orchestra was one cohesive unit working in perfect synchronization. That's why Octavia stood in the small dressmaker's shop in Ponyville. Frederick had become enamored with the idea of matching uniforms, so much so that he insisted she find out where the Trottingham Orchestra had obtained the robes and commission some for their assemble. Why Frederick couldn't do it himself, she had no idea. Frederick was in charge though, so she had no room to complain. At least to his face.
You are Miss Rarity, correct?
The white unicorn looked pleasantly surprised at her inquiry. Indeed, she was taken aback for a few seconds before a controlled yet manic smile returned to her lips.
Of course! Rarity, designer of fabulous couture, at your service.
She gave a polite bow.
Then I'm in the right place. Baton Rouge said this was a charming little shop, and it seems I agree.
Octavia shivered slightly, shutting the shop door behind her with a gentle tap of her rear leg. The grey earth pony unwrapped a lavender scarf from around her neck, revealing a small collar and a pale pink bow tie. She casually stepped into the shop, looking at the various pieces of clothing on display.
Did you just say Baton Rouge? The famous conductor of the Trottingham Orchestra?
Octavia turned from a particularly fancy-looking garment and faced the unicorn with a nonchalant smile on her face.
Why, yes, he's a friend. I actually used to work with him, before I was offered another position in Canterlot. He told me you created the brilliant robes they wear on stage.
I certainly remember that order.
Rarity laughed nervously as her mind involuntarily flashed back to that night. That long night of non-stop work to get all the robes finished in time.
That's why I've been sent here. Frederick, our ensemble leader, says that uniformity would behoove us. I imagine it would give us a certain je ne sais quoi, no?
Octavia wore a smug smile on her face. She was confident that the unicorn would understand her meaning, but it always felt good to stretch one's linguistic talents every now and then. Rarity looked impressed. In fact, she was positively gleeful.
It's not often I get such high-class customers like yourself. I'd love to design your ensemble some fabulous uniforms. Do you have anything specific to request? Color, style, accessories?
Octavia shook her dark mane out of her eyes, smiling as she noticed the door leading beyond the shop floor.
Frederick has a lot of ideas. I don't suppose we can discuss this further over tea, perhaps? My journey was long and I am quite parched.
It's no problem at all.
Octavia.
Miss Octavia.
Rarity smiled politely.
Just pass through that door in the back. The kitchen isn't too far down the corridor. I'll just close the store and be with you shortly.
She trotted off towards the front door, levitating the open sign with her magic and switching it to closed. The grey earth pony had already left the shop floor through the door Rarity had pointed out. She found the kitchen easily and sat down at a table. It wasn't long before the unicorn filed into the kitchen, a giddy bounce in her stride.
Any preferences for your tea, Miss Octavia?
She asked, opening a cupboard with various boxes of tea inside. Rarity grabbed an open box with her magic and brought it down onto the worktop, and the kettle began slowly filling itself with fresh water before coming to rest on the hob.
Earl Grey, if you have it.
You have fine taste, darling. It's a personal favourite of mine.
As Octavia watched on, she felt a tiny tinge of jealousy at the ease the unicorn went about this task. It was common for an earth pony like herself to feel this once every now and then, but as a musician, it had affected Octavia more than most ponies. Magic allowed for a particular type of dexterity lusted after by musicians, one that was difficult but not impossible to replicate. Being an earth pony musician also brought with it an invisible stigma, being thought of as less skilled than a unicorn on the same instrument. At that sour thought, Octavia turned her head away from the busy unicorn and towards a nearby wall decorated with framed photographs. The grey mare could easily recognize Rarity in many of the pictures. She seemed to be with her friends in the majority of them, and 5 particular ponies were more common than others. One of the photographs stood out, however. It was Canterlot Castle with Rarity and her friends in the foreground, each of them dressed in stunning formal attire.
When was this photograph taken?
She asked, interrupting the unicorn as she watched over the kettle.
Which one?
Rarity turned the heat down under the kettle and walked over to the small dining table where Octavia had seated herself.
Oh, that one. That was after the Grand Galloping Gala. It wasn't exactly the best of nights, but as a group we were able to make the most of it.
Octavia raised an eyebrow. She was visibly taken aback.
How did you get 6 tickets to the gala? I was only able to attend because I was playing in the gala band.
Rarity took this opportunity to put on a gloating smile.
One of my close personal friends is a student of Princess Celestia herself. She gave them to us for being such good friends.
Would that friend be the purple one? I thought I recognized her.
Twilight Sparkle, yes. Was she somewhat famous back in Canterlot?
Rarity took a seat at the table, her curiosity about her friend's past driving the kettle out of her mind for the time being. Octavia turned from the photograph and looked towards the white unicorn. She was leaning forwards and her ears were folded to the front, ready to listen intently.
I wouldn't say she was famous. When I moved to Canterlot from Trottingham, I didn't learn anything about her until I played my first concert at the Royal Hall. She was sat with the princess and looked like she'd rather be somewhere else. Quite rude, if you ask me.
I imagine Twilight thought that your show was a distraction from her studies. She was apparently so reclusive that the princess actually had to force her to make friends under the guise of overseeing the Summer Sun Festival. Even now, there could be times where you wouldn't see her for days on end.
No wonder she never looked happy. I can't say that I've seen the princess that many times, but in my profession one tends to run across her more times than usual. Every time I saw your friend with the princess, she would have this dark look about her, and she was always scowling. I could never see why the princess took a liking to her.
I think you might be judging her a little too harshly. Twilight has always been an independent mare, but back then she lived in a bubble. She didn't think about anything outside of her own little world. She's a wonderful individual once you get to know her.
Octavia sat back, her eyes a little wider.
Don't get me wrong, I don't mean any offence by it. As you said, I'm sure she's a lovely pony. At heart. But she was closed off. She didn't look like she wanted to leave her comfort zone.
I imagine you're right about that.
Rarity looked away, her gaze towards the large window on the side wall of the kitchen. Octavia followed her gaze and found she was staring at a huge tree that had been converted into a dwelling of some kind. A high-pitched whistle broke the silence.
It seems the kettle has boiled, Miss Rarity.
It took a moment or two, but the unicorn pried her eyes away from the window with a gasp.
Oh, of course. So sorry for zoning out on you. I'll sort the tea out and we'll discuss business.
She smiled a little bigger than necessary and began rushing to get everything done. Octavia could tell that the unicorn had obviously become flustered, but why was a mystery. Was it the story about Twilight Sparkle? Octavia took another look at the tree dwelling that Rarity had been staring at. Squinting her eyes, she could make out a library sign outside of it. So it was a library. Rarity said that Twilight Sparkle was studious. It would make sense for someone like that to own or work at a library. If she was being perfectly honest, Octavia had always seen the princess's student as a pitiable figure. The Grey Mare had no idea what went on behind closed doors at Canterlot Castle, but the fact that Twilight Sparkle was reputed to hardly ever leave the place was enough to say something about her social life. She lived and breathed to serve the princess. There was no other way to describe it. Octavia couldn't dream of living like that, offering oneself to another in such a capacity.
Tea is served!
Rarity had returned. The unicorn was still smiling nervously, but she calmed down considerably as she took a sip of her tea. Octavia mirrored her, taking a sip of her own and feeling the pleasant warmth flow throughout her.
That's the ticket.
I'm glad you enjoy it. It's not often I get to drink tea with my friends. The only one who will ever indulge me is... Never mind. It's not important. So, you wanted some matching uniforms for your ensemble, correct?
Octavia chose to tactfully ignore the former part of the unicorn's reply and latch on to the latter.
Yes, the uniforms. Frederick insisted that the design be simple, yet elegant. He wants the colour to be eye-catching, yet dignified. Mostly, however, he wants the ensemble's insignia somewhere on it. He gave me a scrap of fabric with a design... hold on.
The Earth Pony began fiddling with the scarf slung loosely around her neck. After a few seconds, she pulled out a small piece of black cloth.
I tucked it into my collar so I wouldn't lose it.
Rarity took the fabric with her magic and began examining it.
Shouldn't be that hard to replicate.
Sorry about being rather vague. Frederick had an idea of what he wanted, but he wasn't exactly very specific about it. I imagine he hoped you would work your magic, if you'll forgive my turn of phrase.
The unicorn stayed silent for a few seconds, most likely running through designs in her mind.
I have something that might work, although I'll need a little time to experiment with it. I dare say it won't take me too long to figure something out. You and your ensemble will be looking fabulous in no time.
How much can we be expected to pay for this?
Octavia asked, bracing herself for the inevitable, astronomical fee that designers often charge.
It, of course, all depends on the fabric used, intricacies of the design, and a multitude of other factors. We'll discuss payment once I've got a better idea of what I'm going to make for you. I can assure you the prices will be beyond reasonable, however.
Octavia chuckled, shaking her head.
I'll be the judge of that. I've seen the prices offered in some of the Canterlot boutiques. I could keep my larder stocked for a month with just one of those dresses.
As you may have noticed, this isn't Canterlot.
Rarity gave the Earth Pony a sly wink.
All ponies deserve to be fashionable. It shouldn't be limited to just the elite. This is why all of my clothing is custom fitted.
An admirable stance, yet I hardly believe it's the most advantageous when it comes to your monthly earnings.
More bits in my safe would undoubtedly erase many stresses in my life. But I cannot, in good conscience, fleece my fellow ponies for a little extra comfort.
Octavia smiled warmly.
As I've said, very admirable. I never thought there would come a day in my life whereupon I would be applauding the generosity of a fashion designer. Lo and behold, that day has arrived.
The grey mare put her front hooves together in respect.
You're being too kind.
The unicorn's cheeks began to redden, and a nervous laugh escaped from her lips.
I'm just doing what I can to make the world a more beautiful place. I imagine you do the same with your music.
My music?
She laughed harshly.
Most of the time, the pieces I play are lost to the din of my colleagues. I'm an accompaniment to the rhythm.
Surely it can't be that bad. Music is a shared experience, after all. If it weren't for your contribution, the song wouldn't feel right. It would be empty. It would be like an outfit without matching shoes. Incomplete.
Octavia took a deep sip from her cup. The tea calmed her annoyance slightly, but the bitterness still remained.
The cello is a versatile instrument capable of evoking so many varying emotions. Yet Frederick doesn't see that. He believes that the piano is the centerpiece, that we must revolve around him. Whilst he performs his solo pieces and amazes the crowd, the others and I have to play flat melodies so as not to get in the way. I know I shouldn't speak ill of a colleague, but sometimes it's just healthy to get these things off your chest.
Rarity wore an understanding smile and reached a hoof across the table, laying it on the grey mare's foreleg.
It's perfectly fine, darling. We all need to vent every now and then. Keeping things bottled up just makes it worse.
The earth pony breathed deeply. The brief moment of silent clarity was enough to clear her head.
Thank you, Rarity. I shan't intrude upon your hospitality for much longer. I'm needed in Canterlot by day's end.
Oh.
By looking at her face, Octavia could sense that this news was disappointing to the unicorn. Being truthful, Octavia was less than enthusiastic about leaving as well. It had been surprisingly fun talking to the fashionista.
Well, I wouldn't want to keep you from your duties.
I have a day off on Thursday. Perhaps I could call in again and see how much progress you've made.
Octavia asked her veiled question rather quickly, trying to salvage the end of the conversation. She smiled when she saw Rarity's face light up.
That would be lovely. I'm certain I will have the final designs drawn up by then.
Rarity, Mom said...
Both mares turned to the kitchen door. Someone with a rather high-pitched voice was calling Rarity's name.
Rarity!
The unicorn apparently recognized who it was immediately. She looked over at Octavia and gave her a tired smile.
It's my sister,
she mouthed. The kitchen door flew open and a young filly strolled in. She was white like her sister, but the purple in her mane was much lighter. She was wearing a set of saddlebags that looked far too big for her, but she didn't seem to mind it.
Rarity, Mom said...
She cut off when she noticed Octavia standing there. Luckily, Rarity was quick to pick up the conversation.
Sweetie Belle, this is Octavia. She's a client of mine, a Canterlot musician who has played for the princess herself.
It was nothing, really.
Octavia laughed nervously at the compliment. She was a modest mare at heart. Sweetie Belle smiled politely and nodded in greeting before turning back to her sister.
Mom said you need to fix my dress. It has a big rip in it and the school dance is coming up soon.
Why couldn't Mother do it herself?
You know Mom can't sew. You're the best at sewing though, so she told me to ask you.
Octavia watched the conversation from the sidelines, chuckling slightly at the filly's use of flattery to twist her sister's hoof. Rarity's shoulders sagged and she let out a sigh.
Okay, Sweetie Belle, give me the dress. I'm rather busy though, so don't expect me to prioritize this over more important clients.
She's not a client, Rarity. She's your sister.
Octavia stepped in. Rarity glanced over at the earth pony, who shook her head.
The ensemble and I don't have a performance for a few weeks yet. We can wait.
If you really don't mind, I'll have it done by the end of the day, Sweetie Belle. I'll bring it over to our parents' house when it's finished.
Sweetie Belle jumped up and gave her sister a hug.
You're the best sister ever!
Octavia smiled at the scene and felt another twinge of jealousy, only this time because she had never known a sister's love. It was heartwarming to witness at the least. Octavia was about to say goodbye again and leave before she intruded on another intimate family moment, but the filly's big eyes met hers and she stopped.
You're a musician?
Sweetie Belle asked, her face alight with curiosity. Octavia glanced momentarily at Rarity, only to see that the fashionista was just as confused as she was.
Yes, I am. I belong to a small ensemble in Canterlot. Ponies hire us for high society events, and we provide an enjoyable soundtrack to the festivities.
So what instrument do you play?
I play the cello primarily, but I am proficient in various other string instruments.
Octavia looked towards the unicorn filly. It was clear that she was having trouble picturing a cello in her head. The grey mare found her seat at the table and mimed holding a cello.
It's a large instrument, almost as tall as I am, with a wide wooden body and a long neck. You rest it on a pin at the bottom, which allows you to have some control over how it moves. You use a bow to vibrate the strings, which create the sounds.
She began moving her hoof through the air before her as though playing a cello.
Would I be able to learn how to play the cello?
One as young as yourself? You'd find it incredibly difficult. The cello is just far too big for most fillies, even some mares. I found that working my way up to it helped me more than just going straight for it. My first instrument was a violin. They're much smaller and much easier to handle, especially if you're young.
Do you think you could teach me how to play an instrument?
Sweetie Belle, you've never expressed an interest in music before.
Rarity jumped into the conversation, airing her surprise. The unicorn filly turned to her sister.
I like music, and I'm willing to try anything to get my cutie mark.
Rarity sighed loudly.
This again? How many times do I have to tell you? Be patient and it will come in time.
I wouldn't mind giving her some lessons, if it's okay with you and your parents. Anything to repay your generosity, Rarity?
I honestly wouldn't mind.
Rarity looked at her sister and seemed to be scrutinizing her.
If our parents say yes, then I don't see why it would be a problem. I'm just not so sure why she's so interested all of a sudden.
Children are fickle, Rarity. You just have to hope that one of their passing fancies sticks with them. I wanted to be a librarian before I discovered music.
Octavia smiled politely before heading over to the kitchen door.
As I said, I'll be back on Thursday, and if Sweetie Belle wants to start her lessons, I'll do so then. I really must leave, though. It's been fun.
I'll walk you to the door. I need to reopen the shop anyway.
The unicorn followed Octavia through the corridors and back onto the shop floor. She opened the front door with her magic and waited patiently as the earth pony wrapped the scarf around her neck again.
It's honestly been a pleasure chatting with you today, Octavia. I look forward to your next visit. I promise to have made some significant progress by then.
Octavia had no more words to say, so she contented herself with a smile as she left the Carousel Boutique. Her visit was definitely not what she had expected from the small dressmaker's shop. It had taken some convincing from Baton Rouge for Octavia to actually believe that the stylish robes had come from here. Now, however, after having met the mare in charge, and after seeing her designs up close, there wasn't a single doubt in her mind that the unicorn could produce something beautiful. It was a long road back to Canterlot, but she had the warmth of tea in her belly and a new bounce in her step. It was Thursday. It had been a few days since Octavia's last visit to Ponyville. In that time, she had briefed Frederick on her findings at the dressmaker's shop, practiced with the Assemble twice, and attended an opera. Here she was again, however, stood in front of the same dressmaker's shop, an unusual smile on her face, and a large cello case slung over her back. Most ponies wouldn't find it unusual to smile at the prospect of visiting an acquaintance to continue a burgeoning relationship into the realms of friendship. Most ponies, however, aren't Octavia, and Octavia was an entirely serious mare. The Earth Pony appreciated the finer things in life, and her approval would be met with a firm nod or even the tiniest of smirks. A smile, though, she had never before found anything worth truly smiling about.
Octavia, hello!
Rarity's silken voice snapped the grey mare from her reverie, although the unusual smile persisted. The unicorn stood framed in the doorway, a length of cloth strewn around her neck and a pair of red, designer glasses perched on her nose. Rarity waved for her to come in. The Earth Pony came back to her senses, but so did the winter chill in the air. She shivered slightly before walking towards the shop, hoping it was warm inside. It was clear that the unicorn had tidied in anticipation for her arrival. Everything was as it should be, and not to mention sparkling with cleanliness. Or perhaps that's just how she was. A very tidy individual.
The designs are upstairs in my workroom. Let me just close the shop and I'll show you through.
Octavia followed Rarity into a fairly large room with various dress horses, a wide desktop to work on, and shelves lined with various styles of cloth and thread. She could see that a few dress horses had unfinished, varying designs on them, perhaps prototypes for a final design. She put her bag down in a corner of the room and began looking at the designs.
You've probably noticed the templates. I find it easy if I have a vague idea of what the completed article looks like. You can only go so far with a sketch. Would you like to take a look at my sketches and see if any catch your eye?
I wouldn't want to force you into doing something you don't approve of. I think it's best if I leave it all up to you.
Nonsense.
Rarity smiled in a well-meaning manner.
If I know what you like, I can narrow down my decisions much more easily.
The unicorn began a slow walk over to her desk, where a number of papers had been strewn about. The grey earth pony walked up next to Rarity, marvelling at the sheer amount of things she had done.
These are just some preliminary sketches, of course. You don't have to pick from these if you don't want to.
Wow, they're all great.
Octavia wasn't just being polite. She could tell that Rarity was a gifted artist, and of course, her sense of style was spot on. Octavia, and by extension her ensemble, would most likely be happy wearing any of these designs. Rarity scoffed.
Surely you must be joking! The headline on this one is completely off. What was I thinking? The colours on this one just won't work with your coat colour, and that one... I don't even want to talk about that one. Ugh.
She shuddered and turned away, taking the offending sketches with her. They were promptly dumped into the waste paper bin. Octavia wanted to complain, to say that the designs were perfectly reasonable. But then she remembered that she wasn't a fashion designer. She wasn't in the right position to say things like that. She imagined that, were their roles reversed and Rarity had asked for a composition, she would act rather like the unicorn was. She perused the sketches again and found one that looked like something on one of the dress horses. Looking around, Octavia found it in the corner. She walked over to it whilst Rarity was still fiddling with something, her back turned. It was a simple royal purple cape with the assemble's insignia in the corner. It wasn't fancy. It wasn't extravagant. Yet Octavia loved it. It was simple in all senses of the word. But the way it looked on the dress horse was exactly what she had wanted. Screw Frederick. Octavia wanted this, and she would have it whether Frederick would agree or not.
Rarity, what about this cape?
The unicorn was busy sorting her notes and sketches, but when she turned around to look at what Octavia was referring to, she dropped everything.
That's not supposed to be a cape. It's just some spare fabric.
Octavia raised an eyebrow, but stayed casual.
Either way, I like how it looks. I wouldn't mind wearing this.
Are you sure? You don't want anything with a little more flair or variation?
Octavia's lip curled into a confident smirk.
Let me try it on before you say that.
Well, if you insist. But I couldn't possibly credit myself with the design. Because there simply isn't one.
Rarity grabbed the cape in her magic and floated it off the dress horse. With a quick motion, she draped it carefully over the grey mare's body, tying it at the neck. Octavia turned and walked a few paces up and down the room, her head turned up imperiously.
How do I look?
The colour looks good on you. It matches your eyes.
Even you must know that sometimes simplicity can produce greater results than a more complicated design.
Rarity laughed quietly, following the grey mare around the room with her eyes, taking in the length of the cape, and how it seemed to drag along the floor on one side.
Music and fashion aren't so different when you get down to it, are they? Even if this is a design you want, you absolutely must let me spruce this up a little. Clean up the edges, sort out the measurements, and maybe add a stylish clasp around the neck.
The grey mare smiled genially.
I don't see any problem with that. About the measurements. I don't think I'd be able to bring all of my bandmates down to Ponyville to get measured, so I'll ask them to do it in a local Canterlot boutique, and I'll bring the numbers by in a few days. Even Frederick can't argue with that. This is his idea, after all.
I trust the Canterlot boutiques when it comes to measurements, so I think I can let it slide. If it's just this one time.
Rarity laughed, ruining the mock-serious tone she had been going for.
Now that we have all that sorted out, why don't you show me just what you have in your bag there?
Octavia looked over her shoulder to the place where she had put her bag earlier.
Yes, I thought I would bring it in case your parents gave your sister permission to study under me. I was going to give a little demonstration.
Rarity took another look at the bag, and then back to Octavia, her eyes wide.
How in equestria do you carry that around? It looks far too heavy for someone like you to lift.
The Earth Pony wore a smug smile. Years of practicing with, playing and carrying it had given the Earth Pony a strong back that could rival local farmers.
I get that a lot. And I will say that it was hard at first. You get used to the weight, though. I'll show you what it looks like, shall I?
When she unzipped the bag, Rarity, whose curiosity had made her follow closely behind, got a look at Octavia's prized instrument. It looked freshly cleaned and shined even in a shadowy environment, almost glowing like a jewel. With that single glimpse, Rarity knew she had to witness the Greymare playing it.
It's so beautiful,
the unicorn said breathlessly.
Isn't it? Would you like to touch it, Rarity?
Are you sure you don't mind?
I only ask that you be delicate.
I would dream of handling such a treasure with unneeded force.
Just as Octavia reached down to pick the cello up, a voice from the window interrupted them. Rarity recognized the voice. It belonged to a certain polychromatic Pegasus pony whose silhouette could be seen peeking through a gap in the blinds. Rarity excused herself for a moment, stormed over to the window, pulled the blinds up, and swung the window open.
What do you think you're doing, Rainbow Dash? Does privacy mean nothing to you?
The Pegasus in question harumphed, feeling that the allegations levied against her were slanderous in nature. At least, that's how Rarity described the current look on her face.
I heard voices coming from in here, and they sounded kinda suspicious, so I thought I'd check it out.
What in equestria do you mean suspicious?
Oh, I don't know. Would you like to touch it, Rarity? I only asked that you be delicate. I, thought maybe that, you know.
Rainbow Dash danced around saying what was really going through her mind, especially now she knew that such acts certainly weren't taking place. Rarity stared confused for a few seconds, but her mind slowly clicked the pieces into place.
You gutter-minded, crass, crude, perverted!
The unicorn swatted the air on each word, punctuating her shock with easily dodged blows.
What possessed you to fly by my window anyway? Much less cause you to stop so close you can hear voices.
Your sister asked me to see if you were in. The shop's closed and she wanted to talk to you.
It was Rainbow Dash's turn to be shocked by the unicorn's words. Rarity stuck her head out of the window and looked at the front of the store. Sweetie Belle was jumping up and down impatiently outside. When the filly noticed her sister, she waved and flashed a big grin. Rarity turned back to the Pegasus.
Unless you have some clothing for me to repair, or an order to place, don't you have anywhere else to be, Rainbow Dash?
I suppose I do. See you around, Rare.
The Pegasus took off quick as a flash and had disappeared into the sky before Rarity had even shut her window.
Friend of yours?
Octavia asked, her eyebrow raised. Rarity half laughed and half sighed.
Yes, she is. Rainbow Dash is a weather pony who likes flying, and apparently, she also likes snooping. She also saved my life once. But that's a story for another day, however. I'm sure she'd love to tell you herself.
And your sister? Is she?
Yes, I imagine so. Sweetie Belle can be an impetuous little scamp, but you have to admire her spirit. She was probably more excited about your visit than I would.
Rarity stopped mid-sentence and, indeed, stopped walking altogether.
Excited to show you the designs I had drawn up, of course.
Rarity laughed a little louder than necessary. She smiled and excused herself once more, heading down towards the front of the store where Sweetie Belle was waiting. Whilst Octavia waited for Rarity to come back, she took a look at the other designs that Rarity had made prototypes of. None of them jumped out at her like the purple one had done, but they were still rather nice.
I wonder if Rarity will recycle the designs into some of her later work. Or will she just get rid of them? That would definitely be a shame.
The sound of voices coming from the stairs drew her eyes to the door of the workroom, and sure enough, Rarity appeared, flanked by her little sister. Sweetie Belle's eyes were almost watering cheerfully when she saw Octavia. Rarity rolled her eyes and chuckled, waving for Octavia to come over.
They said I could do the lessons!
Sweetie Belle shouted. Rarity shot her a scathing look.
Sweetie Belle, one does not simply shout things upon entering a room. Such behavior is very unbecoming of a lady.
The unicorn filly looked as if she didn't even hear her sister. The smile on her face didn't look likely to go away anytime soon.
Now that I know what you want with the design, we can move to somewhere a little more comfortable. Perhaps we can discuss a schedule for Sweetie Belle's lessons.
In a quiet corner of Rarity's home, she and her sister sat and watched as their grey earth pony guest stood on her hind legs to balance the immense cello. Together they formed a tripod, working with each other to stay upright. Octavia's legs were spread wide and she leaned forward slightly. The instrument was leaning back against her and casually resting on her shoulder. The grey mare raised her right foreleg, displaying an elaborate white cuff to which her bow was attached.
One of the first things you need to know if you wish to play an instrument is your instrument itself.
Octavia raised her right foreleg and pointed her bow at Sweetie Belle and Rarity. They both flinched slightly, scooting back on the bed. The grey mare had chosen to stage her first lesson in Rarity's bedroom because she insisted that it had the best acoustics in the house. So when she announced this simple fact and pointed her bow, her stern tone of voice coupled with the intensity of her eyes had an intimidating effect.
Every musical instrument is unique. I highly doubt I could perform half as well on another's instrument.
Rarity raised a perfectly plucked eyebrow.
Surely your skill on the cello is more transferable between instruments than that.
Octavia narrowed her eyes.
Tell me, Rarity, how long does it take to travel to your friend Twilight's library from here?
Barely 5 minutes.
The unicorn answered immediately.
And how long to get to the charming patisserie I saw at the edge of town?
Octavia asked just as quickly. Rarity hesitated.
I wouldn't know. If I ever crave pastries, I go to Sugar Cube Corner where Pinkie Pie works. I don't believe I've ever been to that store.
Octavia grinned. A happy smile was written all over her face.
This is exactly my point. You could confidently leave your home and travel to the library without a second thought. You would trace a well-worn path through the town until you arrived. Should you yearn for pastries from the store at the edge of town, however, you would stumble around town looking but not knowing where it was you were going. Perhaps you would orient yourself for a while or ask directions, and you would get there eventually, but the trip wouldn't be as smooth as the one to the library.
Rarity's mouth hung open for a few seconds before she realized what she was doing and promptly closed it. She took a deep breath and sighed resignedly.
I suppose you have a point. I may know the town and various routes through town, but I'm accustomed to some more than others. On the same token, you may have a skill with your cello, but what you're saying is that your skill is coupled with a familiarity with your instrument.
A very succinct summary.
Octavia replied, bowing slightly. Sweetie Belle looked from her sister to Octavia, a confused expression on her face.
What's this about pastries?
Rarity looked to her sister and smiled warmly.
We were just discussing a metaphor.
All you need to take from this conversation, Sweetie Belle, is that a familiarity of your instrument is key.
Octavia drew all eyes to her again.
At the moment, I have nothing with me for you to practice with, so advice like this is all I can give you. Of course, you'll never be able to learn without who's on experience, but we can get to that when we have more time to prepare later.
The unicorn filly looked slightly sad at this news, something that Octavia was quick to notice.
Now that I know we're okay to go ahead with the lessons, I promise to bring something for you to try out next time I visit.
Octavia seemed content seeing the smile return to Sweetie Belle's face. It was refreshing to have a young, eager mind study under her.
Not everything I will teach you will relate specifically to playing an instrument either.
You will need to know why I am teaching you these things and how music itself works. It will be daunting, I'm not going to sugarcoat that fact, but playing an instrument is a rewarding experience.
Sweetie Belle swallowed a lump in her throat. This was part of being a member of the Cutie Mark Crusaders after all. It'd be a disservice to her friends if she tried to back out now.
That's fantastic, Sweetie Belle. Once you've mastered the levitation spell, you'll be playing like a professional in no time at all.
The young filly's face shone at her teacher's praise. Octavia had meant every word of it as well. Sweetie Belle was a naturally gifted musician, if a bit weak magically. If they kept up their lessons, Octavia wouldn't be surprised if the young unicorn got her cutie mark within a few weeks. The Earth Pony excused herself from the room, leaving the filly with instructions to continue her magical exercises. Octavia closed the door softly and turned to leave, but was surprised to see Rarity waiting nearby.
I couldn't resist listening in, but I was surprised to hear that my sister's attempts weren't too bad. I know it's quite bad of me to say something like that, but I've watched my sister try so many different things to earn her cutie mark, and almost all of them end up in a mess.
Octavia noticed the fashion designer roll her eyes at this point.
A mess that Mother always tries to get me to clean up. You'd swear I was Sweetie Belle's mother the way that mare acts sometimes.
Octavia was still riding off the high that teaching Sweetie Belle had given her, so she broke out into a smile and laid a comforting hoof across the unicorn's withers.
Sweetie Belle is so lucky to have a sister like you. I'm an only foal, so you have no idea how jealous I am of your relationship with your sister.
It was something she would never usually admit. Octavia was the kind of pony to bottle up her emotions and let very few of them loose. Rarity laughed for a few seconds, catching Octavia off guard.
If you like her so much, then you can have her.
The unicorn wiped away a tear that had formed in her eye, her smile not fading.
No, I shouldn't say things like that. Sweetie Belle can be a little scab at times, but I wouldn't trade her for anything. I suppose there are advantages and disadvantages to being an only foal, and having a sibling. I'm certainly jealous of how much time you can have for yourself.
I suppose you're right.
Octavia looked away for a moment, taking a pause in the conversation.
Free time isn't all it's cracked up to be, you know. I don't know what to do with myself half the time.
When life gives you lemons, huh?
Excuse me? Lemons?
Octavia had a mystified look on her face.
You've never...
Rarity soon found herself imitating Octavia.
It's a rather common saying. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. It's about making the best of a situation that you're in and trying to look on the bright side.
I'd rather use the lemons to make tea. Adding a dash of citrus to your cup can really enhance the flavour, you know.
Rarity chuckled and nodded her head in the direction of the staircase.
Speaking of tea, shall I prepare you a cup before you leave for Canterlot?
Oh, Rarity, you know how much I love your tea, but I can't. My roommate seemed intent on proving that modern art is just a bunch of random splotches and squiggles, so I have to go home and stop her from destroying something. Or worse, proving herself right. Ugh.
Octavia shuddered at the thought.
But of course, Octavia, if you have to leave, I completely understand. Oh, but before you go, I have to tell you that I've almost finished with the cloaks you ordered. They just need a few last-minute adjustments and they'll be done.
Octavia grinned at the news.
I can't thank you enough, Rarity. I'll make sure to inform Frederick when I get back to Canterlot.
It was nothing at all. After you gave me those thorough measurements to work off of, it was simple enough to do. Although, I personally find it much easier to complete my designs when I have the pony around to model for me.
Rarity turned away for a moment, looking as if she were about to walk the opposite way down the corridor, but she turned her head at the last moment.
I feel more confident in the measurements when I can press my tape measure against a pony's coat.
Her eyes dazzled and a mysterious smirk played around her lips. There was a heavy silence between them for a few seconds, one that felt like it took an eternity to end.
Ta-ta for now, Octavia,
Rarity said, her voice casual and cheery. Octavia, on the other hoof, felt as though she had a ball in her throat. She swallowed it and shook her head once, walking down the stairs at the end of the corridor and finding her way out of the shop as though in a haze. With the cold winter air nipping at her hooves, her thoughts got back to focusing on the journey home. Although Octavia was sure that the train ride between Ponyville and Canterlot would give her a lot of time to think about Rarity's parting words. It was exactly 1 week later. Rarity had finished up work on the cloaks for the assemble, and Octavia had reported their immediate success amongst her colleagues. Despite all of that though, it was her music lessons with Sweetie Belle that made her the happiest. Someday she would look at her eager pupil and see herself reflected in the filly's eyes. They say that there is no greater pleasure than teaching. After a few weeks with Sweetie Belle, Octavia was finding herself agreeing with that. When she wasn't working, and when she wasn't helping Sweetie Belle, Octavia spent her time socializing with Rarity. The unicorn was fond of relaxing at the spa, browsing local stores for knickknacks and curios, but most of all, she loved spending time with her friends. She took great pleasure in introducing Octavia to each one of them separately, and, of course, when Pinkie Pie found out about her, a party was inevitable. The Welcome Rarity's New Super Duper Friend party was one Octavia wasn't likely to forget anytime soon. The only party she had attended was stuffy, formal affairs full of ponies who were too busy networking to actually realize they were supposed to be celebrating something. This party was the complete opposite. Everyone was having fun, laughing, dancing, and enjoying the party food. Nothing could wipe the smile off Octavia's face. The music playing over the speakers was upbeat and perfect for dancing. It was quiet enough that you could easily hold a conversation, but loud enough that every pony could hear and enjoy it. The air even smelled nice. Octavia had expected a room full of dancing ponies to get a little funky after a while, and not in the good way. With Sugar Cube Corner being a bakery, however, the air smelled of freshly baked cookies and cakes, which only served to make her hungry for sugary snacks. Every now and then, Pinkie Pie would appear out of the crowd, her curly mane bobbing up and down with her barely contained excitement. The party pony would ask if she was having fun and offer her some food and a glass of punch, before disappearing into the crowd of ponies again. The crowd around the dance floor thinned, allowing Octavia a view of the room. The first thing that jumped out at her was a lavender mare sat alone in a quiet corner. She was slowly sipping a glass of punch and seemed to be watching the other ponies. Rarity had introduced Octavia to Twilight Sparkle the other day. It wasn't a long visit, but it had been enough to show her that the unicorn was as nice as Rarity insisted she was. She was an intriguing individual. Personal student of the princess one day, and small-town librarian the next. Just what had happened to the unicorn to bring about such a change? Octavia decided she couldn't exactly glean this answer by merely staring at her from across the room. So, before their eyes met and some pony got the wrong idea, Octavia decided to go over, sit with her, and have a polite conversation like civilized ponies.
Miss Sparkle, good evening.
Octavia wasn't familiar enough with the unicorn to go throwing around her name informally, so she decided on a more respectful approach. She stood patiently at the table as Twilight turned to meet her.
Oh, Miss Octavia. It's good to see you again.
She replied, a small smile on her face.
I saw you sitting alone and thought I would take the opportunity to get to know you a little better. Rarity speaks so highly of you, and there's no time like the present, as they say.
Octavia hoped that she didn't come across as too enthusiastic about the meeting. She was aiming for casual, but was sure that she missed a mark slightly. Twilight didn't seem to mind. At least she didn't show it on her face that if she did.
Of course. I'd like to get to know you a little bit as well. Would you like a seat?
Twilight pointed at the empty chair next to her and Octavia nodded, slipping into the seat without much trouble.
So, Rarity tells me that you've been teaching Sweetie Belle how to play the violin.
Yes,
When I first met Rarity to discuss the nature of our business, Sweetie Belle came to see her sister and, upon finding out who I was, asked me to teach her. As soon as her parents agreed to the lessons, I began teaching her. It was the least I could do after Rarity so generously helped me with my own business.
Octavia saw Rarity out of the corner of her eye. The shock of colour nearby led the Earth Pony to believe that she was in conversation with Rainbow Dash, the Pegasus who had interrupted them that one time. For now, however, Octavia kept her attention on the unicorn in front of her.
Now that I've had a few lessons to go over the basics with her and give her a grounding in musical theory, I can see that she's an eager and talented filly. Her only downfall is her lack of magical ability. She has trouble levitating the violin and bow for long periods of time. Considering that you studied under the princess herself, I can't think of any pony more suited to ask for pointers. As you are probably aware, I'm not exactly a font of magical wisdom.
Octavia allowed herself a chuckle. It wasn't every day she felt comfortable enough to tell a joke, albeit not a very good one, but perhaps the casual atmosphere had given her some time to loosen up a little. She emptied her glass of punch and Pinkie Pie appeared at her shoulder, immediately refilling the glass, and then left without saying a single word. Twilight merely took a sip of her own punch as if stuff like that happened every day.
I think it's nice you've taken an interest in Sweetie Belle. I don't say this to judge her, but Rarity is so busy keeping her shop afloat that she doesn't always have time to be a sister. Her parents travel so often that they aren't always in town. In fact, if it weren't for her friends, I'd feel sorry for her.
Twilight sighed, but immediately caught herself and chuckled slightly.
Sorry about that. It's just I emphasize with Sweetie Belle quite a lot. I was a lonely little sister myself. My friends are like my second family though, so I know she'll be alright as long as she has her friends.
Octavia smiled warmly. She didn't seem to feel the same pang of jealousy she had felt when Rarity talked about her siblings.
It seems I've gotten over being an only foal. Rarity was right after all.
Oh, you wanted some tips on maintaining a levitation spell, didn't you? I lost myself for a moment there. Levitation is a simple enough spell that any unicorn has the capacity to learn how to use it. But of course, there are ways of using it more effectively. Levitating heavier or larger objects require more concentration. Levitating more than one object at a time requires similar levels of focus. That's all it really boils down to. If she can levitate anything at all, which you seem to imply she can, then it's just a question of whether she can focus on a task at hoof adequately. Try removing any distractions from the room. Maybe try to observe her performing spell without her knowing that you're watching. It could just be performance anxiety.
I'll have to keep that in mind. I'd forgotten how hard it was for me when I first got up on stage to perform. I'm quite desensitized to it now.
One of the benefits of maturing. You stop obsessing over what other ponies think of you.
Twilight paused for a moment, blushed, and laughed to herself.
Although, sometimes with certain ponies, you can ignore all of that and turn into a quivering, juvenile mess.
Octavia could tell Twilight was referring to a specific event, but she didn't need to know what it was to know what she was talking about.
I feel like that sometimes. There are ponies out there who you've idolized for so long that you begin to think that you could never reach their level, no matter how hard you try. I still worry myself rotten every time my old mentor asks to hear my latest compositions.
After Octavia said this, Twilight seemed to calm down slightly.
Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one,
she said, laughing.
Glad I could be of service.
Octavia gave a small bow, then took a long drink from her glass of punch.
And it really was nice talking to you again.
Octavia got up off of the chair and nodded to the unicorn. But when she tried to leave, Twilight called her back.
One final thing, Octavia. What's your relationship with Rarity?
Twilight leaned back in her chair, the shadows obscuring her face slightly. All Octavia could see was that Twilight refused to make eye contact with her.
I'd like to think we're pretty good friends. We've had a lot of chances to talk and get to know one another.
Octavia answered honestly. Twilight fidgeted in her seat and looked slightly uncomfortable.
No. What I mean is, are you two just friends, or are you something more?
More?
Octavia furrowed her brow. but her expression soon changed to one of surprise.
Oh, it's not what you think. We've only ever been friends.
Ah, right. Okay then.
Twilight leaned forward in her chair again, quickly taking a long drink of her punch.
I was just curious. I see you together all the time.
Octavia muttered a quick goodbye and disappeared into the crowd, her body automatically taking her to the last place she had seen Rarity. Luckily, she was still talking with Rainbow Dash near the snack table. As soon as the pair spotted her, however, the Pegasus waved goodbye and took off across the room to talk to some pony else. Rarity, however, invited the Earth Pony over.
It's nice to see you again. Are you enjoying yourself?
Rarity asked politely.
I am, actually, despite being introduced to far too many ponies to possibly remember. It's been rather fun. I still can't believe this party is for me, though. What did I do to deserve it?
Pinkie Pie just likes to make ponies smile.
Rarity turned her head to the Earth Pony. She didn't look bored, but she didn't look excited either.
I can see it worked for you.
The unicorn smiled coyly. Octavia blushed slightly. She couldn't deny that the surprise had gotten her quite giddy.
I guess you must be used to having parties like this then.
Octavia leaned against a nearby table for support. Her legs were getting slightly shaky.
Have you tried the punch? It's so good. But you know what isn't good? Boring Canterlot parties with important ponies who ignore you all day just because you're playing the music. They don't even applaud when we finish. The pay is terrible as well.
Octavia, darling, I think you're a little tipsy.
Rarity took a closer look at the Earth Pony, and sure enough, her face was flushed and her eyes were a little red. The musician took a few seconds before reacting.
But I've not had any alcohol, just lots and lots of punch. Pinkie Pie is very nice, isn't she?
Ah, yes. Pinkie Pie can be quite the character.
Rarity forced a small laugh and stepped closer to Octavia.
I imagine you must feel quite tired after all this partying. You're always welcome to have a quick lie down at my place if you want.
Octavia wobbled for a second, but caught herself.
Now that you mention it, I am a little tired. Everything has just been so overwhelming.
I imagine it has been. Why don't I walk you over to Carousel Boutique then? We'll go thank Pinkie for the party and get you to bed.
Rarity pulled the Earth Pony close to her, making sure she didn't fall over. The Earth Pony leaned into Rarity in return, laughing giddily.
You're such a good friend, Rarity. I don't have many friends, but I think you're the best one.
Octavia smiled and trotted slowly along with the unicorn.
I'm flattered, Octavia, but I think you should just rest a little for now. Just let me lead you home. We don't want you saying anything that you might regret, now do we?
Rarity had finally found Pinkie Pie and told her that Octavia was feeling tired. Pinkie was visibly displeased by this, but even she knew that every pony needs their sleep, so she waved them off with a happy smile and got back to partying. Outside, Octavia wrinkled her nose against the late-night cold. Her slowly drooping eyelids fluttered open as she left the cozy warmth of Sugar Cube Corner. But there was still warmth with her as she walked. Her nose was always sensitive to the cold, but the rest of her body felt quite warm. It was only after a few steps that she noticed the unicorn trotting alongside her, and it was another few steps before she realized that she was the warmth that she was feeling. Their flanks were pressed against each other as they walked. Octavia pulled herself upright so quickly that she fell backwards onto the floor, yelping as she hit the cold ground.
Oh!
Rarity looked down on the Earth Pony and shook her head with a smile on her face.
I've heard the cold has a sobering effect.
She offered a hoof to Octavia, who pulled herself up. The grey mare began to brush the dust and dirt off of her coat before thanking the unicorn.
Sorry for leaning on you like that.
She blushed violently and began walking slowly to where she knew the Carousel Boutique was located.
It was no imposition, I assure you.
Rarity made to follow her companion, trotting swiftly to her side.
You were beginning to look quite tired after all your partying. I just wanted to make sure you had somewhere to rest up. You aren't very good at handling alcohol, are you?
I'm not an experienced drinker, no.
Octavia's words were slightly slurred, and every now and then she would blink her eyes a few times as if trying to straighten her vision. But at least she wasn't giggling like a school filly anymore.
I thank you for being kind enough to put me up for the night. I don't think I could quite handle the trip back to Canterlot at the moment.
I don't think my conscience would allow me to let you take the long trip to Canterlot in your condition. It would be most improper of me.
Rarity smiled again and stepped closer to the earth pony once more.
You still look a little shaky on your hooves, darling.
Octavia tried to complain, but Rarity was persistent. In the end, she allowed herself to be cared for. It wasn't something the musician did easily, trusting someone in such a capacity. The company she usually kept didn't help things. The Canterlot elite were distant, aloof and uncaring, a far cry from what she had experienced from her new small-town friends. She knew that Rarity was enamored with the idea of high society in Canterlot, but having experienced both that world and this new world, she could safely say Rarity wasn't missing anything. Just as Octavia was beginning to feel comfortable with the unicorn at her side, Rarity stepped away. Octavia looked up and saw that they had arrived at the Carousel Boutique without her really noticing. She felt a twinge of sadness as she realized it meant she and Rarity couldn't spend a little more time just walking and talking. Rarity had unlocked the front door of the shop and was ushering Octavia inside, something the sleepy mare was all too willing to do.
I'm used to playing long sets at social events, yet today was still enough to tire me out.
Octavia stumbled through the front door of the shop and continued over towards the door at the back of the room.
I imagine the punch had something to do with that. Just go ahead and go upstairs. You remember where my bedroom is, don't you?
Octavia turned around so fast she felt her neck spasm.
Your bedroom? No, I couldn't possibly.
Nonsense! My bed is far more comfortable than the one in the guest room, and you need it more than I.
Oh, right.
Octavia sighed. Her mind had been thinking something else entirely when Rarity had told her to go to her room. Not wanting to force the matter, Octavia complied with the unicorn's request, walking up the stairs and entering the room she knew held Rarity's bed. She could hear the sound of the shop being locked up downstairs, followed a few seconds later by Rarity's hoofsteps on the stairs, but Octavia didn't move much. The earth pony merely sat on the edge of the bed, her face burning with embarrassment. Rarity entered the room and stared at the musician with a look of mock disappointment.
You're not going to get that much sleep sat there like that, are you?
She smiled warmly, reminding the earth pony of her mother in such a way she obeyed without question, pulling the covers up and lying her head on the soft pillow. Octavia reached for the covers to pull them over herself, but Rarity stopped her, her eyes sparkling.
You're still wearing a bow tie. Let me get that for you.
Before Octavia could react, a blue glow had overtaken her collar, loosening the bow tie and pulling them both around her neck. Rarity placed them neatly on the bedside table.
So you know where they are.
She grabbed the covers with her magic and pulled them over the earth pony, tucking them in at the edges so it lay neat.
Thank you again for your hospitality.
Octavia hadn't felt this submissive in a long time. Rarity was taking care of her out of the goodness of her heart, and even when she knew that the earth pony could easily take care of herself. She felt kind of childish, just letting the unicorn act this way with her, but she couldn't help but enjoy the attention, especially when it was being given by her.
Just try to get some sleep, okay?
Rarity lowered her head and kissed the grey mare softly on her forehead before walking slowly to the door of the bedroom. She turned out the light, but before she could leave, Octavia spoke up, her lavender eyes barely visible amongst the gloom.
Rarity? I really like you.
Octavia couldn't see her properly, but Rarity smiled all the same. She went to close the door, leaving the room in almost perfect darkness. Before it could fully shut, however, she whispered a few final words. The acoustics carrying their meaning all the way over the ears of the grey mare in her bed.
I really like you as well, Octavia.
Braeburn circled the rock for the 7th time, but no matter where he went, or how he moved, the pair of sunglasses on the rock stared into his eyes.
Well, that's just creepy.
He tilted his head. The sunglasses followed him sideways, except it didn't really follow. Braeburn couldn't explain it. The sunglasses moved to whichever side he was looking at, but he couldn't see it move. It was just inexplicably there.
It's simple spatial manipulation.
Dr. Hooves sat on top of the rock, kicking his hooves idly.
I don't know why you're so interested in Tom when you've got me to look at. I'm far more interesting. Not that you're not interesting, Tom,
he added, patting the rock.
Anyway, come on. We've been here for far too long already. I'm sure you're eager to get back to, well, whatever pony town you were picked up from.
It's Braeburn, and it's Appaloosa!
Braeburn reared onto his hind hooves.
I'd love to get back home, but I haven't heard any suggestions.
He looked around, hoping to see an exit appear, but there was nothing except the same endless expanse of blue surrounding them. He wasn't sure how he got here, but heck, he wasn't even sure how he was standing on a colour. It was far more practical to worry about getting out rather than how he got in. So far, he'd done a lot of walking around looking for anything else, but the blue just seemed to go on and on. There was only Braeburn, Dr. Hooves, and a rock named Tom.
I already told you my plan, didn't I?
Dr. Hooves hopped down from the rock and sidled up beside him.
We have to kiss.
That is not a plan.
It is a plan. A brilliant plan. I don't see you coming up with anything.
Well, we don't kiss. There, that's a plan.
Rubbish plan. Mine's better, and will get us out of this dimension.
Let me see if I understand. We kiss, and somehow that gets us out of this weird blue place.
Yes, it's a very simple concept to grasp.
Dr. Hooves threw his forelegs up in exasperation. Braeburn rubbed his chin and pretended to think about it.
Nope, no kissing.
It's the only way out.
I'm still not seeing myself kissing you.
Imagine it then, because I guarantee you, we will kiss. Maybe not now, maybe not anytime soon, but sooner or later.
Dr. Hooves trailed off, looking at Braeburn meaningfully. His eyes, a paler blue than this dimension's colour, bore into his own. They were beautiful, Braeburn thought, and felt vulnerable. He could get lost in those, could imagine them half-lidded as the pony they belonged to whispered promises into his ear. He could... Braeburn shook his head and stepped back.
No.
Yes.
I can't.
You will.
Braeburn clutched his hat in frustration.
Can't you think of a plan that doesn't involve us kissing?
Dr. Hooves shrugged.
Believe me, this is the easiest. We have to kiss. Why are you so against us kissing? Oh, will I be your first? Don't worry, I'll make sure it's memorable. I am an excellent kisser.
He put a foreleg around Braeburn's shoulders and smirked, eyes still staring into his own. Braeburn felt himself sweat, and his cheeks felt unusually warm.
I've kissed plenty of mares, thank you very much.
But no stallions? Will I be your first stallion? Oh, don't be nervous.
Braeburn shifted his eyes left and right, trying to avoid eye contact.
Come now, it's just a kiss. If you don't, you'll never get out of here.
It was ridiculous, but Dr. Hooves was wearing him down. The promise of getting back and never having to face this mad stallion again tempted him. Just one kiss, and it would be over.
All right, fine.
Excellent.
Dr. Hooves beamed and drew his face closer. Curiosity. That was what Braeburn felt. A strange mix of curiosity and excitement. He'd never kissed a stallion before, but he'd thought about it. He'd thought about it a lot. Whenever he'd see two stallions together, he couldn't help but wonder what it would be like. Once or twice, he'd tried to ask a stallion out, but never gone through with it, changing the topic at the last second. Before he realized it, Dr. Hooves' lips were startlingly close and still curled up in an insufferable grin.
Come on then, pucker up.
Braeburn opened his mouth to ask something. He wasn't sure anymore, because all he could think of was the warm tongue in his mouth and the lips against his own. Braeburn's eyes went wide, feeling the other stallion on him. Dr. Hooves kissed with the same excited urgency he had when he spoke, his tongue quick but deliberate, seeking out every corner of his mouth until it felt like there wasn't anywhere he hadn't touched. Braeburn couldn't help but respond, his own tongue moving to meet the doctor's. Braeburn could only feel heat. His entire body felt on fire, like he'd been out in the desert sun too long, and the heat had enough time to soak into every inch of his bones, warming him from the inside out and dazing him out of his mind. It wasn't until a few moments after Dr. Hooves released the kiss that Braeburn realized it had ended. Only a faint trail of saliva connected their two mouths before it grew too heavy and broke.
There we go,
Dr. Hooves said, licking his lips. Braeburn couldn't help but stare at his tongue when it darted out.
Had to be thorough.
Braeburn didn't respond, still shaky from the kiss. Kissing mares had never felt like that. But maybe that was just the doctor. He truly was an excellent kisser. It took another moment for Braeburn to realize they were still surrounded by blue.
Hey.
Braeburn began, but choked when his voice came out more breathy than he'd meant it to. He cleared his throat quickly before speaking again.
Hey, I thought that was supposed to get us out of here.
And it was. Quite necessary for your mouth to contain my DNA. Now we move on to the next step of my brilliant plan. You have to kiss Tom as well.
Braeburn blinked, unsure if he heard right.
You want me to kiss the rock?
Yes, but you have to do it at the exact same time I do.
Dr. Hooves waved a hoof at the rock in question.
Tom needs two operators, you see. And he needs those operators to access him on opposite sides at the exact same time. Some kind of failsafe, I bet, to make sure no one uses him alone. The problem is that Tom is picky about who his operators could be. Luckily, I managed to get myself included in that category, so I just need to get another operator. Except there's only you, and getting Tom to recognize you as an operator is too difficult. A pony's genome is inflexible, which I suspect is part because of your cutie marks. So, we have to do something else when I got this brilliant idea. What if I access both sides at once? Even if it's the same operator accessing him on both sides, Tom will still activate. At least I think he will. But accessing both sides at once is a stretch, even for me. So that's where you come in. If Tom recognizes you as me, then that's as good as me being there.
Dr. Hooves beamed, proud of his deduction. Braeburn sighed and dropped his shoulders.
I don't understand a lick of what you just said, but I have to kiss him the same time you do?
Essentially, yes. Come now, on 3.
Dr. Hooves moved to Tom's other side, leaving Braeburn with only Tom to look at.
1.
Braeburn stepped forward, gathering courage. He'd never thought about what kissing a rock would be like, but he'd already kissed a stallion today. It would be a day of firsts.
2.
Tom stared at him through the dark lenses of the shades, expression inscrutable.
3.
Braeburn pressed his mouth against Tom, a few inches below his shades. The kiss was odd, but he supposed it wasn't bad, just strange. Braeburn licked the rock like he would a block of salt, feeling its coarseness against his tongue. Tom had no real taste that he could tell, except maybe a mild saltiness, but he didn't know if that was because of Tom or because of what was left from the doctor's kiss. Braeburn licked Tom again, keeping his mouth pressed against him. Shouldn't something be happening? He started feeling self-conscious, kissing a rock, but went to lick Tom one last time when the world turned into a racing blur of colour, of streaking lights and whirling sensation. Lightning danced on Braeburn's tongue, and all he could hear was a high-pitched whine before he finally pulled his mouth away from Tom. He staggered a few steps, light-headed, before collapsing on the ground.
That was quite an experience,
Dr. Hooves said from the other side of Tom. Braeburn could hear his hooves step on the ground, drawing closer to him.
But look, it worked!
Braeburn turned his head enough to look up, and, true enough, they were out of the blue dimension. Except now, they were in a dimension completely composed of the colour orange.
I don't think we're back in Appaloosa.
Minor miscalculation. Not to worry. We'll get there eventually. Tom adjusts himself after every trip, so we just need to do this a few more times. I'll give you a few minutes to get your breath back, and then we'll kiss and do it all over again.
Braeburn waved a hoof and grumbled something. He wouldn't admit it, but he kind of looked forward to that kiss.
Lyra winced at the sound. The last time her lyre had been this out of tune was when it had been knocked off its stand by the footfalls of a rampaging Ursa Minor, landing on the floor only to have several pieces of furniture collapse upon it. The damage her lyre had suffered made the Ursa's rampage look like a particularly weak practical joke. It had taken her weeks to repair the scratches and dents, not to mention the countless hours afterwards she had spent retuning the instrument to restore its pitch-perfect precision. And now it was parasprites. The little buggers had just stopped eating food and started eating everything else. Houses, lumber, cafe tables, dresses, books. Anything and everything they could touch that wasn't supposed to be edible, they consumed. She had only just managed to get back to her house and magically shield her lyre before the insects could completely destroy it. They had managed to chew through at least half of the strings, though the frame was thankfully unharmed. It still took several days before she could lay her hooves on replacement strings. The music store manager kept dropping hints that it would be cheaper to just get a new one, but Lyra would have none of it. This lyre, her lyre, had been in her family for generations, a legacy of her musical heritage, and she was not about that legacy to be tainted because it was cheaper that way. She sighed, shook off her reverie, and resumed tuning the last string. Too high. A small turn of this key about 5 degrees counterclockwise. Too far. A couple degrees back. Perfect. The door burst open as a dull gray Pegasus slammed into it, sliding along the floor on her front and coming to a stop, her mane mere inches short of the stairs. Lyra didn't even blink.
Good morning, Derpy,
she said, eyes still on her lyre.
Morning, Lyra.
Derpy bubbled, clambering to her feet.
This just came for you. It's stamped urgent, so I brought it straight here as fast as I could.
She pulled out a light brown package.
Thanks, Derpy.
Derpy was looking around the room curiously.
Bon still running all your errands then?
Lyra started.
What?
Derpy somehow managed to look shrewd despite her wandering left eye.
She hasn't been here in the morning for the past 3 weeks. But you have. 2 and 2.
Lyra silently berated herself for forgetting how perceptive the male mare could be. She picked up on a lot because of her male roots. Bon often said that Derpy would notice if a single blade of grass went missing, and though Lyra couldn't help but be skeptical, she was slowly coming to the same conclusion.
Yeah,
she said finally. Derpy giggled as she laid the parcel on the table, her true nature disguised beneath a girlish laughter.
That's sweet of her. I wouldn't expect anything less of a pony who has candy as her cutie mark.
Lyra couldn't help but smile at that.
Yep, that's her all right. Anything else?
Derpy shook her head.
Nope.
Lyra levitated a muffin out of the cabinet and tossed it to the male mare, who caught it deftly in her mouth.
Thank you,
she said around the muffin.
Goodbye.
The male mare gently pulled the door closed behind her, leaving the musician in peace once more. Well, as much peace as one can be at when there's an unusually stiff package on your table stamped urgent in bold red letters. Lyra sighed again and pulled the package towards her. It was addressed simply to Lyra, Ponyville. She pulled off the wrappings, and a book tumbled onto the table. Its plain gray cover was adorned with a large purple treble clef, and it was absolutely pristine, the cover gleaming with the morning sun. Curiosity got the better of Lyra, and the newly bound spine protested in crackles as she opened it.
The morning is beautiful. Celestia's sun always looks beautiful. I can't remember when it didn't. All of its oranges, reds, and pinks painting the open canvas of the sky. I love sunrises. I always have. Today's sunrise finds me standing in Ponyville, in front of a house. Her house. I've been standing here for at least 45 minutes. My cello's carrying strap is cutting into my neck. I'll have a welt for sure. But then I look at the letter in my hoof for the millionth time, and the pain vanishes again. Forgive me, where are my manners? I am Octavia. Hello. Yes, that Octavia, the grey-coated cellist who played at the last Grand Galloping Gala, the last one before Princess Luna's mysterious return. Not that any pony ever pays attention to the music, though. There's far too much snobbishness in the air to hear it anyways. I guess I should be thankful. I got to play at the Grand Galloping Gala, not exactly the smallest royal gathering. You'd be amazed at the number of ponies that came up to talk to us afterwards. I've never had this many fans. I'm not quite sure what to do with them, or even how to respond to their praise. It's not like I've practiced public interactions. Most ponies don't like or appreciate classical music, or even good literature. In the end, that makes me appreciate the ones who do. There aren't many, but I count myself among them. Music may be my talent, but that doesn't stop me from appreciating a good book now and then. A well-written story can pull heartstrings and induce tears just as easily as a beautiful violin solo. And believe me, I've seen ponies break down in public during concerts, and I don't mean just teary eyes and wobbly lips. An honest to Celestia breakdown, racking sobs and shaking shoulders, the whole 9 yards. Music and literature can speak to your soul. The only difference is how they do it, and sometimes that makes all the difference in the world. It can be the difference between black and white. Ponies only ever talk about extremes, like the day and night. The dawns and dusks in between are almost always forgotten. I should know. I've been grey my entire life, caught in the middle and forever in the background. I'm sorry, I'm rambling now. I've been told I do that a lot, more often than I should. This letter I'm holding, well, let's just say my happiness depends on where it ends up. I'll be honest with you. If it ends up being read once and thrown into a garbage can, I'll be happy. If it ends up ripped to shreds, thrown into Froggy Bottom Bog, burned or enshrined in a glass case for all eternity, I don't care. As long as it's read by the one pony sleeping inside this house, I'll be happy. I think. Truth is, I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know. One thing I do know is that if I walk away from this house and I still have this letter, then I will probably never be happy. But I can't do it. A vow I made almost a decade ago stops me. It'd be so easy to take a single step forward and slip the envelope through the mail slot. But I can't. It's been at least an hour now, and I'm still standing here. Her house and the question that's loomed on the horizon for nearly a decade both tower over me. Should I slide this letter under the door, or should I just walk away? Should I break my vow forged during an emotional turmoil, or should I stay true to my word? It's been almost 10 years now, and I still don't have an answer.
Lyra snapped back into reality as the front door opened and Bonbon stepped in, a few carrots and stalks of celery protruding from her saddlebags.
Hey, what are you reading?
She said, closing the door behind her.
Oh, this? It's, a book from, an old friend.
Lyra said evasively.
Really? Who?
Octavia.
Oh, okay.
Bonbon said, tossing her saddlebags onto the table and unpacking. Lyra watched her, expecting her to show subtle hints of anger at the mention of the cellist, but Bonbon merely hummed cheerily as she pulled the groceries out and sorted them. Lyra eyed her suspiciously for another moment before returning to the book.
I suppose knowing what's brought me to the steps of this house might help. I'm sorry. Playing music is my forte, not composing or writing. I did think about composing a song to tell this story, but music can be so vague sometimes, and I don't want to write a musical or opera, or even give it lyrics. Music should be able to work its magic without those, if you ask me. And like I said, my talent is playing, not composing. Music can only convey vague, if powerful, emotions, but literature can be far more specific. So, I'm writing my story instead. I can do that, at least. It won't be the most elegant story, and I can only hope that those who read this can enjoy it for what it is. A snippet of my life story. The rest of it has yet to come. This part of my life stands out. I have a lot of fond memories that I will have forever, and a lot of bad ones that I'd rather forget. And this part is both, if that makes any sense. It is neither sad nor happy. It is both. Us musicians call that kind of music bittersweet. That's the best I can describe it. I'll start at the very beginning. During music school, I met some pony who ended up changing my life forever, though I would never realize it until long after it happened. My best friend during music school, Vinyl Scratch, was, like me, a filly-fooler. Yes, I'm a filly-fooler. I probably should have explained that. It's hard not to be when the mare-colt ratio is somewhere in the range of 12-1. We had been friends for so long and knew each other so well, but neither of us wanted to be with each other. Not in that respect, anyways. She had had... oh, I can't remember now. At least 3? Yes, I think so. At least 3 filly friends by then. She was always popular. She was the cool one, and I was just the odd little pony that just followed her around. No pony was ever interested in me unless they were trying to get closer to her. She always kept me around, though. Always wanted to hang out with me, and always confided her secrets in me. She trusted me, and I trusted her. No pony else saw that, though. Every other pony in school was a bright, vibrant colour, usually pastel, and most of the time with a mane to match. And even so, Vinyl stood out. Other ponies just saw her, and next to her pure white coat, 2-toned neon blue hair, and slick amethyst sunglasses, who would ever look at little old Octavia? No pony would. I was grey. Black and white are boring enough on their own. Combine the two and you just get twice as much boring. No pony would ever spare more than a second to look at a dull-shaded, plain earth pony such as myself. Well, some pony did. Eventually. It took a long and lonely year, but for the first time in my life, I had a filly friend. She was adorable. She had a pale green coat with a dark brown mane and deep emerald eyes, and her name was Cannoli. Funny name, I know. A cannolo, cannoli is a plural form of cannolo, is a strange pastry, a sort of flaky crust wrapped around a cream filling. She had 2 of them as her cutie mark. They're simple, but very tasty. I think of her every time I see one now. She was first chair clarinet in the top orchestra. She was good, very good, especially as young as we were. But she knew her future wasn't in music. That's the way she was with everything she did. She strove to be the best. Me, I was a couple of bands lower and thought I was terrible. But in hindsight, we had an unnaturally large amount of excellent cellists. and I didn't practice nearly as much as I should have. I remember spending nights building up the courage to ask her out, only to have it shrivel up pathetically whenever I saw her. This went on for several weeks, until one day, a certain something rolled around. November 6th, my 16th birthday. I'm not exactly proud that I tried to get myself a filly friend for a birthday present, but I learned a lot. At any rate, she said yes, so there's that. Okay, she actually said, I guess, but we started dating regardless. And for a while, I was happy. Nerve-wrackingly happy, but happy. See, I'm always nervous, because I'm always afraid of something. Afraid of being embarrassed, afraid of loss, of rejection, of failure. I wanted to be that one filly she would fall in love with, and I was always afraid I would fail. I find the oddest things to be afraid of. One time, I found myself afraid of going to get a mane cut. No, I won't say why. I don't even want to think about it. Over time, I've developed a mask I can hide behind to disguise those fears. A mask of icy indifference. I used to only wear it during concerts and social gatherings, but now I wear it everywhere. I wear it so much I'm becoming convinced that that's who I am. A soulless, heartless pony. I even wear the mask around my mother. Like I said, there's a lot of things I don't know, and why I felt the need to wear that mask near my mother is one of them. I wore a different mask around Cannoli. One of love and humility. I loved her. We would somehow conquer the odds and be that one music school couple that lasts forever. Breakups be damned. That's what I told myself. I can be extremely stubborn sometimes. What I didn't realize is that, however much I enjoyed being with her, I was still wearing a mask, and therein lay my downfall. If we were meant to be together, then I wouldn't be wearing any mask. I would just be myself. I might have to change, but I wouldn't have to hide. But still, I was happy. We went to dinner several times. We laughed. We hung out together. We exchanged I love yous. We hugged all the time. I remember I spent my first date, our first date, silently chewing my way through pumpkin ravioli. I didn't say anything the whole date outside of placing my order and thank you. I'm such an idiot sometimes. We went on 4 dates, possibly more, but it's the third I remember the most clearly. After all these years, I've never kissed anyone other than my mother, and that night, I blew the one chance I had. We had walked back to my house after a late-night party, just chatting happily about how stupid one of our mutual friends looked with a lampshade on her head. We stopped at my door, and I pulled out my keys, but didn't open the door. We stood there, facing each other as I fiddled with my keys. She was silent, and so was I. We stared into each other's eyes. I got lost in her eyes. Those deep, green eyes. We moved closer, just the tiniest bit. I wrapped my forehooves around her, pulling her closer, feeling her beating heart against mine, smelling her sweet herbal shampoo, our cheeks brushing against one another as we embraced. Then I unlocked my door and went inside. Such an idiot. It wasn't long after that she realized what I had been blind to the whole time. I was unsure of myself, afraid of everything, not prepared to commit. And above all, I was still wearing that mask. We broke up after 6 months of being together. We were walking to our next lecture when she did it. Just said we should stop seeing each other. Horror rooted me in place until the bell rang and the fear of detention drove me into my classroom. I know that technically she broke up with me,
But even through my disbelieving stupor, I could see the logic in her decision, so I never blamed her. That's why it's we broke up instead of she broke up with me. 6 months after I had my first filly friend, I had another first. For the first time in my life, I felt heartbroken. When I got home, I hurled the stuffed moose she had given me across the room, then collapsed, sobbing, onto my bed. My tear-soaked pillow had long since dried up by the time I fell asleep. I got over it eventually. We remained distant friends, but it would never be the same. It couldn't.
Lyra barely registered the door opening and closing as Bon Bon left the house again. There was a mug of steaming hot chocolate on the table, which she gratefully lifted up and sipped, absorbed in thought. Music may have been her special talent, but Octavia certainly knew how to write. A smile touched her lips as she remembered the Grey Earth pony, who generally remained mute and unmotivated until seized by an idea. Then she would instantly develop tunnel vision, and approach the idea in a manner scarily reminiscent of a stampeding cow, though with considerably more class and finesse. Any obstacles that threatened her progress made about as much impact as a fly would to said stampeding cow in the face of her single-minded determination. An image of Octavia armed with a quill and seated at a mahogany desk having a staring contest with a blank piece of parchment floated across Lyra's mind, and she chuckled momentarily before flipping to the next page.
12 months pass, and I find myself alone in my 3rd year. You see, most of my first year was spent hanging around with Scratch until I realized that her friends were not mine. A year after that, I spent most of my time with Cannoli's friends, but then we broke up and I could never talk to them the same again. What if I were to start dating one of them? Would Cannoli be hurt? Jealous? Indifferent? Would I? That's another thing you can add to the list of things I don't know. It must be pretty long by now. Then another year passed, and I was alone. Friendless. The 1/4 note in a sea of rests, the treble clef on an empty staff, devoid of even a key or time signature. If lonely was what I felt when I entered music school, then soul-crushingly isolated must have been what I felt when I entered my 3rd year, when I became a machine. Wake up, go to school, play cello, listen to old teachers ramble on about musical theory, go home, do homework, practice cello, sleep. Wake up, go to school, play cello, fall asleep in class, go home, do homework, practice cello, sleep. Wake up, go to school, play cello, play in concert, go home, do homework, practice cello, sleep. Wake, school, cello, class, home, homework, practice, sleep. Every day, that little bit of defiance grew inside me. The part that hated being lonely, that wanted friends, that didn't want to be lassoed into routine. I fed that bit to my music, weaving sorrow and regret into songs I played in school. They were beautiful, or so I thought. No pony else so much as noticed when I closed my eyes while playing a solo, making even the most cheerful pieces melancholy. But then, that's me. Little old grey Octavia, forever in the background. Wake, school, cello, class, home, homework, practice, sleep. It went on like that for an eternity. Every day was routine. Routine, routine, routine. And just in case, every tomorrow was more routine, as if I would suddenly drop dead if stopped. I can only liken the process to that of natural erosion, when entire hills are levelled completely over centuries by nothing more than wind and rain. And so it was that my hope and willpower was chipped away by life's storms.
bit by bit and piece by piece, until a meagre pile of once formidable dust was all that was left. That was it. In that pile lay all my determination to make something of myself, to be different and unique, to bring something to this world that no pony else could, and leave a master's legacy behind. All my hope that one day I would no longer be grey. Then it, too, was whisked away by the wind. It was all too much to bear. I had to let it out somehow. So I stayed after school one day and went on stage in our empty auditorium with my cello. I played. Oh, how I played! I could feel my loneliness echoing through the hall as I fed my one defiant bit to the strings, each stroke pulling my misery from my heart and floating it into the air, ringing in the auditorium's silence for the empty audience to hear. Only it wasn't empty. Of course, I didn't find that out until the next day of dreary routine. That was the day I met her. The one who would change my life forever. Remember Cannoli? My first ever filly friend? She's also my last. First, last, and only. A part of me wants to be happy because I've remained loyal, and the other half wants to be depressed because I haven't moved on and found anyone else yet. Either way, Cannoli wasn't the one who changed my life forever. I met the one who did that day. She was in one of my classes in my first year, and I knew her name was Lyra, but I never thought much of her until that day. She just came up to me, told me she had heard me playing in the auditorium, said she knew how I felt, and if I ever needed to talk, she would be there to listen. Cannoli may have been adorable, but Lyra was beautiful. Her coat was a sea green that always reminded me of mint. I loved the way her green and white mane spiked out adorably, the way her golden eyes always shone with a radiant sort of happiness that infected every pony nearby whenever she smiled. She was always smiling, but she had so many smiles, and there wasn't a single pair of them that were the same. Some were genuine, and those were the ones I loved. The other ones were just masks that she wore to hide what she was underneath. Yes, masks. See? With these kind of masks, your eyes are still visible. So while the rest of you might appear joyous or genial, your eyes say otherwise. That's what I saw when I looked at her. A filly in pain, hiding underneath a mask of happiness. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Our masks might be different, but they're still only masks. Only thing is, I've been wearing mine so long I'm not sure what I'm hiding underneath anymore. I didn't want to intrude on her life any more than I had to. I had no right to bring my sorrow and regrets and dump them upon another pony solely for my benefit. She was sad enough as it was, that much I could see, even if she was trying to hide it. She looked happy to others, charging blindly into situations with her own little motto, no regrets. But it didn't fool me. I saw her pain. She didn't need my help to be sad, and I wasn't about to give it to her. But once again, that's only what I told myself. I'm awfully good at lying to myself. Wake, school, cello, class, home, homework, practice, sleep. Wake, school, cello, class, home, homework, practice, sleep. Wake, school, cello, class, home, homework, practice, sleep. I know that practice makes perfect, but I did not want my life to consist only of a routine as plain, dull, and mundane as my grey coat, even if it was perfect. No, I would gallop down this dreary path to its very end, no matter what, and I would make something of myself. I had to. I must. Empty words. I used to think of myself as a pony with resolve, but now I can't. I know better. The monotone droning of uneventful days. The hope for something brighter, nothing more than powdery snow before a searing inferno. The crushing despair of never-ending loneliness. And the path, twisting out of sight at every turn, its end tantalizingly close, yet so far. I couldn't keep it in anymore. But this time, I had some pony who would listen. I hadn't spoken to Lyra since that day, but she still came without saying anything when I asked her to come to the auditorium with me. I played out my loneliness again, and she listened and watched from the front row. She may have been the only one listening, but her diligent attention was potent enough to fill every vacant seat. I was playing to a full house. Then, halfway through my solo, she got up on stage with me, pulled out her lyre, and played right along with me. I wish I had a recording of that duet. It's the sweetest thing any pony has ever done for me. Our melodies wove seamlessly together, two sides of the same coin. It wasn't perfect by any means, but that didn't stop it from stealing my breath away. That was the happiest moment of my life. I had planned on leaving right afterwards, but then she laid a hoof on my shoulder, and any semblance of logical or reasonable thoughts in my head flew out my ears.
You know, Tavy,
she said quietly. Her voice felt like Equestria's finest silk on my eardrums.
Music is great and all, but it has limits too.
I didn't say anything. She stepped closer and looked into my eyes.
You need to talk.
It wasn't a question. I remained silent.
I'm not leaving until you do.
Those golden eyes. I looked away. They were blinding me with an attentiveness that I'd never been on the receiving end of before. I couldn't look any longer. And still, I said nothing. I can never remember how long the silence lasted. It might have been 10 seconds. It might have been 2 hours.
Davy, what is it? Please tell me.
I swear to Luna, Celestia, and any other alicorns out there, if you ever heard Lyra say please, you would have to literally be made of stone all the way through to not do whatever it is she asked of you. The floodgates burst. I don't know. I never do. There's so much I don't know and never will. Are my friends ignoring me because they don't like me? Is it because of something I did or didn't do? Is it just me being stupid little filly all over again? I don't know. Maybe I did something that they didn't like. Maybe I didn't do something that I should have done. I just don't know. Black and white, caught in the middle. And let me tell you, if I had a bit for every time I said I don't know, or one of its myriad variants, I'd be able to buy the Celestial Palace. I think I was crying, but I can't remember. If I was, then I never felt the tears as I met her bright golden eyes with my own violet pair. I guess that's why I really admire you. You just leap head first into anything life throws your way and walk away with no regrets. I wish I could be like that, but instead, all I find in myself is hesitance and regret. I feel lost, alone. I don't know any pony. I don't know why I wear a mask around my mother. I don't know why I can't feel emotion half the damn time. I don't know what to do. I don't know where I'm supposed to be headed. I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't even know who I am anymore.
I ran out of words, and now it was her turn to look away and say nothing. She did so. Did I ever mention how beautiful she was? Well, it must be multiplied by at least 100 whenever she's worried. Maybe 1,000. I think my heart stopped. She was silent for the longest time. I went back to contemplating the floor so I wouldn't die from heart failure.
You know, Davy,
she murmured,
there's this one quote I like.
I've always found it strange that I could never recall the quote. But over the years, I found something stranger. I don't mind. I don't mind not remembering. You can add why Octavia doesn't mind not being able to remember to the list. What I do remember is that after she fell silent, it felt like the world had righted itself, as though it had been upside down the whole time without me knowing, and she had simply reached out a hoof and flipped it back. In that moment, all I wanted was to be with her forever, to be at her side, to catch her when she falls, to harbour her when the seas of life grew stormy, to tick away into eternity as the metronome that keeps her beat. And just like she is now, she would be there at my side whenever hope abandoned me, or I could no longer handle my pain on my own. Then I heard her say something.
Davy, this is Cloudburst.
Oh, hayseed. Standing next to her was an ice-blue Pegasus with stunningly blue eyes and a rain cloud for a cutie mark, who shook a scruffy snow-white mane out of her eyes before offering a hoof to me. My hoof rose up and returned the hoof shake before I could do so much as blink. Her entrance had been completely soundless. Hey, was all I could manage. They were standing close to each other. Too close.
Well, we'd better be going.
She said, we. No denying it now.
Just remember, I'm always here if you need to talk, okay?
Sure, I said weakly. The auditorium disappeared. The room suddenly grew very warm. Any thoughts I entertained of decking Cloudburst right then and there vanished instantly. It took me a moment to realize that the auditorium had been replaced with a face full of mint-green pony, and that the warmth was because of 2 forelegs wrapped around me. I was being hugged by Lyra. A second later, I realized that my own grey forelegs had involuntarily returned the gesture. I could feel her warmth seeping into my heart, melting the frigidity within. It felt right, with her in my hooves and me in hers. Nothing else existed. I wished the hug would never end. I wished we could heal the wounds of each other's hearts. I wished we could shield each other from the horrors of this world. I wished we could perform duets for every corner of Equestria. Sweet duets, sour duets, bluesy duets, cheery duets, bittersweet duets, black duets, white duets, and maybe even some grey ones. I wished. Cloudburst coughed softly. Lyra tightened the embrace briefly before releasing me. I could still feel her coat against mine, but she was already walking away.
Please, remember,
was the last thing she said before Cloudburst shut the auditorium door behind them. Don't worry, Lyra, I said to myself. I'll always remember. And 10 years later, I still do. I remember walking the whole way home in a haze. The whole thing seemed unreal, like it was all a dream that had never really happened. But
but you don't feel a tingle in your coat for an hour in a dream, and you certainly don't feel a Stradivarius cello strapped to your back either. As I lay in bed that night, I wasn't sure if I wanted to cry or not. I had found the one, I was sure, but she was taken. I couldn't have her. Not yet. The meandering path of routine I had been following became infinitely more bearable with that little spark in my heart that meant Lyra was with me in spirit. She may have been with Cloudburst, but she was there for me if I ever needed her. Twice now, and the first time I wasn't even aware of her vigilance. No, I could wait. I would wait. I would wait forever if it meant I could have a single day with her. In hindsight, I guess it was about time for me to have a lucky break, because forever turned out to be about 5 weeks. I heard them break up after rehearsal one day. I wouldn't have if I hadn't lost my music folder, and even then I almost missed it, it was so quiet. It wasn't like most young love breakups I'd witnessed. It was just a tranquil separation of ways, a diverging of roads in a yellow wooden room. There was no yelling or screaming, no crying or drama, just mutual understanding on both faces as the ice blue Pegasus parted from the mint green unicorn. This was it. This was my chance, my shot at being with the filly, no, mare of my dreams. The only pony who'd ever stopped and stared through my mask to see the real me. No. Wait. She was hurt. I could see it in her glassy eyes. It was not huge, but it was there. She was hiding it, of course, but that's never fooled me. No. I would wait. I would give her time to recover. It'd be hasty and inconsiderate of me to make my move now. I would wait until tomorrow at least. I told myself the same thing the next day, too. Surely she just needed some time alone. Yeah. Right. I'd suggest starting a list of lies I've made myself believe, but I'd rather not tie up any pony for their entire life like that. It'd be too cruel. 2 days after they had separated, a new smile adorned her face. It wasn't any of the ones I usually saw plastered on her face either. It wasn't even a genuine smile. Not one that I'd ever seen before anyways, because it wasn't a mask. No, this smile came from her heart, and I wasn't the only one who saw that. If she was radiating happiness before, then now she was a walking beacon of pure joy, beaming rays of concentrated elation into even the darkest of corners, and casting a tranquil solace over every pony who so much as looked upon her luminous form. It wasn't so much because of the fact that she was free from Cloudburst, but rather that she was now with another filly. A beigeish one with a two-toned mane, half of it pink and the other blue, whose cutie mark was 3 pieces of wrapped candy. Fitting, considering how positively joyous she was making Lyra. I later learned her name was Bonbon. No matter. I did say I would wait forever, and I meant it. Even if forever kept horsing around and fooling me into thinking it's far shorter than it actually is. So I waited. And waited. And waited. And waited. And then I waited some more. I kept trying to get her to hang out with me at a few casual get-togethers that Vinyl put together. Not on a date or anything, just as friends, so that I could see if any of my love had even the slightest chance of reciprocation. Nope. She wouldn't even come. Or reply whenever I asked. Not verbally, not even with a shake of the head or twitch of the ears to indicate that she'd heard me. That was it. It was over. I'd had my chance already. A one-day window through which I could have passed into a veritable paradise. But I didn't. I couldn't. No, I remember telling myself, you're strong enough to stand on your own. It's not your place to use her as an emotional anchor. You've dragged her down for long enough. I promised myself and her that day that I would never, ever talk to or contact her ever again. No longer would I hamper her with a burden all my own. I must walk this path alone. I can see it clearly now. To my left is nothing but white, a pure, shining white light composed of all things virtuous. Loyalty, courage, duty, honor. And to my right, all is black, a chaotic medley of emotions. Rage, joy, grief, love. And before me, a grey path stretches into the distance, barely wide enough for a single pony, as it meanders its way through black and white, inadvertently defining the very boundaries of vice and virtue. A grey path for a grey pony. At long last, I knew this is the path I must walk. Alone.
Lyra blinked as a cream-colored hoof brought a pink towel to her face, gently wiping away the tears she hadn't noticed had escaped. This was her fault. She was why Octavia was so distant, wary of even the idea of getting closer to someone. She was why the cellist pushed ponies away before they ever got the chance to know her. It was all her fault. Lyra paused in her reprimands. Octavia was gray, cold as stone, and just as stubborn. She wouldn't let it get to her. Would she? Lyra brushed the towel aside and turned the page.
And so I did. I walked the path of vice and virtue. I learned that neither side is correct, so to speak. Both have merits and faults, yet to embrace one is not to eschew the other, as so many ponies believe. Mix the two, and you just get grey. Nothing wrong with grey, but there's an infinite number of greys. Light greys and dark greys and all the greys in between. I'm just one shade of the union between black and white. Yet for all my philosophical revelations, for all my concerts and performances, for all my awards and earnings, I still feel empty, unfulfilled. And with every passing day, it grows easier to think that Lyra is the only pony who could ever fill that void. And just to balance it out, every day it grows harder to keep the promise I made to myself and to her. The vow that I would never again taint her purity and joy with my dull shades of grey. For 10 years I have kept my promise. However hard it has become to resist the urge to snap my wafer-thin oath and return to her side, I have stood firm and unrelenting. But now I stand in front of her door, letter in hoof and hesitance in my heart. Should I do it, or should I not? Once again, I find myself teetering on the fence between black and white. I tuck the letter into my case's carrying strap and walk away.
As Lyra closed the book, a piece of parchment fought its way free of the pages and drifted to the floor. She picked it up and read it, completely unaware of Bonbon reading it over her shoulder. The handwriting was, unlike the book's refined typewritten text, smooth and flowing.
Lyra, I hope this book finds you well. It's the first copy ever printed, and I autographed the back cover. You can sell it if you want, as long as you read it first. It probably won't be worth much, but I think you, of all ponies, deserve to know the truth. And Bonbon, too. I'm sorry to say I will be leaving Equestria soon. I'll be back for most of the Grand Galloping Galas, but probably not much apart from that. I can't stay here anymore. There's nothing left for me. There was, once, but no longer. And that's fine. I'm not blind to how happy you are with Bonbon. If you like, there's an old cherry tree right on the edge of...
She didn't bother reading the rest. The note dropped out of Lyra's magical grasp and fell to the floor as she bolted to the door, flung it open, and galloped away at top speed. The sun was just peeking over the horizon, tinging the dull gray sky with red and pink. Lyra skidded to a halt in Ponyville's park and looked around. Octavia, her ever-present black case strapped to her back, was standing beneath the snow-covered branches of the cherry tree that sat atop the tallest hill in the park. Her head was turned to the rolling snowy meadows that stretched out before them, her back to the rest of Ponyville, and the just as extensive orchards of Sweet Apple Acres. She said nothing, and did not turn around as Lyra trotted up the hill and stood at her side.
Hey, Tavy.
Lyra panted. The cellist did not reply.
Tavy?
Octavia remained mute.
Tavy?
Octavia turned towards her and regarded Lyra with stony violet eyes, and still she said nothing. Lyra looked at her for a moment before gazing elsewhere. There was a lifetime of pain, sorrow, and regret in those eyes, a decade of agony and torment, all because of her. And no matter how much she wanted to go back and undo it, she couldn't. But maybe...
Tavy, you don't have to say anything. I'm so sorry.
The cellist's sighs were hard, but Lyra pressed on.
I know I can't take it all back, but I want to help you, even if it's just a little. Please.
Octavia's eyes softened by an almost imperceptible fraction. Then, slowly, she nodded. Lyra grabbed Octavia's hoof and led her back into the town square. They arrived to find the square crammed with ponies. Almost everyone was wearing a simple cloth vest that was either beige, green, or blue. Lyra dropped Octavia's hoof before they reached the crowd and trotted wordlessly to Bonbon's side. Octavia saw her nudge Bonbon, who turned and waved a cheery hoof. Octavia nodded at her, but just once.
So let's do even better than last year and have the quickest winter wrap-up ever,
The mayor was saying.
All right, every pony, find your team leader and let's get galloping.
A few seconds later, Octavia sat back on her haunches as the scene was magically darkened, with a single spotlight piercing the darkness. A sky-blue Pegasus stepped into it and began to sing. And in spite of everything, the chilly air, the loneliness of the song, the biting wind, the pain of her past, and the tenuous balance and discipline required to walk the path that separates vice and virtue, the smallest of smiles found its home on Octavia's visage as she turned her back on both Lyra and Ponyville, and trotted towards her gray future.
Twilight sighed as she gazed forlornly up at the clear night sky. The moon was full, proudly showing the face of the half-forgotten legend in all her glory. The stars shone brightly, reminding Twilight that she would much rather be back in her tower, where she could study them with her telescope, or read a book about the stars, or read a book about anything else, or practice a new spell, or double-check her study schedule for the next week, or sleep, or do almost anything other than what she was doing at the moment, which was basically nothing. In fact, the only thing she could think of that would actually be worse than sitting alone on that palace balcony would be turning around and walking back into the palace ballroom. Now, Twilight normally didn't have anything against the ballroom. It was, of course, just a room. Sure, it wasn't a library or anything, but like most rooms, it was generally harmless. But on this particular night, it was anything but harmless. The first problem was that it was full of ponies. Normally, this would only be a slight annoyance to the reclusive bookworm, for even though she did not typically enjoy the company of ponies who weren't princesses or her family, She had at least learned how to interact with them without secretly imagining that they were all books. She was still pretty awkward, though. The second problem was the identities of the ponies in the room. They were the toasts of the town, the ones to watch, the belles of the ball, the stars of the show, the creme de la creme, the talk of all of Canterlot, and basically the ponies every pony should know. At least, that's what they thought about themselves. In Twilight's opinion, they were just a bunch of insufferable, narcissistic, egotistic snobs. And she wasn't sure which ones she hated more. The ones who ignored or looked down on her because she wasn't born into a rich, noble family, or the ones who tried to suck up to her, or otherwise use her and her position as Princess Celestia's star student to gain favour with the princess. The final problem was that those belles of the ball were, in fact, at a ball. Or it might have been a reception, or a soirée, or a gala, or something like that. Twilight couldn't really bring herself to care what type of party it was. All that really mattered about it was that there was dancing involved. And Twilight Sparkle could not dance. She still had nightmares about her last day in magic kindergarten. Instead of spending the day learning about magic, like she had expected to do in magic kindergarten, there had been an end-of-the-year party. Twilight had actually enjoyed the party at first. There were games, food, tearful goodbyes, though Twilight's had involved more books than ponies, and all the other necessities for a foal's party. And then the music had started. It only took a moment for all of the fillies and colts, Twilight included, to rush to the centre of the room and start dancing. It only took another moment for all of the fillies and colts, Twilight excluded, to notice how ridiculous her dancing was and start laughing. Twilight had never danced again. And so there she was, stuck alone on a balcony all night.
When nobles start to bore, walk right out the door.
Twilight let out a short yelp and quickly spun around to see who had startled her with a sudden exclamation. When she did, she saw a well-muscled bipedal creature, several times her size, with a horn the size of her leg on either side of his head, wearing a small black tie. She was familiar with minotaurs, of course, but only in the "I read a book about them once" sense. This was the first time she had ever actually met one.
"Oh, there's someone else out here?"
the Minotaur asked with a hint of surprise in his voice.
"Do you mind if Iron Will joins you?"
Twilight's mood immediately soured.
That depends. Is he one of those awful nobles from the party?
"No, Iron Will is Iron... wait, no, that's not right. I am Iron Will."
Well, you certainly don't look like a Canterlot noble pony. So what are you doing here? At the party, I mean.
Iron Will's father, Iron Staff, is the ambassador from Manoa. Iron Staff insists that Iron Will come to events like this, but Iron Will doesn't care for the nobles and their parties and politics.
Twilight smiled at that, quite happy to have found something of a kindred soul.
Oh, I know exactly how you feel. The princess always tries to drag me to these events, too. I can usually find an excuse not to go, but I got unlucky this time, so I had to deal with all those stuck-up ponies trying to make my life miserable, until I finally managed to escape out here.
Iron Will knows that those ponies are stuck-up jerks, but why are they trying to make you miserable?
Twilight sighed.
Because I'm Princess Celestia's star student, and they're all jealous of either my connection to the princess or my magical ability. So they seem to want to either drive me out of Canterlot or keep me from doing anything I want to. Or they want me to marry off one of their sons,
she added in disgust. Iron Will turned so that he was standing next to Twilight as they both looked up at the stars. After a few moments of thought, he spoke in a contemplative tone.
"There will always be those who want to tear you down. Those who can only feel good about themselves when there's no one above them. They will try to tell you you're worthless. They will try to make you worthless. All you can do is prove that they're wrong. Show them that you're great. Show everyone how great you are. When some pony tries to block, Show them that you rock.
Twilight giggled as Iron Will's little speech reached its climax.
That was pretty good. Do you give advice like that often?
Not as often as Iron Will would like. Iron Will's father wants Iron Will to go into politics, but Iron Will wants to become a motivational speaker.
I think you'd make a good one.
Twilight gave a soft smile.
I'm not quite as elegant with my words as you are, but I think that you should follow your dreams. Show them that you rock, too.
Iron Will paused for a few seconds before letting out a short laugh.
It seems so obvious when you say it. Iron Will supposes Iron Will should take Iron Will's advice. Yes, Iron Will do that. Thank you. Iron Will just realized that Iron Will does not know your name.
My name is Twilight. Twilight Sparkle.
Thank you, Twilight Sparkle. Iron Will is still not used to asking for names. It's not often necessary in Manoa.
Twilight laughed.
If everyone uses their own names as much as you do, I'm sure you wouldn't.
Twilight's expression suddenly became contemplative as she went into research mode.
Actually, do all Minotaurs refer to themselves in the third person like you do? Why do you do that?
That is how our language works. Our language doesn't have those, you things like equestrian.
You mean pronouns?
Yes, those! I am still trying to get used to using them.
Fascinating. So how long have you been speaking equestrian? Pronouns aside, you seem to be quite fluent.
I took a few classes in school back home, but I didn't use it as much until I came here several months ago.
Twilight nodded in understanding.
I see. Oh, good use of pronouns there, by the way.
As the conversation lulled, Twilight and Iron Will turned their attentions to other things. Things like the lights of the city below them, and the stars above them, and the music from the party behind them flowing out into the open air and mixing with the ambient sounds from the palace garden and the city. And when they thought they could get away with it, the fairly attractive, even if they're a different species, being standing next to them. Twilight had, much to the chagrin of her foal-sitter, never been very interested in romance. At least, she hadn't been since the day Cadence had told her that she couldn't marry a book, which was probably for the best. It would have been nigh impossible for Twilight to pick just one that she loved more than all the others, and it might get jealous when she inevitably read other books. But that didn't mean that she was completely clueless when it came to romance. She had, in an attempt to appease Cadence, read plenty of books on the subject. They were books about romance, not romance novels, as she was always sure to point out. Cadence had repeatedly told her that just reading about romance didn't count, and that she wasn't going to really learn anything about it that way. And as Twilight gazed upon the Minotaur standing next to her, she was suddenly realizing, though she hated to admit it, that Cadence might actually have been right. Although spending the rest of the evening in an awkward silence and stealing glances at each other still sounded better than rejoining the party, Twilight still found that it was far from an ideal solution.
So now what do we do?
She asked, in an attempt to improve the situation.
I don't think that either of us wants to return to the party. So we're basically stuck on this balcony all night.
Iron Will continued to stand in silence, apparently putting a considerable amount of thought into Twilight's question. After a few moments, he came to a decision, held out his hand to Twilight, and answered,
When you want romance, ask her to dance.
Twilight's pupils shrank in horror.
Dance? I can't dance. He'll laugh at me. It will be embarrassing and awkward. And that would be terrible because Celestius Blanks, he said romance, didn't he? He must like me too. But we just met. We're not even the same species. I'm not ready for a romantic relationship. It will never work. It's ridiculous. It's illogical. It's not exactly unappealing. He's confident. He seems sweet. He's good-looking in an exotic way. His tendency to speak in the third person is surprisingly endearing. I never thought I would say this, but now I wish that I had paid more attention when Cadence talked about romance. She was right. The books aren't helping. I'm so lost. I have no idea what to do. I think I might like him, but I'm not ready for this. But I might not get another chance with him. Or with anyone. No pony's ever asked me out or anything before. It's only logical that I give him this chance, right? But dancing! That will ruin everything. Oh, what do I do?
Discouraged by her response, or lack thereof, Iron Will withdrew his hand.
Or not. Forget Iron Will said that. Twilight Sparkle and Iron Will can do something else.
The dejected look on his face was the final push that sent her over the edge. The metaphorical edge, not the literal edge of the balcony.
No, wait.
Twilight took a deep breath and steeled herself for her reply. As she did so, Iron Will's words from earlier came back to her mind.
When some pony tries to block, show them that you rock. I won't let my fears block me. I can do this. I'll show him that I rock. I would love to dance with you. Oh, Cadence, help me.
While one might normally expect a size difference as large as the one between a pony and a minotaur would make dancing rather difficult, in this case, it actually worked in Twilight's favour. For when Iron Will held her in the traditional minotaur style of slow dancing, she found that her hind legs did not even reach the ground, thus preventing any embarrassing effort she might make to dance. And, as an added bonus, she was also pressed up against Iron Will's undeniably attractive chest. And by the time everyone had gone home, it was not the nobles who had spent the whole party socializing, drinking, and showing off their wealth, style, and influence who enjoyed it the most, but the two outcasts who spent the entire time outside, trapped on a balcony.
Big Macintosh took a long draught of cider from his mug before letting out an easy sigh. He looked out over the verdant orchards of Sweet Apple Acres, admiring the soft light of the setting sun reflecting off the yellow, orange, and gold leaves of autumn. Bright red fruits shone brightly in the sunlight, looking like baubles hanging from the rows of trees that stretched out over the hillside. Beside him, Applejack leaned back against a wooden fence post, taking a swig of cider from her own mug. Behind them sat the barn, standing proudly as a symbol of their hard work.
Yup,
Big Mac drawled, an expression which, in this context, and due to its long drawn-out nature and the inflection of his tone, could be roughly translated as, "My word, this is a beautiful day, is it not? Why, it's the sort of day that makes one happy to be alive." "Mm-hmm," Applejack murmured as she held the rim of her mug to her lips, an expression which could be translated as, "I heartily agree, and would also like to express my appreciation for this batch of cider you made. The quality of it is most excellent."
Yup,
the stallion replied, which here meant, "You're most welcome for the cider, my dear sister. I'm happy you're enjoying it while we share this peaceful moment."
Hello?
A male voice called from the other side of the barn.
Anyone here?
Applejack grumbled, casting a frown in the direction of the voice, her expression roughly meaning, "So much for the moment. There's never any peace around here."
Yup,
Big Mac responded with a chuckle, putting down his mug before making his way around the barn. When he reached the other side, he was greeted by the sight of two ponies walking up the path towards him. One was a blue-coated stallion with a dark blue swept-back mane, and the other was a mare with a pale yellow coat and a fiery orange mane. Both were Pegasi.
Sweet Apple Acres.
The stallion read off the sign over the entry gate.
Yeah, this is the place, Spitfire. I'm telling you, they make the best pies.
You and your pies.
The mare, ostensibly named Spitfire, replied, rolling her eyes as she did so.
This had better be a pretty amazing pie for us to come all the way out here.
Hey there!
The stallion called out when he spotted Big Mac, waving vigorously.
Do you have any pies?
Big Mac shook his head as he approached, still keeping a warm smile on his face.
Nope.
Nope!
The Pegasus stallion looked crestfallen, his eyes widening and his jaw dropping in horror.
What do you mean, nope?
I think he means nope, Soren. As in, no pies to be found here.
Soren's ears folded against his skull, and he gave Big Mac a hopeful grin.
Well, got anything else?
Big Mac opened his mouth to respond, but another voice answered before he could.
Come on back tomorrow morning, you hear?
They turned to see an elderly, green-coated mare standing on the porch of the farmhouse, looking down at them.
We'll have a fresh batch rating up pies, fritters, and tarts. Help yourself, silly. Just so long, Big Mac remembers to pick up enough flour. Won't you, Big Man?
Yup.
Tomorrow morning? I can wait that long!
Soren exclaimed, his expression quickly brightening. He leapt into the air, his wings unfurling as he did so.
Great! I'll be back first thing tomorrow. Come on, Spitz. Let's see if we can find someplace in town to stay. Race you back!
Spitfire faltered, remaining in place on the ground.
That's fine. You go on ahead. In fact, why don't you find that Rainbow Dash kid? I bet she'd be happy to see you.
Yes, ma'am!
Soren cheered before taking off with such force that all Big Mac saw was a blue streak racing towards town before his own mane blanketed his vision. Once the rush of wind passed, he lifted a hoof to push his hair out of his eyes and found himself alone with Spitfire, who was watching Soren vanish over the horizon, shaking her head.
Sorry about him. He can be a little thick sometimes.
She turned to Big Mac and flashed him a small grin.
I mean, don't get me wrong. He's a nice fellow and all, but yeah.
Big Mac shrugged his massive shoulders.
Yup.
The sound of hooves treading on ground met their ears, and they turned to see Applejack approaching, her eyes widening at the sight of Spitfire. The Pegasus gave her a smile, chuckling as she came nearer.
Small world.
I'll say,
Applejack exclaimed.
Nice to see you again. How are the Wonderbolts treating you?
No different than usual. Anyway, I've taken enough of your time. I guess I'll be back tomorrow to see these amazing pies of yours.
Big Mac's response was cut off by an orange hoof being shoved over his mouth. He turned to see his sister, now standing beside him, now wrapping her forehoof around his shoulders.
Actually, since Big Mac here needs to go into town to pick up some flour, I'm sure he'd be happy to show you around town. Won't you, Big Mac?
Big Mac stammered, even as he felt his sister practically shoving him towards Spitfire.
Oh, I wouldn't want to be a burden.
Nonsense! You're an esteemed guest. And besides, Big Mac was heading into town anyway. He'll show you all the nicest places around.
Yup.
Big Mac murmured, giving Spitfire an awkward grin. The surface of Ponyville Lake was still, mirroring the purples and dark blues of the twilight sky above. The setting sun had retired behind the mountain for the day, but the western sky was still lit in fiery, if fading tones that were reflected in the colours of the mare Big Macintosh was standing beside.
That's really pretty,
Spitfire commented. A long silence descended over them, broken only by the croak of frogs and the buzz of insects flying over the water. A soft breeze passed through the valley, like a gentle sigh, rustling the yellowing leaves in the trees. The creak of a windmill drifted from the nearby town. Spitfire rubbed one of her forelegs with the other, glancing down at the shore of the lake. Big Mac went from looking at Spitfire to looking at the town, to looking out at the lake, his eyes desperately searching for a target that he would not feel uncomfortable looking at.
Sorry,
Spitfire blurted out, finally breaking the silence.
I'm not that good at the small talk. I tend to just give orders. Conversations are more of Soren's thing.
Big Mac nodded. He pawed at the ground for a moment before opening his mouth. Then he closed it. Then he opened it again. After a few more false starts, he finally articulated the words,
What am I even doing here?
Spitfire sighed, throwing Big Mac a quick glance before continuing.
Sorry, it's just, sometimes I think I must be the biggest idiot in the world. Recruiting season at the academy is over, and I don't have to go on tour for another few days. So I finally get a break from my work, and what do? Let my coworker convince me to tag along with him. So now I get to be reminded of work on my vacation.
She turned to Big Mac, giving him a wry grin.
I must be pretty stupid, right?
The stallion shook his head, smiling.
Nope.
That's nice of you to say, even if you're completely wrong.
The Pegasus went back to staring out at the lake.
Anyway, I'm sorry to unload that on you. I'm sure you've got better things to do than to listen to me whine all day.
Big Mac put a hoof to his chin, frowning slightly, before smiling and shaking his head.
Nope.
Spitfire let out a loud snicker, quickly covering her mouth with a hoof. It took her a moment to recover, and when she did, she gave the stallion a broad grin.
I like you. You're easy to talk to. Hey, if you were a Pegasus, you'd probably make a good cadet. Oh, and there I go thinking about work again.
She inhaled deeply, before letting her breath out slowly.
So, what do you do around here for fun?
Big Mac considered this for a moment.
Work.
Spitfire raised an eyebrow.
Okay. Anything else?
Another moment of silence passed, before Big Mac shook his head.
Nope.
The Pegasus let out a snort, once again collapsing into snickers, and this time joined by the hearty chuckles of Big Mac.
Sounds like you could use a vacation yourself.
She thumped him on the shoulder. It was a mark of her strength that the huge stallion actually felt it.
You know, this really is beautiful.
Spitfire waved a hoof in the direction of the lake. The last rays of the sun were quickly vanishing over the horizon as twilight consumed the sky. She rubbed a hoof over the sandy shore.
I always just thought of lakes as, water. Just water. Once in a while we'd come by and suck some out for Cloudsdale, and that's it. I didn't really think there was more to it than that.
Big Mac nodded, and after some consideration, picked up a small flat rock with his teeth. He drew his head back, then whipped it forward as he let go of the stone, watching with satisfaction as it skipped twice before dropping beneath the surface with a soft plonk.
Nice one. Here, let me try.
Spitfire picked up a rock of her own and threw it in, but it promptly sank into the water with a loud splash.
Ah, shoot.
Here.
Big Mac nudged a small, flat stone towards Spitfire, who took it in her mouth and gave it a strong throw. Her aim was off, though, as she wound up flinging the rock at the shallow water near her hooves. The resulting splash caught her, drenching her face. Spitfire grumbled while Big Mac let out a snort. At a glare from the Pegasus, his face promptly scrunched up, and he avoided her gaze. But after a moment, her stern facade broke, and she let out a snicker of her own before the two broke out into full laughter.
Okay, I'll leave the skipping to you.
Spitfire laughed, shaking the water from her mane.
I'll just throw them in.
At that, she picked up another small rock, this time lobbed it with a forehoof. The two of them watched it sail through the air in a high arc before landing with a tiny splash far out from the shoreline.
Let's see you beat that.
She threw Big Mac a cocky grin. The stallion returned the grin and trotted over to where a stone the size of his fetlock sat, slightly elevated above the surface of the lake. With a great big wind-up, he pulled back one of his hind legs and smashed his hoof into the stone, sending it hurtling over the lake. Spitfire watched, her mouth agape, as the rock landed halfway across the lake, sending up a huge splash and scattering a nearby flock of geese that had otherwise been enjoying a quiet evening. Their angry honks resounded through the air as they took flight for safer environs.
I may not be keeping track, but that's gotta be some kind of record,
she said with awe. Big Mac gave her a satisfied smile. A loud yelp rang out from the opposite shore, accompanied by the familiar honks of geese. In the distance, Spitfire and Big Mac could make out the blue streak of a Pegasus racing through the sky, being pursued by a mass of large, honking birds. Behind them, a distinctly rainbow-coloured streak raced after, yelling something incoherent from this distance.
Uh-oh,
Spitfire muttered, lifting a hoof to cover her sheepish grin before turning to Big Mac.
I think now would be a good time to pick up that flower of yours.
Yup,
Big Mac exclaimed, leading the Pegasus in their flight from the scene of their misdeed, both of them laughing all the way into town.
It's not funny, Spitz!
Soren grumbled, his face and coat now covered in nicks, scratches, and several small bandages.
I didn't say anything.
Spitfire flashed the blue Pegasus an innocent smile. The two of them were once again standing at the entrance to Sweet Apple Acres, now enjoying the warm morning sunlight on their coats.
Yeah, but you were thinking it!
Soren idly scratched at one of his bruises. Nearby, Big Mac was assembling the mobile stand the Apple family used to sell their goods, while Applejack and Granny Smith made trips back and forth between the stand and the farmhouse, carting trays of steaming pastries and pies with them.
It's just a good thing Rainbow Dash knew where to find that Fluttershy pony. Who knows what those geeses would have done otherwise?
Soren suppressed a shudder, while Spitfire and Big Mac shared a look before quickly turning away, whistling loudly.
But it's okay.
His mouth watered at the sight of the pies Applejack was carrying on her back.
It'll all be worth it once I taste that wonderful pie.
Soren, you're drooling again.
He merely gargled in response. Soon, bits passed between hooves, and Soren was snout deep in fresh apple pie, scarfing it loudly and moaning with pleasure through bulging mouthfuls of piping hot apple filling. Applejack watched on uneasily for a moment before leaning towards Spitfire.
See, okay.
Oh, this is nothing. You should have seen him at the Cloudsdale custard competition. He nearly passed out on the spot.
It's good!
Soren mumbled between bites, his face still buried within the depths of the pie tin.
Well, glad you like it.
Applejack chortled before turning to her brother.
Alrighty, Big Mac. Your turn to take the stand into town.
Yup.
He harnessed himself to the front of the stand, while Applejack secured the last of the treats inside. He was just about to start for town when he noticed Spitfire standing beside him.
This might sound weird, but...
She cleared her throat and leaned closer, speaking in hushed tones.
Do you think I could tag along with you? I just want to get away from Soren for a bit.
The noisy sounds of wolfing down pie filled the air, and there were still several untouched pies sitting on the ground that the blue Pegasus had yet to touch.
He's gonna be like this for a while.
Big Mac chuckled before giving Spitfire a wide grin.
Yup.
Wonderbolt's autographs. Meet Captain Spitfire. Free autograph with purchase of apple pastry. Big Mac was astonished. It had all started out simply enough. He had set up shop in the middle of the square and, just like always, got a few regulars who were used to the cart's presence. But then Spitfire, seeing an opportunity to bring in some business, raced into a costume shop on the edge of the square and emerged a moment later wearing a full Wonderbolt's outfit. Suddenly, the attention of every pony in the square was on them, and Spitfire was barking out orders.
Line up here on the right! Single file, no pushing, no shoving, falls to the front. Buy your apple treats here on the right, then get in line for autographs on the left. Hey, you with the mohawk! No cutting in line, single files, ponies!
Hey, wait a minute!
Called out a green stallion with red hooves and a blonde mane, who was pointing at Spitfire.
Those aren't captain stripes on your uniform. The captain has 2 yellow stripes and a red stripe, not 3 yellow ones.
He placed a hoof on his chest and offered the crowd a smug grin.
Every true Wonderbolts fan knows that.
Spitfire yanked off her mask and glared down at the stallion, revealing a face that would have been instantly familiar to any pony who read a recent issue of Wonderbolts Weekly.
I left my actual outfit at home, and this is the best I could do on short notice. Now, do you want your stupid autograph or not?
The stallion gulped and withered before her gaze.
Yes, ma'am.
On a normal day, the Sweet Apple Acre stand would have still had a few unsold leftovers even after being open all morning. On this day, it sold out within 15 minutes. Big Mac hurried to serve the growing crowd of ponies, watching in amazement at the growing pile of bits beneath the counter.
And there!
Spitfire announced, stamping her inked hoof on a photograph of herself for the last pony in line. The pony in question grabbed it and raced away, squealing loudly as she did so. Spitfire glanced at the clock tower in the distance.
20 minutes! That's a new record!
Yup.
Looks like you made a good haul there.
Spitfire pointed at the small mountain of gold bits that Big Mac was scooping up into several burlap sacks.
Just be grateful there aren't any trademark lawyers to see that.
Big Mac raised an eyebrow at this, and Spitfire leaned toward him, speaking in a hushed tone.
Well, strictly speaking, we're not allowed to charge for our own autographs, at least not without permission from our sponsors. And they wouldn't be willing to give it to us anyway, because they have exclusive rights to all of our autographed merchandise.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all nonsense.
She leaned back in her seat.
Just be grateful if you can go on your whole life without meeting Patton Suit. That guy is an asshole.
Spitfire and Big Mac jumped at the sound of a voice coming from behind them, and turned to see a middle-aged, grey-coated stallion with flat greying hair, thick-rimmed glasses, and a very severe expression on his face. Rather than a saddlebag, he wore a briefcase on his side, and on his flank was the mark of a sheaf of documents.
Hi, Patton!
Spitfire's tone suddenly turned very high-pitched.
Nice to see you again. I was just talking about how you're such an astounding gentle cult.
Peyton's eyes narrowed as he gazed over the bridge of his glasses at Spitfire, and Big Mac suddenly felt himself shiver uncontrollably, and his blood run cold, even though he had no idea what was truly going on.
Two-week suspension?
In retrospect, Big Mac felt he should have known it was too good to be true. The encounter with Patent Suit had ended with him confiscating every bit they had made, for evidence, and with Spitfire receiving a citation. And while losing what amounted to roughly 2 days' worth of income had been bitterly disappointing, Big Mac's frustration was nothing compared to Spitfire's, who was currently ripping her citation to shreds.
2-week suspension? Me? Who do they think they're dealing with? I'm the captain of the Wonderbolts.
She hurled the shreds of paper to the ground.
I worked for years to get where I am now. I'm not some celebrity or stunt flyer they get to just push around.
She yanked off the Wonderbolt costume she was wearing, forcefully tugging at its folds, before balling it up and hurling it at a nearby dumpster. However, it unfurled in midair and lost momentum, instead coming to a rest atop the head of a grey-coated, blonde-maned Pegasus, who happened to be fluttering past at that very moment. She paused to pull the blue fabric and look at it for a moment, before gasping with delight and racing off.
I swear I hate this job sometimes!
Spitfire threw her forehooves into the air. She paused in the middle of the street to bury her face in her hooves and let out a muffled scream. Big Mac stood at her side for an uncomfortable moment, looking around uneasily, before slowly lifting a forehoof and patting the Pegasus on the shoulder. He gently pressed his hoof against her coat, feeling the tension of her muscles slowly ease. Finally, she sighed and stood up, looking at Big Mac.
Okay, I don't hate my job. In fact, there's a lot of stuff I really love about it. It's just all this paperwork and contract stuff just drives me nuts. They didn't tell me about that back at the academy.
Yup.
Well, I guess it could be worse. The academy doesn't come back into session for another month, so the suspension won't affect me there. But now I'm gonna miss the first round of races.
She paused, then added,
And don't worry, I'll make it up to you for losing those bits.
Big Mac shook his head.
No.
Oh, no. I insist on making up for it. It was my fault you lost them, so it's my responsibility to pay up.
But...
He was interrupted by a yellow hoof being forcefully shoved into his chest.
No buts. I can work for it, and now I've got a 2-week mandatory vacation. I have no reason not to help you out. In fact, I want to help you out.
Spitfire removed her hoof from Big Mac's chest and held it out in front of him.
So what do you say? I won't take no for an answer.
He gazed down at Spitfire's extended hoof, silently considering her. Over the next week, Spitfire would begin each day by waking up at the crack of dawn and flying to Sweet Apple Acres. The captain of the Wonderbolts had taken to sleeping on a nearby cloud at night and helping Big Mac on the farm during the day. Even after Soren left town for the Wonderbolt shows, with Rainbow Dash in tow as an enthusiastic audience member, Spitfire stayed in Ponyville and continued what had become a daily routine. At first, each morning went the same. Spitfire would arrive at the farm, and Big Mac would insist she had worked off her debt. The Pegasus would insist otherwise, and without any hard figures to back up either of their claims, she would win these arguments by sheer force of personality. So she continued working, aiding the stallion with whatever he was working on that day. And after a few days, Big Mac stopped protesting.
So let me get this straight. You earth ponies rake up the fallen leaves into piles, and then foals jump into them?
Yup.
Spitfire and Big Mac were standing in one of the many orchards of Sweet Apple Acres, surrounded by the glorious colours of autumn. The bright red fruits, coupled with the many yellows and oranges of the leaves, seemed to reflect the coats of the two ponies present. Though the trees were still full of foliage, many leaves had already fallen to the ground. Spitfire and Big Mac each carried a rake, and several large piles of leaves, about as high as the Wonderbolt captain was tall, dotted the landscape around them. Spitfire stepped next to one of the piles and picked up one of the leaves with her rake, holding it in front of her face to examine it closely.
I don't see the appeal. They're all brown and crinkly, not soft like clouds. They don't really look like they'd be much fun to jump into.
Big Mac suddenly felt an overwhelming compulsion to illustrate the virtues of jumping headlong into a large pile of leaves. Being a stallion of few words, he knew he would not be able to persuade another pony by oral argument, so he opted for a simpler and more effective approach. He lifted a forehoof and gave Spitfire a quick shove. The Pegasus vanished into the pile, throwing up a cloud of leaves in her wake. Spitfire's head emerged out of the top of the pile, giving Big Mac a stern glare, but the stallion was laughing too heartily to think anything of it. After a few seconds, a sly grin crossed her face.
Oh, you will pay for that!
Her hooves promptly went to work, struggling to fling hooffuls of leaves at him, but none made it very far through the air before fluttering to the ground, falling far short of Big Mac. This only caused him to laugh harder.
New plan!
Spitfire spread her wings and launched upwards, raining leaves down behind her. A few quick twists and turns through the air was all that was needed to lift the pile into a swirling mass. Big Mac's eyes widened at the sight of a huge vortex of autumn colours bearing straight down on him before he was buried beneath their mass.
Whoa!
A shrug of his shoulders was all that was needed to disturb enough of the pile to clear his vision, and it was to see Spitfire holding a hoof to her mouth, trying to hide her smile, before she gave in and burst out laughing.
Okay, I may have gone a little overboard.
She looked around at the mess of leaves that littered the ground, covering what had previously been freshly raked earth.
Yup.
Big Mac stepped out of the pile and shook off as many leaves as he could. He looked at Spitfire and noticed a brown leaf sticking out prominently in the sweep of her mane.
Here.
He leaned down to grasp the leaf between his teeth and gently pulled it out of her mane without pulling any hairs out by their roots.
Oh, thanks.
Spitfire gave him a sheepish grin before taking a step toward him.
You got one too.
She stood up on her hind legs, planting her forehooves on his broad shoulders to reach up toward his back. Big Mac felt the volume of her mane brush against the side of his face, tickling his cheek. Her teeth tugged at something that had wedged itself in the hairs on the back of his neck. A sudden shiver went down his spine at the feeling of her breath on his coat and her firm hooves pressing into his skin. Her head re-emerged in front of him, her mouth now holding the leaf she had pulled from his mane. Her hooves remained on his shoulders, and their gazes met, their snouts mere inches apart. From this distance, Big Mac could make out every detail of her face, every individual eyelash, every strand of hair that made up the majestic orange sweep of her mane, every little vein in the spiky brown leaf she held between her lips. Spitfire opened her mouth, letting the leaf fall slowly to the ground, forgotten to the two ponies present. A long moment passed in silence before she spoke, never pulling her gaze away from Big Mac's.
That just happened, didn't it?
Big Mac took a few seconds to respond, still holding the stem of his leaf between his teeth.
Yup.
The validity of what they had just experienced confirmed, they stood still for another long moment. Big Mac could feel Spitfire's breath warm upon his snout. Another shiver went down his spine and travelled down his legs, and judging from the way her hooves shook ever so slightly against his shoulders, she was shivering too.
You...
Spitfire paused, closing her mouth and briefly licking her lips.
You don't mind, do you?
Another long moment passed in silence, save for the rustle of leaves in the breeze around them.
Nope.
Make Macintosh!
Applejack called out, trudging through one of the far orchards. The sun had already set behind the horizon, casting the sky in twilight. The mare gave a huff before shouting again.
Where the hell are you? It's getting light! Big Macintosh!
The crunch of hooves upon fallen leaves met her ears, and she turned to see Big Mac and Spitfire coming over a hill and walking toward her, trotting side by side. Applejack tapped a hoof on the ground as they approached.
And just where have you been, Big Mac? Dinner's on the table getting cold and I'm out here looking for you instead of eating mine.
Sorry, Applejack. We just got distracted is all.
Applejack raised an eyebrow.
Distracted by what?
Spitfire and Big Mac shared a look, grinning.
Oh, nothing. We just started fixing up each other's manes.
Before Applejack could formulate a response, Spitfire continued in a smooth, casual tone.
Oh wow, would you look at the time? Till tomorrow, Big Mac.
Yup.
He watched Spitfire spread her wings and quickly take to the air, soon vanishing behind the trees of the orchard. Applejack watched her leave suspiciously, before turning back to her brother, a quizzical look upon her face.
Do you want to explain what that was about?
Big Mac wore a smug grin on his face, and he continued toward home, not bothering to look at his sister as he walked right past her, offering an answer that translated roughly to, "Wouldn't you like to know?"
Nope.
What?
Applejack chased after his retreating form.
What's that supposed to mean? Hey, I'm talking to you. Y'all get back here, mister.
There was a spring to Big Mac's step the next morning. He barely felt the nip of the cool morning air as he headed out into the orchard to gather apples. The bright, cheery colours of the leaves around him only lifted his spirits even further, and he whistled while he worked, bucking the plentiful harvest from the trees. However, the day went on, and Big Mac was still working alone in the orchard. He glanced up at the sky, noticing the sun already climbing high above the mountain to the east. At each rustle of the leaves and each breath of wind, he would look up to see if it would be accompanied by the flap of wings. When he started missing tree trunks in his attempts to buck them, Big Mac finally abandoned the task and left the orchard, searching for any sign of Spitfire. It wasn't a long search. His wanderings took him near the barn, where the sound of raised voices met his ears. Big Mac crept along the side of the barn, peering around the corner to see Applejack and Spitfire facing off against each other.
Look, I just want to know what's going on between you two.
I don't think it's any of your business.
Like, hey, it's none of my business. This is my brother we're talking about here.
He's a grown stallion, Applejack.
He may be growing up, but he's still a shy one, and I am just looking out for him.
Big Mac remained hidden behind the barn, listening intently. He felt the urge to take that step forward, to reveal his presence and put an end to this argument, but his hooves would not move.
He's real sincere, and I need to know you're doing right by him.
What do you take me for? Some undependable flake who just runs out on ponies? I am a wonderbolt.
Exactly. You've got shows to do and an academy to run. You've got to go places where Big Mac can't follow, where no apple pony can follow. So what are you gonna tell him when you have to leave him?
Big Mac closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, his mind screaming at him, "Get out there and stop this." Applejack's voice dropped low and threatening.
No pony is closer to me than my brother. So don't you dare do wrong by him. You hear me? Don't you dare!
Big Mac heard the flap of wings, and when he opened his eyes and looked around the corner, he saw Spitfire flying away. He felt his legs finally start moving beneath him as he opened his mouth and cried out,
"Stop this!"
The Wonderbolt was already too far away to hear him. Some pony who did hear him, however, was Applejack, who spun around and stared at him, wide-eyed. The stallion could only watch Spitfire vanish into the distance, becoming an orange speck in the sky, before passing beyond a nearby hill. Once she left his sight, Big Mac turned toward his sister, leveling a fierce glare which caused Applejack to back away a few steps.
I guess you overheard, huh?
When Big Mac's frown hardened, her tone became defiant.
Hey, don't you look at me like that. I'm just trying to look out for you.
The two siblings glared at each other before Big Mac closed his eyes and sighed. His expression softened, and he walked up to his sister, reaching out a forehoof and pulling her into a tight hug. Applejack's muffled grunt came before she grinned and returned the hug.
Oh, you big softy. This is exactly why I have to keep an eye on you.
The corner of Big Mac's lip curled upward, and he pulled her closer.
I can take care of myself.
Applejack's ears folded back against her head, and she hugged him a little tighter before they finally broke apart. They stood at hoof's length, looking at each other. A small smile crept onto Applejack's face, and she thumped him on the shoulder.
Y'all be careful now, you hear?
Big Mac nodded, turned away, and started galloping in the same direction that Spitfire had taken. Big Mac's search took him the better part of the day. He ran after Spitfire in the direction of town, asking any pony he met along the way if they'd seen her. After checking every street and business, he circled around the edge of town, but still had no luck. It was only toward the end of the day that he kicked himself as he finally thought to check the lake. As he approached the shore, he heard a familiar voice.
Spitfire, you idiot!
He peered around a thicket of trees to see the very Pegasus standing on the shoreline, hurling a rock into the water.
You stupid, lousy...
She muttered aloud, even though she stood alone. She lobbed another rock in while Big Mac watched. He stepped out from behind the thicket and cleared his throat, causing her to whip around. They stood there, staring at each other, the Pegasus pawing at the ground.
Look, I've been thinking and, well, I'm just not sure this is going to work out. I've got stuff to do, and you've got stuff to do, and it's not 'cause I don't like you. It's not you, it's me, and, oh jeez, this is sounding so trite.
She sighed and planted a forehoof on the bridge of her nose. Big Mac moved toward her and wrapped a forehoof around her, pulling her into a hug.
I understand.
Spitfire stiffened for a second, initially reluctant to return his warmth. But her muscles slowly relaxed in his embrace, and she nestled her head against his chest.
Your sister is right. You are sincere. And that just makes me feel that much worse for doing this.
She pulled away from him, taking a step back as she looked upon him.
Look, I've done something wrong here. This whole trip was just supposed to be a distraction from work. Nothing more. And then you got rolled into it, and I've never been any good at this touchy-feely stuff. So I didn't stop to think that maybe this meant more than just a vacation to you.
Big Mac bit his lip and looked down at his hooves, causing Spitfire's face to fall and her ears to fold against her head. She turned away to look out over the lake.
You know, I always used to wonder why ponies made such a big deal out of breakups. It just seems like part of a drill. You got together, you had your fun, and then you went your separate ways. No need to make a big drama out of it. I guess I thought I'd just handle it like giving orders. We're done, end of story. Shows what I know.
Silence fell between them. A cold rush of wind passed over the lake, stripping down the trees of more of their leaves and sending a chill through both ponies. Dead brown leaves, stripped of their color and vibrancy, drifted past. Spitfire turned back to Big Mac, their manes whipping around their faces as they looked upon each other.
So, now what?
Big Mac took a moment to respond, and when he did, he leaned down to nuzzle her head.
We enjoy this.
Spitfire did not move at first, taking her time and letting out a long, low exhale before nuzzling him back.
Are you gonna be okay when I leave?
Yup.
Are you sure?
Yup.
Alright then.
Spitfire reached up with her forehooves, planted them on Big Mac's shoulders, lifting herself up so that she and he were facing eye to eye.
I've got a few days left before I have to go. We'll make the most of it.
Their lips met, their bodies pressing against each other's warmth, as if to defy the chilly wind that enveloped them. Big Macintosh took a long draught of cider from his mug before letting out an easy sigh. He looked out over the orchards of sweet apple acres, its trees now bare and their branches now stripped of leaves as winter's chill came upon them. The fiery tones of the setting sun adorned the sky in front of them, reminding him of a certain mare that he had just said farewell to. Beside him, Applejack leaned back against a wooden fence post, fiddling with the mug she held between her hooves.
So, she left this morning?
Yup.
Applejack bit her lip before speaking again.
And, are you feeling alright?
Big Mac took another sip of cider.
Nope.
He paused, then turned toward his sister and gave her a small smile, communicating a different message. But I'll be okay. She smiled in return, looking down at her cider mug.
I'm sorry for being nosy. Wasn't my place. I was afraid she wasn't going to be the right one for you. But I do want you to find the right one, Big Mac. I really do.
Big Mac reached out a forehoof, pulling Applejack into a sideways hug. She smiled, returning it.
Oh, now you're making me into the big softy of the family, ain't you?
The stallion grinned broadly and hugged his sister even tighter.
Yup.
The Friendship Express came to a complete stop, letting off a hiss of steam from its engine and wheels. Several ponies ran along the station platform and through the white steam, opening boxcar doors and allowing the passengers inside to finally exit the train after their long travels. One pony, dressed in a stylish grey and white jacket and wearing a pair of purple-tinted glasses, stepped off the train and gave an exaggerated swipe of his hoof against his brow.
My word, these steam trains are so old-fashioned,
Hoity-toity said to a line of ponies filing out behind him.
The smoke alone has turned my mane and coat into a garish wasteland of soot. I might as well be shoveling the coal for all the good sitting in the first-class seats did me. I must report to the Equestrian Railroad Association on the fabulous bullet trains that Napon has. Now there is speed and class.
Hoity-toity clasped his front hoofs together. Immediately, the half-dozen ponies behind him sprang into action and surrounded him, each carrying a cleaning implement such as filers, shampoo, hairspray, or lint rollers. In a whirlwind of movement too fast for the eye to see, the ponies clipped, shampooed, sprayed, and tailored. Seconds later they were done, and zipped back to their previous positions. Hoity-toity stood up, his entire form completely cleaned and groomed to perfection. His body gleamed in the midday sun.
Now then, this place better have some new designs to offer, or this will be a complete waste of valuable time.
He tilted his head toward the attendants.
Find me, beauty.
Receiving their orders, he and the others trotted away from the train station and towards the sparkling entrance of the Crystal Empire. Walking through the streets that comprised the outer town of the Crystal Empire, Hoity-toity could certainly see that the kingdom lived up to its name. The houses and streets, composed entirely of glittering quartz, amethyst, diamonds, and other precious stones, sparkled in the daylight sun, and yet their brilliance didn't strain the eyes. The crystal ponies going about their daily lives seemed to be made of translucent material, though thankfully none of their vital organs could be seen. Even the food appeared to be crystallized, yet as Hoity-toity bit through a dazzling corn on the cob, it was as smooth and chewy as one would expect it to be.
Truly a fantastic specimen,
he said as he finished off the corn and dumped the cob in a nearby trash bin.
And I dare say better than the sweet corn of Horsechester.
But as culturally stimulating as the environment surrounding him was, not a single pony had passed him by wearing an outfit. With all the large-scale and flashy buildings, one would think that a few frocks would be necessary to stand out in such a city. Hoity-toity intended to inquire about the local boutiques post-haste. His eyes scanned the street he was on, determined to pick out a pony that looked like they might know a thing or two about the local fashion circuit. He blinked as his gaze fell over an individual that definitely stood out from the rest, but not because of what he was wearing. Indeed, all that this particular stallion wore was a red baseball cap and a whistle hanging by a cord around his neck. That this pony's coat didn't gleam like the rest of the citizens further marked him out as a fellow out of place. Hoity-toity tracked his movements as the stallion headed toward a building with jerseys, footballs, and protective pads displayed on its windows. Gathering himself up, he rushed ahead and intercepted the stallion before he could enter the store.
My good sir, a moment of your time, if you please.
The stallion pulled back and regarded the newcomer with a confused stare.
Sure. What can I do for you?
You are Shining Armour, prince of this fine land, are you not?
Shining Armour smiled and stood tall.
Yeah, that's me.
And yet you are prancing around looking like that?
Hoity-toity shook his head and hissed.
Dreadful, my lad.
That wiped the smile off Shining Armour's face. He self-consciously looked down at himself, trying to see what Hoity-toity found so appalling.
I really don't know what you mean. I didn't step in anything, did I?
Hoity-toity flipped the hat resting on Shining Armour's head and flicked the whistle hanging from his neck.
These, Prince. What were you thinking?
Oh, these.
Shining Armour gave a good-natured chuckle.
I'm getting the ponies here ready for the equestrian games. They have a lot of spirit, but that won't be enough if they want to have a chance at winning.
Yes, all fine and good.
Hoity-toity waved his hoof airily in front of him.
But that doesn't excuse you walking around your subjects looking like a common track coach. You're a prince, for goodness sake!
Shining Armour narrowed his eyes and stared down the stallion opposite him.
Hey now, there's no need for that. Just who are you to judge how I go about my business?
He pointed at the fan on his rear as though it was the only form of identification that he needed.
Ah, my apologies. Hoity Toity, Equestria's leading fashion expert, at your service. And it would be against the cutie mark that adorns my flank to see you misrepresent yourself and your subjects that way.
My subjects? You mean the crystal ponies? I'm not sure I follow.
It's quite simple, my dear lad. You are a prince now. Anything you do, be it what you wear or how you conduct yourself, reflects upon the citizens of this land. And right now, you are screaming to the heavens that you don't care how you are seen. It doesn't put much confidence in me that you know how to run this country. Not at all.
Shining Armour swallowed a lump that had suddenly formed in his throat. He looked around him, at all the ponies now under his control, and rubbed at the back of his head with a hoof.
Well, I didn't mean to come across like that. I mean, I'm still new to this princey thing.
Which is fortunate for you that I deigned to come here in the first place.
He wrapped a leg around Shining Armour's broad shoulders and gave him a confident smirk.
But don't worry, I'll have you looking the part before you can say apple fritter.
But I have practice to get to.
Shining Armour stuttered. Any further objections were ignored as Hoity Toity dragged him away from the sporting goods store and toward the castle.
All in good time,
Hoity Toity said as he pulled a reluctant Shining Armour along.
Yes, all in good time. But first, a little detour is in order, if I do say. No, that won't work. Too flashy.
A set of clothes with sparkling gems sailed through the air.
Not flashy enough.
A black tux followed the first.
Too many additions with this one.
A sports jacket with several sets of pockets joined the others.
By Celestia, who designed this?
Across the room, Shining Armour watched with growing unease as Hoity Toity tossed one outfit after another onto a growing pile of clothes on the floor. All of his best attire, ensembles that had been stitched by the finest seamsters in Canterlot, were being judged as unacceptable by Hoity Toity's critical eye. Finally, Hoity Toity threw up his hooves and stomped out of the closet.
That wardrobe should be condemned. Not a single piece of attire to match the grandeur that you deserve, Shining Armour.
Well, I've never been much for fashion,
Shining Armour said with a touch of embarrassment. Hoity Toity lowered his glasses to cast a harsh glare at the pile in the centre of the room.
That much I could already tell.
I guess then there's not much you can do.
With a sigh, Shining Armour began picking up his discarded clothes with his magic and began placing them back in the closet. He was only on his second article of clothing when Hoity Toity smacked the cloth away and stood with an air of having been offended.
Lad, you have no idea who you are dealing with. I swear, as Celestia's mine witness, that I will design a suit for you that will outshine the very crystals that make up this land. Nothing short of perfection will do to display yourself as the pinnacle of princehood in all of Equestria.
You really don't have to go through this much trouble.
Oh, but I do. I stake my very reputation on this. How could I look away when I see an icon of this kingdom going about with nary a concern for his looks? A handsome stallion like you should take some pride. There certainly aren't many of your kind around, I'm afraid.
What?
Shining Armour stammered.
What do you mean by that?
Easy there, lad. You're going to faint with all that blood rushing to your cheeks like that.
Shining Armour blushed harder and turned away.
But I meant what I said. Come, we'll away to the finest clothing store this town has to offer, and I'll personally see to it that you get fitted for an ensemble fit for a king, and certainly for a prince.
Hoity Toity grabbed Shining Armour's left foreleg and pulled him toward the door. The prince sighed and allowed himself to be dragged away. The two stallions soon found themselves within Madame Ruby's Aggregate Tailoring, a building with a giant spool of thread above its entrance. Inside, the store contained thousands of rolls of fabric of every colour imaginable, all laid out in rows of shelves. Needles of various sizes and the latest line of spindle sewing machines covered the tables. Hoity-toity wasted no time sorting through the available wares. It quickly became apparent that the fashion expert was in his element as he sorted out all the highest quality and most expensive material and arranged them in a workspace set aside for professional use. And in Hoity-toity's highly regarded opinion, he was a professional with a capital P.
Now then, before I can get started on your trend-setting attire, I'll need to take some measurements.
Measurements?
Shining Armour nervously eyed the tape measure that Hoity-toity picked up in his hooves.
Yes. Now hold still. I want to be sure I get everything right.
Why don't we ask one of the ladies here to do it?
Hoity-toity waved off Shining Armour's suggestion and held the tape measure taut between his hooves.
No, that won't do at all. This job needs my personal touch.
Not waiting for Shining Armour's reply, he descended on the hapless stallion.
Oh, yes, that's it. Oh, very impressive. Here too. My, for a unicorn, you have such broad withers.
Despite himself, Shining Armour perked up at that last remark and stood a little taller.
Well, even though I'm a prince now, I haven't slacked off in my training. I can't let all those years in the guard go to waste now, can I?
Indeed you can't.
Hoity-toity said in an appreciative manner.
I can't wait to see if you fill out the outfit I have planned. Marvelous.
It won't be too, saucy, will it?
That all depends on the eye of the beholder. Any mare, and I dare say even a few colts, will be turning their heads for a second look once I'm through with you.
Shining Armour gulped. He'd been doing that a lot today.
Almost there, and done.
Hoity-toity raised a hoof in triumph. Shining Armour chuckled and held up a hoof, but the other stallion had already turned away, leaving the prince's hoof unbumped.
Now be patient, this won't take long. Never doubt an earth pony when it comes to working with his hooves and teeth.
Oh, believe me.
Shining Armour took a seat on one of the plush cushions available within their working space.
We unicorns think we have an advantage with our horns, but I can still feel the bruises I got sparring with earth pony guards. They're tenacious where it counts.
Love to hear about it, but I must concentrate here.
Hoity-toity looked up from his work and tapped a hoof to his chin.
In fact, why don't you head back to your practice? By the time you're done, I should be finished here. Let's meet up at the Hard Quartz Cafe I saw earlier in, say, 2 hours. I will then present you with your new ensemble.
Shining Armour got up from his seat and stretched out his legs.
Sounds good. I need to make sure none of my team is slacking off.
He headed toward the exit, stopped, and turned back around.
And, hoity-toity, thanks for this.
He left before the fashionista could form a reply. Three hours later, Hoity-toity sat at a table in the Hard Quartz Cafe, nursing a glass of wine and listening to the soft rock band playing on a nearby stage. On the table lay a box made of polished zirconium with a red ribbon tied around it. Every few minutes, Hoity-toity would look up, scan the crowd of ponies dining around him, and then turn back and take a sip of his drink. The music was pleasant and the wine adequate, but if he had to wait any longer, then so help the Crown Prince of the Crystal Empire.
Perhaps he got hung up. He is a very important dignitary, after all. I should know. Ponies to meet, schedules to keep, unexpected plumbing issues. So many possibilities.
He sighed and ran a hoof over the box.
Or perhaps I came across a little too strong. I do tend to get a little overboard when I get struck with inspiration.
Hoity-toity took off his glasses and laid them on the table. He rubbed his eyes with his hooves and sighed again.
I hope I wasn't uncomfortable to be around. A leader in fashion and a prince hardly mix well together, I suppose. Well, I still have a suit to deliver, so I'd better mosey off and deliver it at the castle.
He reached for his glass and downed the rest of his wine in one gulp. Just as he was about to put his glasses back on, he caught sight of movement out of the corner of his eye. The stallion that had been occupying Hoity-toity's thoughts for the past few hours ran up to his table, his body heaving for breath and his coat covered in a fine sheen of sweat.
Sorry for taking so long to get here.
Hoity-Toity smiled at the new arrival, even as he cringed on the inside at being so close to some pony else's odorous perspiration.
No sweat, pun not intended. In fact, I was just about to order for the both of us. I was looking over the menu and picked out an entree that I am just dying to try. Care to join me?
Shining Armour gave a grateful nod and took a spot opposite Toity-Toity. He let out a heavy sigh. His rump melted into the seat cushion.
Yeah, really sorry for holding you up. You would not believe how much catching up I had to do to get here.
Oh, my apologies. I did not mean to pull you away from your duties. Fear not, I'll reschedule for another—
No!
Shining Armour interrupted. Both of his forelegs held out in a stopping motion. He blinked, looked at his hooves and quickly placed them back down.
I mean, no. This is good, really.
Very well. Then let's not waste any more time. Waitress!
Hoity-Toity's mouth stretched into a grin. Within minutes, both ponies ordered and received their meals and dug into them with gusto. Steaming mashed potatoes covered in thick dollops of sour cream with sides of corn and beans comprised their dishes. The meals also came with a generous helping of mint ice cream served in a crystal cup. It was soon apparent, however, that while the presentation was good, the food itself was below expectations.
Huh. Kinda bland for such a showy place.
Shining Armour picked at his food with a fork, his appetite slowly losing its edge. Hoity-Toity daintily wiped his mouth with a napkin before speaking.
Yes, that's generally how these places like to go. It's more for the atmosphere than the food. But that means we can get my gift for you that much quicker.
Hoity-Toity lifted the box that had been set aside and held it out for Shining Armour.
For you. I hope it lives up to expectations.
Shining Armour took the offered box gently in his magic.
I can't see how it can't. I mean, the most famous fashion star in all of Equestria made it.
You flatter me.
Hoity-Toity made a shooing motion with his hooves.
Now, go on. I'd like to see how strapping you look when it's on. A designer's job is never done until the pony himself wears it for the first time.
Oh, really? Then I'd better go and find a spot to put this on.
With that, Shining Armour got up and walked towards the restrooms, the box levitating in front of him. For Hoity-Toity, the wait was excruciating. Many times he resisted the urge to gnaw on his hoof-cured hooves and contented himself with imagining how Shining Armour would look in his new duds once he walked out. Would he like it? Even though the prince seemed confident that he would, Hoity-Toity found himself more anxious than he'd felt in a long time about what a pony would think of his latest creation. His ruminations came to a stop when the sound of feedback from a microphone filled the room. Ponies everywhere cringed and held their hooves to their ears in a futile attempt to block out the piercing wail.
Sorry.
Hoity-Toity's head snapped up to the stage. There, standing a little awkwardly and adjusting the center microphone, was Shining Armour. The stallion looked uncomfortable with all the new attention on him, but nonetheless stayed put. Shining Armour finished fiddling with the microphone, stood tall and said,
This one goes out to that special sun pony that went above and beyond anything I could have expected. Thanks for making me feel special, and showing me a little bit on how this prince thing works. Thanks for the suit.
The band began to play, an upbeat rock tune with elements of West Coast influences mixed in. Soon after, Shining Armour began to sing. His voice carried a youthful baritone, not too deep and yet not too high, hitting the middle ground that drove the mares in the audience wild and even the stallions to tap along. Before long, the entire room was jibing along with the beat and having a grand old time. It was all background noise to Hoity-Toity. His eyes remained glued to Shining Armour, for while every pony else was enjoying the music, Hoity-Toity was taking all pleasure from what the singing stallion wore. The outfit was coloured bright red, contrasting nicely with Shining Armour's white coat. Gold buttons held the vest together on the front, and ruffled white frills lined the collar and cuffs. Outlined in gold thread on either side of the vest was Shining Armour's cutie mark, standing out but not dominating the rest of the vest. Taken as a whole, each element blended together seamlessly, neither feature overpowering the other. And with the way Shining Armour moved while he sang, the vest fit him perfectly. He looked just like the prince he was. Hoity-toity felt his eyes growing moist. Up there, displaying his creation with happiness and contentment, Shining Armour shone with more luster than any crystal found within the kingdom. It was the most wonderful sight he had seen in a long time. The music from the band came to a crescendo, with Shining Armour hitting the last note perfectly. The audience stomped their hooves in appreciation, with even a few whistles filling the air. Shining Armour smiled, bowed, and stepped down from the stage. He headed over to where Hoity-toity sat and took his seat opposite him. A few moments passed with neither saying a word. Finally, Shining Armour cleared his throat and said,
"Thanks for the suit."
At the remark, Hoity-toity came alive.
No, thank you! You don't know what it means for a creator like myself to see a pony wear his creation like that, in front of every pony. It's the best compliment I could ever receive.
You're welcome,
Shining Armour said, a little heat rising to his cheeks.
As long as you are pleased with it, then I'm satisfied.
Oh yes, I really am. I can't wait to see what every pony at the castle thinks of it.
Hoity-toity nodded, the smile on his face remaining firmly in place.
Then if we're done here, let's not waste time.
Shining Armour gave his own nod, stood up, and offered his hoof for Hoity-toity to take.
I totally agree. Let's go!
Night had fallen over the Crystal Empire. The lights of the city flickered on, causing the crystal buildings and streets to shine in a kaleidoscope of colourful beams. As he walked down the road leading to the palace, Hoity-toity took a moment to appreciate the beauty of the city laid out before him. Canterlot had a grand air and design around it, but the Crystal Empire promised truly astounding things for its citizens.
You have a beautiful city, lad,
he said to the companion walking beside him.
You must be proud of being able to lead such a fine land.
I am,
Shining Armour answered. He too looked around and beheld the kingdom he was responsible for.
I never imagined I would end up where I am. I hope I can live up to expectations.
I wouldn't fret about it. I'm sure you will.
Thanks, Hoity.
Toity!
Both stallions came to an abrupt halt as a young colt ran in front of them. The colt paused to catch his breath and looked up at Hoity-toity with desperate eyes.
You need to come back to Canterlot, quickly!
What is the matter?
There's emergency.
You act as though Cerberus himself was chasing you.
It's a disaster! The shipment for the fall line has been voted down by the board. They're demanding new designs by the end of the week.
Hoity-toity's hoof smacked against his forehead.
Oi, why no?
I guess this means we'll have to cancel our trip to the castle?
Yes, I'm afraid it does. Sorry for this, Shining Armour. If I don't deal with this now, it will lead to a severe dip in my business.
He sighed, took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. He felt a hoof on his shoulder and looked up to see an understanding expression being sent his way.
You don't have to explain. I know how it goes.
Shining Armour smiled and patted Hoity-toity on the back.
But I have several trips to Canterlot scheduled. We can always meet up again there.
Hoity-toity smiled and placed his glasses back on.
You're right. And they always say distance makes the heart grow fonder.
With a flick of his hoof, a card slipped out of Hoity-toity's sleeve. He hoofed it to Shining Armour.
That's my home address. Look me up and we'll make another date of it.
He held up his hoof, frog facing forward. Shining Armour blinked at the offer. A smile graced his features, and he eagerly pumped the hoof offered, a soft clop echoing in the night.
Ciao!
With that, Hoity-toity trotted off toward the train station, his assistant scrambling behind. Shining Armour watched him go, before looking down at the card and heaving a sigh. He placed it within his new vest and made his way to the castle. He had only taken a few steps when he stopped with a wide-eyed expression.
Date?
April 5th. From Big Macintosh. Dear Applejack, everything is going just fine out here in Appaloosa. Hard to believe it's been a whole month already, huh? But darned if it ain't. Please tell Apple Bloom her big brother loves her, and Granny Smith, and Winona too. Sorry it took me so long to write. but we've been real busy. Honest. And don't scrunch up your nose at me that way you always do when I say that. Bloomberg's doing great. He's spread out all nice from the root ball all the way to the drip line now. Right as rain. Well, not so much rain, I suppose. We don't get a lot in the desert, of course. In fact, we built up some irrigation ditches from the river last week. We had to route it through a culvert so it wouldn't get in the buffalo's way. Now, I gotta remember to tell you about one of them. If I forget, say something when you write back and I'll fill you in. So, Braeburn has the whole operation singing over here, least from the worker bee side, but he's never had to keep books on it before. Don't you worry, though. So, Braeburn has the whole operation singing over here, least from the worker bee side, but he's never had to keep books on it before. Don't you worry, though. I'll have him up to speed in no time. You should have seen him when I tried talking to him about profit margins. Looked more nervous than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs, he did. But he's getting the hang of it. And I should be home in another 6 months. Just gotta finish getting him schooled up and help with the repairs to the train line, and I'll head back in plenty of time for apple bucking. Sorry if I'm boring you with the business speak. I gotta tell you, we were pounding spikes down the track, and we had an engine pulling along a flat of ties for us. Well, Braeburn climbs up on the tender to shovel some more coal, and he falls right in. Heard his horseshoes scrabbling around in the bottom and all. When he sticks his head over the edge to ask for a bit of help, it's blacker than a snake in a stovepipe. Rest of the day, we called him Black Twig. Make sure you mention it next time you see him. I'm sure he'll be thrilled. I guess I'll move on to all the messages. I got so many of them. You figure ponies here to have the wherewithal to write their own letters, but nope. They gotta know who's writing to who, and can they send along well wishes, and can they ask when so-and-so is gonna visit? Never ends. And for some reason, I love it. Let you know folks care. Anyhow, Cherry Jubilee's got a cousin here, Peach Melba, who wants to know if Cherry should save you a spot in the assembly line. Best worker she ever had, she says. Oh, and Little Strongheart says hey to Rainbow Dash. That's right. The thing about the buffaloes? Actually, it was just Strongheart. She wants to challenge Dash to a race. All in good fun, but you know how Dash is. She's not going to take it any easier on Strongheart than she did you. Might be best not to tell Dash about that one. And now I know you're making that face again, like when the apple butter's gone bad. There were more, but I can't remember them just now. Don't you get your tail in a twist. I'll write you directly as soon as I recall. It's not like any pony around here will let me forget anyway. Feel free to let all of your friends have a look-see at this here letter. Except Dash, of course. Just tell her the parts she can hear. They might all enjoy reading about everything out west. And if anyone to write back, I'd answer, though I know I'm not the most exciting pen pal. I'll write you again next month. Love you, AJ. Please give every pony my best. I'm gonna include another page just for you. I'd appreciate it if you kept it to yourself, except for, well, you'll see. Oh, and I think I'm probably gonna mosey back your way for a short break halfway through my stay here. Maybe 3 or 4 days. I always like the summer barn dance we do, and I'd like to help out with it again. So, little sis, I wonder if you couldn't do me a bit of a favor. Would you mind asking Twilight to send me a letter? It doesn't have to say much. Or anything, really. Just tell her I wanted to ask her advice about something. I'd have written her directly, but I couldn't remember the address of the library. I figured I could have just written library on it, and it would get there, but since I was sending one to you anyway, might as well ask you. Now, don't you go getting any ideas in your head, Missy. It really is just that. Advice. And please keep it under your hat. I don't want any ponies starting up gossip on my account, especially when I ain't there to nip it in the bud. Thank you much, AJ. Lots of love. Big Macintosh.
April 9th. From Twilight Sparkle. Dear Big Macintosh, I have to admit that your request bewildered me a little. I don't recall speaking with you much before to the point that you'd consider consulting me on anything. In fact, I guess I've never seen you in the library before, either, except when the new almanac comes in. Now you've really got my curiosity piqued. Apple cultivation in a low-humidity environment? Land reclamation projects? Steam engine maintenance and repair? I've decided on a few of the likelier candidates and have a box of books ready to go. I could have sent them via courier through the interlibrary loan program to your local branch, but it'd get there quicker by train, I think. It's okay, I trust you with them. Oh, I wanted to thank you for helping to replace the handle on the front door before you left. It's so nice that it shuts properly now. You're so good at fixing things. I can see where Apple Bloom gets it. Or will get it. I remember being that age and wondering when I'd finally find my talent. It can be so frustrating to wait, but it won't take long now. If only she'd stop and give it some thought. You know, I've heard all of my friends' stories about how they got their cutie marks, but it occurs to me that Applejack's never told me about yours. I'll have to ask you about that sometime. And here I am rambling. I'm sorry, but I just get the gift of the gab once in a while. I'll await your return letter and help you however I can. By the way, Rarity and Pinkie have been ruthless in trying to get me to divulge what was on the last page of that letter, but I didn't say a word. It about drove them nuts, so naturally I've had quite a bit of fun with them. Respectfully, Twilight Sparkle.
April 12th. From Big Macintosh. Dear Twilight Sparkle, I guess it makes sort of sense, but you've become a know-it-all around town. Really, I mean that in a good way. Got a problem? Go ask Twilight Sparkle about it. She may not know the answer, but she'll sure as sugar know where to find it. Also, you're trustworthy. All kinds of ponies come to you for all kinds of things, and you know better than to blab. You also got a way of breaking everything down to the facts, so you and AJ are probably the best ones to keep me grounded, and, well, you'll understand why I ain't thrilled about bringing it up with her. Oh shoot, why does this have to be so hard to write? See, what I wanted to ask you about was kinda related to last Hearts and Hooves Day. You remember? Those 3 little girls got in their head to fix me up with Miss Cheerily and use that potion. Well, it worked. Quicker than a jackrabbit on a date, if you'll pardon the pun. Just tell AJ to smack me one good if that was too bad. The thing is, I spent all that day making goo-goo eyes at her, and while it wasn't me, really, it still got me thinking afterward. I never considered it seriously before, but being in love? Well, it just kind of fit. The farm has always kept me so busy that it was out of sight, out of mind. But once I had that bug in my ear, seems there was no going back. I gave some thought to all the ponies I left behind in Ponyville, and, well, you know how sometimes you don't notice what's right in front of your face? If it was a snake, it would have bit you, as AJ would say. We get along so well, and she's never made me nervous, and I assumed it was just because we were meant to be friends. But why does it have to be that way? Being sweet on some ponies shouldn't automatically mean you have to feel uncomfortable around them. In fact, it makes more sense like this, don't it? Except if I get it wrong, I've pretty much messed up our friendship. I can't just go back to how it was before, knowing some pony felt that way about you, huh? I know, I've got to make this decision on my own, but I'd appreciate some advice from some pony who doesn't have her head lost in the thick of it. Maybe come up with some ways of looking at it I hadn't considered. It's the first thing I think of when I get up in the morning. It makes me feel all jittery. I keep catching myself staring off at what have you, and I can't concentrate. I love every minute of it, and it's scaring the hell out of me. So, what's going on in your noggin? I'd like to hear your thoughts. Am I barking mad? And I hope you didn't go to too much fuss gathering all those books. Didn't mean to be a burden. Thanks for talking. Big Macintosh.
April 16th. From Twilight Sparkle. Dear Big Macintosh, why in the world did you think I'd be a good choice to discuss that? Really, I'm flattered that you'd come to me for advice, but you'd probably fare better asking some pony else. Some pony with, well, experience. It's no secret that I lack a little on the romance side of things. I can't imagine that you thought it'd be a good idea, but again, it flatters me that you asked. I can pull some books for you if you want, but this seems like the kind of thing you'd probably make better progress in by talking with a friend. Surely you've got some pony there who could help? You get along with Braeburn, don't you? If you'd like me to research it, just say so. But that's probably not the best path. Sorry I couldn't help more. Respectfully, Twilight Sparkle.
April 19th. From Big Macintosh. Dear Twilight Sparkle, I'm not going to press you into doing something that makes you uncomfortable, but I like the idea of asking you for advice because you're impartial. You look at the facts and you use good old common sense. I can't ask for better than that. You got a good head on your shoulders, and I can't think of a better pony to help. I just need some pony to tell me if I'm making a lick of sense. I trust you. I know I haven't talked to you much before, but I'm around you a lot, and all my sister's friends speak highly of you. If you don't want to, I understand. Thanks for writing me in any case. Your friend, Big Macintosh.
April 23rd. From Twilight Sparkle. Dear Big Macintosh. Okay, I'll give it a try. I hope I can justify your faith in me. I did read up on the subject a little, but you're right, it does seem like something where you almost need to trust your gut. Listen to me. I'll refrain from asking who has captured your interest so much, since you very conspicuously haven't named names. I'll respect your privacy. What stands out to me is that one could certainly get into your situation very easily. You've been away for a while, and your emotions regarding ponies you miss will naturally run high. You end up exaggerating them to yourself, and you can fall into the trap of feeling those emotions more strongly than you normally would. You also don't receive the constant feedback that you would if you saw her every day, so it takes away all the risk and any sort of sign that you might be on the wrong track. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, in love with being in love. To be frank, it sounds like that's what you have. I should say that I don't doubt that you've fallen in love. I just think that as a one-sided thing, it's too easy for everything to happen exactly the way you want it to. A real relationship simply doesn't work that way. But at the same time, if you hope to move anywhere with it, you will have to act on it. Yes, that will possibly introduce some awkwardness into your friendship if it doesn't go as planned, but I have to think that true friends will weather it. Time will pass, and your friendship will return to normal. I doubt that informing her of how you feel will do any permanent damage. Start slowly. Why don't you write her a nice letter? The first one you wrote me was perfectly pleasant, and I enjoyed knowing that you took time out of your day to contact me. She'll have the same reaction. Of course, that's only my opinion. You have to decide whether your feelings are strong enough that they'll drive you crazy if you don't do something about them. Or if you're happy to let it fade away, then savor it for what it is and move on afterward. I can't say I've been in that situation before, but I can understand how it might happen. Maybe it's enough just to talk about it, and if so, I can always lend a sympathetic ear, or pair of eyes, as it were. Good luck with this. It can be easy to handle, but at least you've remained happy about it. If I can do anything more to help, please ask. Glad to help, Twilight Sparkle.
April 28th. From Big Macintosh. Twilight. I sure am tickled to have a confidant. You know, everything you said makes sense. Again, not noticing what's right in front of my face. I can be pretty thick. I guess sometimes it takes some pony laying it all out to see. You're right. I haven't taken a single risk. Why should I expect rosy things to happen for no reason? It's like thinking you'll find a basket full of eggs in an empty hen house. I'm gonna write her a letter and see how things go from there. I really appreciate your help, but it seems a shame to stop writing now. I'd be happier than a puppy dog with 2 tails if I could keep it going. I like having some pony other than Sis to sound off to. If you don't want to hear from me, just say so. But otherwise, expect another letter from me soon. Thanks so much. Big Macintosh.
May 1st. From Twilight Sparkle. Dear Big Mac, Happy May Day to you! It seems rather appropriate, doesn't it? Technically, the vernal equinox is the first day of spring, and of course we've already had winter wrap-up here, but today is really when things get going. A time for new beginnings, huh? Maybe a good omen. I'd very much like to keep hearing from you. Aside from Princess Celestia, the only ponies I correspond with are my family, and even then, not very often. Having a pen pal would give me a nice little activity every few days. So, what are you gonna do first? Strike up a casual conversation or ask her on a date? Look at me, becoming just as excited as you. If I'm not careful, I'll get pulled in just as deeply. Sincerely, Twilight Sparkle.
May 5th. From Big Macintosh. Hey, Twilight. I think I'll start with a simple conversation. Shouldn't be too hard to find something she likes to talk about. It's not tough if you sit on the right thing. With a little luck, I'll have her babbling like a brook in no time. Thank you so much for talking me through that. Feels like the end of a long day, when I take the collar off and my shoulders weigh nothing. I'm actually taking a deep breath while I write this, and I just came inside from watching the night sky a bit. It always relaxes me. Speaking of, it just occurred to me last night that the stars are different here. Of course, I don't know them like you do, all proper names and such, but it comes in handy on the farm. Have you ever looked through one of them almanacs? I know they're not quite science-y, but they got a lot of folk wisdom. You'd be surprised how accurate they can predict weather, seasons, crop yields, and whatnot. Especially out here when there ain't really any Pegasi doing that stuff. They can also teach you how to read the sky. I figured on a dry summer by watching them, and sure as shooting, that's what we got. But I noticed out west here, the stars are turned, just a bit, but enough that it stood out to me. Never really thought about it before, but they end up a little different wherever you go, huh? Some pony up in Manhattan, or some pony right home in Ponyville. Each one's got a custom set shining down. Still, it's the same stars above us all. Especially in fall when the air's crisp. Those little points seem so bright. When you focus on one, you spot so many others out the corner of your eye, but you look right at them, and they're gone. And if you stare at one, a smaller one pops up nearby. Then another one between them, then 2, 3 more. It's like they never stop. Tried counting them once as a colt, but it's tough when the highest you can go is 100. I don't know what gets to me about them. It makes you feel so small and so important at the same time. Like they outnumber us more than I can understand, but they care to send a little piece of their light this here way, just so I can see it. Sorry to run on, but it feels nice to just talk, you know? I made up my mind, and that's that. And I can just talk without it hanging over my head. Or right, I guess. I figured you don't mind listening about stars anyway. Thanks for your help, Twilight. You're a good friend, but I suppose that shouldn't surprise me none. I hope I can repay you sometime. Write you later, Big Macintosh.
May 9th. From Twilight Sparkle. Dear Big Mac, I'm glad to see you taking decisive action. One way or another, it will resolve your situation quickly. And I have to believe that even if it doesn't turn out the way you wanted, you won't suffer any long-term damage from it. We're all friends, after all. One part of friendship I love is learning new things about ponies. I had no idea you took such an interest in astronomy. Of course, I've read up on its predictive capabilities, but it never seemed much more than conjecture to me. If it works, a scientific basis must exist somewhere. We should compare notes. If we can pin down the qualitative things you look for, I bet we could correlate them to weather-affecting phenomena. But there's more to it than that, right? I don't dabble in artistic pursuits much, except that I like to sing on occasion. That doesn't mean that I don't have an appreciation for them, though. And if anything qualifies as an art form, surely the night sky does. Do you have access to a telescope there? The dry air would give you a clearer view. You could see some stunning things. That reminds me, Sirius and Procyon still sit low in the sky this week. Look to the south just after sunset, and you should find them hanging there, all shiny. Sirius is the brightest star, not far left of Orion, and you can observe Procyon above it. The fading sunlight will change its tint as it glows, leaving different colors scattered across the horizon, then those two gleaming spots. It always reminds me of a couple of diamonds against an opal background whenever it happens. On more than one occasion, I've considered having Rarity make me a brooch like that. I don't know why. I guess if I did, the feeling would lose its magic. There's something to be said for not understanding everything. It surprises me to see this side of you as well. I always had an impression of you as a no-nonsense taskmaster. I'm glad that you can see the beauty beneath the surface. If nothing else, your little problem has led to an unexpected friendship, and I will always welcome that. Warmest regards, Twilight Sparkle.
May 17th. From Big Macintosh. Hey, Twilight. Sorry, I didn't get your letter till almost a week after you sent it. We camped out yonder to shore up the railroad bridge by Horsefly Gulch, and I couldn't leave until we'd finished. But I had a nice treat waiting for me when I got back. An expected one, yeah, but just 'cause you know Granny Smith's baked a molasses pie when you went to the market, don't make it taste any less sweet when you get home. I did see a couple bright stars up at the worksite, but I didn't know their names or nothing. By the time I got back here and could use a telescope, some clouds moved in. Don't matter none. Seeing them all up close and personal takes away a bit of the mystery, I reckon. Cancer hangs out up in that part of the sky too. My birth sign. And I put about as much stock into that as I bet you do. I gotta say, who here in Equestria first looked at that shape and the best they could come up with is a crab? I guess ponies back then didn't have time for letting their minds wander. If you got nothing but a stone spear and hydras nipping at your tail, you don't go questioning the meaning of the universe, I suppose. You know, there's something AJ always used to say. The only ponies who dream are the ones who sleep. Now, you think I'm a taskmaster? You should have met her back in her school days. Nose to the grindstone type. But she changed once she took over running the farm and raising apple bloom. And she changed even more after she met you. But you know what? She still says that. And she means it different now. Time was, she'd yell that at me if she caught me wool gathering when I was supposed to be, well, gathering wool. Now she says it all quiet-like and with a smile, when I'm beat from a day in the fields and fixing to turn in for the night. I don't know why I brought that up. Seemed right somehow. She's done a bit of stargazing with me too. About the same time she started losing that hard edge. But I'll tell you about that another time. Anyway, we just got in and I stayed up late writing this letter. I'm gonna wrap it up for now, but you'll hear from me again soon. Smiling up at the stars, Big Macintosh.
May 21st. From Twilight Sparkle. Hi there, Big Mac. I never knew that about Applejack. As I've said, it's always interesting to learn new things about your friends. She's still a very down-to-business mare, of course. I rarely get to see her at home and relaxed. But even when she's hard at work, I can see some kind of spark dancing behind her eyes. I ought to sit down with her sometime and try to draw that out. Thank you for sharing that with me. As to Cancer, well, I almost think it'd take even more imagination to make a crab out of those few dim stars. You're filling in a lot more of it with your mind than you have to with something more obvious. It's like finding shapes in clouds. Any pony can see the sheep, but only an artistic eye can create something outlandish, like a garden of rose bushes or a group of ponies playing darts. You have your own private vision in your head, and it's fun getting some pony else to see it too. If you didn't know, there's a comet in the sky right now. It's a rare treat. You should already be able to detect it with a telescope. Just look about 10 degrees to the right of Orion's belt and a little up, and you'll find a dull blotch if you have a powerful enough magnification. It will get a little sharper, but it'll never show up bright enough to see with the unaided eye. It's the Dutraut-Hartley Comet, if you want to look it up. Over here, I've already watched it for a few days and taken notes. It doesn't swing by often enough to have a very good estimate of its orbit, and on its last pass, the royal astronomer thought its core might have split in two. In any case, you might find it an interesting specimen. What do you think it says about crop yields next year? I don't have the original letter you sent, since we gave it back to Applejack after we'd read it. But I do recall correctly that you plan on coming back for a short visit in another month or so? I'd enjoy the chance to talk to you in person, since I never really knew we had much in common before. I can see why Princess Celestia had me study friendship. At first, it seemed like such a simplistic topic. Why expend that much effort on it? But it feels like nearly every day it surprises me again. I find new friends in unexpected places, or it manifests itself in some way I couldn't have anticipated. As much as it stunned me when you first came to me for advice, I'm glad you did. Until next time, Twilight Sparkle. P.S. Oh, I assume you've written those letters to your crush like we discussed? Any progress there?
May 27th. From Big Macintosh. Twilight. Lots to write about this time. First off, yeah, the letters have gone fine. We've jabbered on about this and that, and we found something that interests us both. I've really enjoyed getting to know her. Better than I already did, anyhow. Next up, I'll ask her to the dance, but I've given up on trying to whitewash that with you. I expect you've figured it all out by now. So, about the dance then. I'm gonna visit in early July, mostly for the barn dance we organize at the farm every summer, just for that weekend. I don't recall ever seeing you at one before, but I sure hope you'll show up this time. It's always a load of fun, and I'd be more tickled than a foal with a double set of ribs if you'd go. Wouldn't feel right leaving all that work to AJ, so I'll help her set everything up and get it cleared away afterward. Plus, I got ponies to visit with and a dance to attend. You know, you're right about AJ. There's a lot to her that most ponies don't notice. Always something going on under that hat, and a softer look to her eyes now. Like I said, when she took over managing everything and standing in as a mom to Apple Bloom, something changed in her. All of a sudden, she'd join me out on the front porch after dark. We'd gab about what we wanted out of life, watch for shooting stars, listen to what the wind had to say, late into the night. And she'd put up with me pointing out constellations. Then the next morning, her eyes would glaze over. Back to work. But it got a little better each day, and now it doesn't take as much to get her out of business mode. Of course, I loved her anyway, but it's so nice that she'll open up and really connect with some pony. I appreciate the part you played in that, Twilight, ever since she met you. She writes me too, and in her last letter, she said she might try painting some flowers on the barn when it needs a new coat of red. Somewhere down on the corner and out of the way. But to even hear her mentioning doing something just 'cause she can express herself, 'cause she finds some value in something she ain't got a practical reason for, is wonderful. It's like the first time she's been genuinely happy since... well, even I have trouble saying it, you know. My mind goes to the weirdest places when I'm writing to you, but I got to think it's for a reason. I know I always feel better after talking about this stuff. Oh, I did see that comet. It took me a while to find it, but there it sat, plain as day. Or night, whatever. I borrowed the sheriff's telescope, which is a pretty good one. Looked up the comet too. Magnitude 17. dim as a sack of hammers. I could just make out a black dot against the tail. I figured it was a shadow or something, and when I looked again a couple of days later, the spot had moved some. Maybe it'll stay put long enough for you to have a look-see once you get this letter. And no, Miss Comedian, a comet ain't got nothing to do with next year's crops, unless you're telling me it'll come crashing down on them. Then we got bigger problems. Well, the candle's almost burned down, and I'm gonna get some shut-eye. I look forward to hearing back, and let me know if that business with the comet means anything interesting. And please think about coming to the dance. Friends always, Big Mac.
June 8th. From Twilight Sparkle. Big Mac, I have exciting news. Sorry for the late reply, but it took a while to research your findings. By the time your letter got to me, I couldn't see any black spot against the comet's tail, so I took the train to Canterlot to ask at the Royal Observatory. They had photographs over several weeks on file, since they'd tracked it as well. Based on your description, I looked for a spot that started near the end of the tail and moved forward, and I found it. I have to say it wasn't easy to notice even in enlarged pictures from a powerful telescope. You have a very keen eye to be able to pick that out. Big Mac, you've discovered a new asteroid. It's so small and dark that we probably never have known it was there, but because it transited the comet, it showed up. Based on 8 days' worth of position data against the comet, we've established its orbit, and by predicting when it should occult any stars along its trajectory, we can track it and refine our projection. As its discoverer, you get to name it. Within reason, of course. But I can't imagine you coming up with something that the royal astronomer wouldn't accept. Start thinking about what you like to call it. And on to other matters. As much as I talked to Applejack, I never really knew all that much about her. I love that she's discovering all these new aspects of life. I'll make a point of inviting her along when I go to a concert or a poetry reading or anything. In fact, there's an exhibition of Southwestern art at the Royal Museum in August. I already asked her if she wanted to go. Big Mac, she nodded right away and thanked me. I don't mean she said a quick thank you and went about her business. She stopped what she was doing and took me by the shoulders, and a slow smile spread across her face. Then she asked if the whole group of us was going, or just us. And when I answered that it'd be just two friends enjoying an art show together, she thanked me again, and her eyes spoke so much more than she could get her mouth to say. Besides looking forward to the event itself, I think it meant just as much to her to have some pony believe she could appreciate it. I assume she doesn't know that we've been talking about her, so she thought I'd invited her entirely of my own volition. It almost makes me feel guilty that it wouldn't have occurred to me otherwise, but that's one little white lie I'll keep to myself. So, about the object of your affections. Yes, I think you can drop the pretense at this point. Some pony with whom you've kept up a correspondence and who shares some common interests with you? I wonder who that could be. Don't worry, I never told any pony. But in the interest of getting that weight off your chest, you can go ahead and say a name if it helps. And yes, you can expect me to attend the dance. Looking forward to July. Twilight Sparkle.
June 15th. From Big Macintosh. Twi. And another late response from me. When the only letter carrier in a small town takes ill, you can't do much but wait. But things are up and running again. Well, don't that beat all? A new asteroid! Oh, shucks. I'm not one to stand on ceremony. Feel free to tell them whatever you want to name it. Otherwise, I'm happy to leave it at all them letters, numbers, and whatnot they usually use. Not like any pony would care to follow it anyway. It does my heart good to hear that AJ's so happy. You've gone above the call of duty on this one, but that really shouldn't surprise me anymore. I'll make a point of asking her if she's got any plans when I visit. Can't wait to see her face light up. I'll tell you how it goes. I hope I haven't been too obvious, but I suppose you can't avoid the rumor mill. I know you didn't blab, but some pony must have. So, yeah, I'm going to the dance with Fluttershy. First time I met her, Winona ran off into the woods one morning and got herself hurt. That nutty dog never misses a meal, so when we still hadn't seen her by sundown, we got worried. We took turns galloping around the edges of the farm and calling for her. Never heard a peep. Then, right as it gets dark, here comes Fluttershy bobbing up the road with Winona on her back and a whole mess of noisy birds in tow. Says that the birds told her where to find Winona, and then she traipses on into the barn and makes a straw pallet. We try to help, but she says only she can understand dog speak, and she stays out there all night with her. Come morning, Winona was doing much better. I gotta appreciate some pony who's got away with critters. We got so many on the farm after all. I didn't realize at the time, but now I remember standing there and watching. Feels like my hooves had turned to mush. She was so amazing, knowing just what to do, and them soft eyes held me in place. Surprised I didn't forget how to breathe. I'd convinced myself I was just stunned by her know-how. Ain't often a genuine sawbones pop out of thin air right when you need her. Of course, she'll tell you she ain't a doctor or a vet, but shoot, I'd trust her before any pony else with that. Yes, I fell in love with her ways with animals long before I even knew it. Her personality got me next. She regularly watches Apple Bloom and those other two galloping bundles of mischief when Rarity gets too busy. It takes a special kind of pony to connect with kids like that, and I've never met any pony more gentle. She leaves the door open for any animal, pony, whatever. I can't imagine doing that with the old homestead. It'd drive me nuttier than a pecan tree. But it means so much to her to have that life around her all the time. A squirrel chattering in her kitchen, a buzzard croaking in her washroom, a friend sharing a pot of tea in her den. She basks in it. It's like watching some pony make a statue. You can feel the artist's energy, and while it takes shape so slow that you don't even notice or stick around to see it all, you just know you're a part of something special. You don't know how it'll look when it's done, but that don't matter. It's gonna be beautiful. Sure as you're standing there. She's the stream that chips away at the mountain. Little by little, not so you'd notice, but before you know it, she's changed the world. Shoot, look at me. Before, I'd shoo off any crows I found in the cornfields, maybe even take a swing at them with a stick. But now I leave out some corn, keeps them away from the plants, and they still get fed. Better for me, better for them. And not 'cause Fluttershy told me to, 'cause I see how she lives and how she thinks, and it works its way into you. And if that weren't enough, what reeled me in for good is her looks. She's got that natural beauty that don't take all kinds of primping and preening. What else would a nature girl have? What you see is the real Fluttershy, not some pony dressed up as what she ain't. And that still comes through even when she wears something fancy. I remember when she got famous as a model, and it struck me just how she still overpowered those dresses. She added the perfect touch to the clothes, not the other way around. And I bet that's what drew every pony's eye to her, but no pony could figure out why. About a week before I left, I saw y'all in the park for one of your pet days. She was stretched out in the grass and was soaking up in the sun, just blending in with the daffodils. Her mane and tail flowing like a bitty waterfall, and her voice like a little wisp of a cloud. I caught myself staring several times, but it never sunk in until I'd gone. Now I can't think of anything else. Braeburn's already asked me a bunch of times why I keep smiling. I just tell him something I got in the mail and leave it at that. Speaking of the mail, I only got a little over a week before I start heading that way, so unless we're both right quick about it, you might not hear from me again until I'm there. Wish me luck, and I look forward to seeing you at the dance. Hopefully heading home, Big Mac. P.S. Of course we don't have to wait until the dance to meet. I'd love to stop by the library or buy you lunch at the cafe if you don't mind. I'll be there on July 1st.
June 24th. From Twilight Sparkle. Big Macintosh. Of course, it was Fluttershy. Any fool could see that. I hope she makes you happy. You're a nice pony, and you deserve that. Twilight.
June 27th. From Big Macintosh. Twi. You okay? Maybe it's nothing, but it seems like something's bothering you. I ain't used to you being short like that or taking so long to answer. Guess there ain't much I can do from here, but if I can help you in any way this weekend, or by lending an ear from here, please tell me. I've got a mountain of favors to repay. Just a quick note for you, I'm packing up now, and I'll see you in a few days. Your friend, Big Macintosh.
June 30th. From Twilight Sparkle. Big Macintosh. I regret that I've been called to Canterlot on business and I won't be in town during your visit. Don't wait for me. I hope you enjoy the dance. Regards, Twilight Sparkle.
July 11th. From Big Macintosh. Twi. I didn't get your last letter till I made it back here. I'm sorry I missed you in Ponyville. Spike told me it was all official-like, and I guess secret too, since he didn't even know why you left. I understand completely. Things happen sometimes. I promise I'm not mad. I'm not mad about a lot of things, actually. I guess I'll just let her rip. I spent my first night getting the barn ready and hauling hay bales around. It had gotten pretty late before we called it a day, and I finally showed up at the cafe. Fluttershy knew setting up had run long, so she only waited about maybe 15 minutes. We had to rush a bit since it was getting near closing time, but everything went okay. I walked her back to her home afterward, gave her a little hug, and that was that. We arranged it a couple of weeks before, and it went off exactly as planned. Can't say much more for it than that. We did have fun at the dance, I gotta admit. She was kinda nervous on any of the fast songs and wanted to sit most out. But we still talked, and I got her out on the floor for a few. Then the slow dances. It felt so right twirling around, hearing her beautiful gown swishing against the hay on the ground, her soft face on my shoulder, that scent she always seems to have on her, like the ivy that grows all around her house. It just fits her. Everything was going so perfect. Now, I hate to kiss and tell, but you'll see why in a minute. Things are winding down, so we go out back of the barn and watch the stars. I point out Cancer and ask if she thinks that looks like a crab, and she just kinda nods. I try finding a few more interesting things, but she's only giving me the occasional uh-huh till I tell her the Pegasus constellation will rise in a couple of months. I tell you, her eyes lit up at that. For a good 5 minutes, she stared up and said nothing. A funny smile on her face. Next thing I know, she leans over and kisses me, full on the mouth. So I start kissing her back, and things are going fine till I notice for about the third time she keeps reaching for my sides. And I finally put it together. She's reaching for where my wings would be, if I had them. Her eyes had sparkled the whole time she imagined that big old Pegasus in the sky. And whenever she set out on a fast dance, she kept staring at Rainbow Dash. Once again, if it was a snake, it would have bit me. Why am I so bad at noticing what's right in front of my face? I don't know what made her want to go out with me in the first place. Maybe she figured I would be her only chance? Anyways, I spent the next hour talking her through if any pony else knew, what they would think, what she would do. I gave it my best shot, and at least I managed to calm her down. She kind of freaked out when I asked her point blank. Best advice I gave her, though? Talk to Twilight. Where I can't see the forest for the trees, Twilight's got the big picture cataloged away in her head. She can make sense of it all for you, I told her. And I have to laugh about it all. What else can I do? I ain't mad at her. She only did the same as me, after all. Stumble around in the dark. Only she didn't luck into the right pony to ask about it. You were right. Way back at the start, you were right. I fell in love with some ideal, and I never had the real Fluttershy around to whittle that big old crush into something less of a fantasy. And now that it's all laid out in front of me, I can't call it any pony's fault but my own. I feel like such an idiot. Lesson learned, I guess. Anyway, thanks so much for inviting AJ out to that art thing. She chattered non-stop about it all weekend. She rarely gets so excited about anything, and I love that she's found another way outside of work to express herself. You made that happen. And if I spend the rest of my life trying to even the score, I'll still owe you for that. Well, I'm back in Appaloosa for a couple more months. When I finish here, I'll take it easy in Ponyville for a while. Some nice, relaxing farm work. And I hope you don't mind if I stop by to chat or have some coffee. I've made such a mess of trying a relationship that I should give that a rest. Really, I can only laugh about all of it. Warmest wishes, Big Mac.
July 17th. From Twilight Sparkle. Dear Big Macintosh, I'm sorry things didn't go as planned. I'm sorry I couldn't help any more than I did. Maybe you'd consider trying again? I should stop before I overstep my bounds. Maybe I'm not the best pony to be giving you advice. I said that from the start. I'm sorry. And now I've sat here for over an hour trying to figure out how to word a single sentence to say it all and say nothing at the same time. It feels like I'm stepping off a cliff. But here goes. I'm too close to the problem to be objective about it. I'm sorry. Twilight. July 28th. From Twilight Sparkle. Big Mac, you never considered whether any pony else might suit you? I understand that your infatuation struck from out of the blue, but you must have realized there may be more than one possibility. There's no pony else whose company you enjoy and with whom you share common interests? By the way, the Perseid meteor shower isn't far off. Don't forget to watch it. Twilight.
August 2nd. From Big Macintosh. Twi. Something funny happened? Your letter looked like it had been crumpled up and flattened back out, but the envelope was fine. Don't matter, just made me curious. Anyway, I'd love to watch the meteors, but I'll put my star reading sense on the line and say it'll be cloudy on the peak nights. Go ahead, nature. Prove me wrong. Sure, I'd thought about who else around town might put up with a bumpkin like me. Daisy, Lily, or Roseluck first occurred to me, since they grow stuff too. But there's something about that in my mind. Quite a difference between agriculture and horticulture, at least to us farmers. I guess it's kind of like how y'all real magic users might look at some pony that does sleight of hoof. Not that gardening is fake, mind you, but I can't put it on the same level. I don't even get away from the farm much, so I don't know too many mares in town anyway. Yeah, I'd best keep off the dating scene for a while. Course, you and me get along great, and we both love stargazing. We'd make quite the pair, huh? The farm boy and the bookworm. I could see ponies asking me if I understand you and wondering why you settled. Hey, you'll go on that trip to the museum with AJ by the time I'd hear from you again, right? Let me know how that goes. I'll get AJ's side of it anyway, but she ain't gonna give me the nitty-gritty. I'd like to hear your impression of whether she has a good time. Your friend, Big Mac. August 26th. From Big Macintosh. Twilight. I'm beginning to wonder if Derpy lost the mail again. AJ says she's seen you around, but she's only spoken to you once in 2 weeks. Please let me know if you're okay. We're both worried. Yours, Big Mac. September 9th, from Big Macintosh. Twilight, please tell me you're okay and if I can do anything. AJ says you're angry with her, and I wonder if I've said something to hurt you. If this has to do with Fluttershy, don't worry. I'm not mad at her. It just didn't work out, and that's all there is to it. I've got no reason to be anything but friendly to her. No hard feelings. Honest. Please at least tell one of us if you're alright, or if we can get some pony else to help you. I'll go to Canterlot and drag Princess Celestia herself to your doorstep if that's what it takes. I need to know you're fine. I'd make a sorry friend if I reckoned you had a problem but did nothing about it. Going on 6 weeks now, and you got me at loose ends. AJ would get some more of y'all's friends involved, but I told her I didn't know how private you might want to keep all this. And she feels on the outs with you right now, anyway. I don't know what to do. Please answer. Big Mac.
September 12th. From Twilight Sparkle. Dear Big Macintosh, please stop writing to me. Regards, Twilight Sparkle.
September 19th. From Big Macintosh. Dear Twilight, so it is me. I debated whether to respect your wishes or write you. At the very least, you deserve an explanation, and then I'll leave you alone, if that's what you still want. I spent some time looking back over your letters and trying to remember what responses I'd made. I don't know what to say, but I gotta say something. I'm sorry, Twilight. I never seem to notice what's in plain sight, even though I expect others to. If it was a snake, it would have bit me. Except it already did. 3 times before I felt it. I'm sorry I didn't hear what you were saying. I had my head so far up in the clouds that I wouldn't have got the message even if you screamed it at me. Coming from the Apple clan, I know how it feels to keep beating against some pony who's too stubborn to listen. And that's just for minor stuff. 1 stalk out of the hayfield. You put your heart on the line twice. And I left it there, both times. I'm sorry I tortured you by not realizing how I sounded. I led you on. Not on purpose, but I still did. Getting to know you, sharing interest in discussions. Shoot, I even asked you to come to the dance. What else would you think? Somehow, even though I did the same things with Fluttershy, that's clearly nothing more than friendship with you. 'Cause in my thick head, Twilight's a friend. And that's a fact, so why even consider otherwise? I'm sorry I didn't keep up my end of the friendship. I feel like the world's biggest dunce, but I get it now. I actually get it. Please know that I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't get close to many ponies, but I've been plumb excited each time the mail showed up with another letter from you. You amaze me, Twilight, and knowing you has made me a better pony. Thanks for everything. Big Mac. September 25th. From Big Macintosh. Dear Twilight, it's Twilight Sparkle. I named the asteroid. Sent out a letter to the Royal Astronomer yesterday to confirm it. Thought you should know. Big Mac.
September 30th. From Twilight Sparkle. Big Macintosh, you shouldn't have done that. Name that asteroid after your sister or parents or something. I don't need an empty gesture. And I'm not mad at you. It just hurt me. A lot. I can live with being ignored, going unnoticed. I could write that off as a lack of popularity and having 0 prestige. The rich get richer, I grumble about it for a while, but in the end, I get over it. What hurts is that you appear to choose me for my intellect. You kept praising my ability to solve problems and give advice, and we had some rather sophisticated discussions. It sure seemed like that quality drew you to me, only to find out that you'd counted me out for that very reason. What made me a good friend somehow made me unsuitable for anything more. And worse yet, I thought we had something. I knew it, clear as day. And then it disappeared. Never measuring up in the first place is one thing, but to get what you could only dream possible, and then be branded as not good enough after all? I'm not mad, Big Mac, but I'm very disappointed in how everything turned out. And it hurts. Like you, I debated over what to write, if anything. I don't know if this will do any good, but there it is. My heart, out in the open for you again. And I don't even know if I'm doing the right thing anymore. I hope I don't regret this. Twilight.
October 4th. From Big Macintosh. Twilight. I'm keeping the name. I didn't decide on it as some way to make up for what I did. I picked it because I truly believe you deserve it. You're an incredible pony, and it's only right to put your name in the stars. And again, you're right. I joked about how I'd never fit with the bookworm, and I couldn't have been less right if I was left. It was thoughtless, and it made me sick. And it made me sick remembering I really written that without thinking. Your smarts is one of the things I like most about you. And it makes you Twilight Sparkle. I wouldn't take that from you any sooner than I'd take that peep from a chick. Any pony who thinks that you ain't good enough for him has got that dead backwards. I may have ruined any type of friendship we had. And believe me when I say I know what that means. Yes, I got to know you. Yes, I found common ground with you and loved our discussions. I loved being your friend. And that's exactly where I went wrong. Twice. All along, I had the wrong idea with Fluttershy. Well, apart from the whole being interested in Dash thing. But I fell in love with her before I really knew her. Some pony you love should be a friend first. And I've had to count my lucky stars if it had ever worked. I did build that kind of friendship with you, and it was the most valuable thing I had. That one shiny golden apple at the top of the tree. I don't trust myself trying to go past that right now, seeing as how I screwed it up twice in one go. But friendship's worth fighting for. Maybe friendship turns into something more later on, and maybe not, but that doesn't matter. I'd treasure it up the same either way, as the gem it is or as a foundation. I don't want to give that up if I don't have to. I won't ask you to forgive me. I don't even know if I deserve it. But I will ask for another chance to be a friend. I only have a week until I head back to Ponyville on the 13th. Just in time for apple bucking season. I might not get another letter here before I have to leave. Just tell me what to do. Tell me how I can earn your friendship back. Write me and say to leave you alone. Ignore me and show you never want to see me again. I'll do whatever you ask. Maybe a friend. Big Mac.
October 9th. From Twilight Sparkle. Big Mac. I know that ponies make mistakes. It takes more effort to fix some than others. And I've made my share of them too. Some things are worth repairing, no matter how badly broken they are. But then, hard work has never scared either of us. I'll meet you at the train station and walk you home. We'll have a nice, long talk on the way. To new beginnings. Twilight Sparkle. Applejack would like to think she learned from her mistakes. She'd like to think asking for help came naturally to her now, unlike before. She'd like to think that waking up that morning to a whole field of appleless trees would make her smile for the first time in that whole week. But it didn't. Yes, it was Applebuck season. Yes, it was the largest Applebuck season to date. Yes, Applejack had spent most of her free time tending the farm, away from her friends. So why didn't Applejack Apple smile at the many, many apple carts filled to the brim and scattered around the farm? Discord. Just as she knew it would, a bright flash erupted behind her, and, along with it, came a voice equally anticipated.
Oh, you noticed, and there was me thinking you forgot I existed.
Applejack shut her eyes firmly, biting her inner cheek. I thought we talked about this. It was hard. By the very stubbornness that hardened her bones, it was hard to keep an even voice. I didn't need your help. Didn't want it neither. Applejack's brows crunched together as the fuzzy paw draped over her back.
Applejack, I'm crushed. You think I'd flagrantly ignore your request? Perish the thought.
Discord grinned.
Never said I couldn't do it at all for you, though.
Applejack viciously shrugged away from her misfit compatriot and marched forward, no particular goal in mind. Consarn it, you little... The apples work for a living, Discord. What are we supposed to do if y'all keep butting in with what don't concern ya? When Discord hovered above her, shadowing her every step, Applejack frowned harder, all but twitching at the thought of bucking him in the face.
Well, you could always wear yourselves out in Canterlocks, but that'll get the blood flowing.
Discord casually suggested. Applejack gnashed her teeth. Discord grinned.
Oh, don't worry. Applebloom can hold the signs,
he said, weightlessly landing in front of the farmer. It wasn't Discord's jive, his casual, uncaring tone, or even that he was munching on an apple he'd literally pulled off her cutie mark that launched a swift buck at the spirit's face. The tail gently whipping her nose? That did it. When Applejack realized she'd hit nothing but air, her fur stood on end. She whirled around and glared at a cackling Discord, spiraling in the air without a care in the world. Varmint! Unlawful, highfalutin son of a...
Come now, Applejack, your friends have missed your company.
He swiftly took the shouting farmer into his grasp.
And so have I.
Somehow, even past her curses, her blatant strikes on Discord's face, and how outrageous he looked in her hat, Applejack felt her cheeks burn. She demanded that he release her, and he complied. Discord smiled down at the panting Applejack. A cool smile. A fond smile.
We missed you, Applejack.
In that moment, every ounce of aggression seeped from Applejack like water from a cracked bucket. Soon enough, she realized she was staring, and whipped her head away, if only to hide her confounded blush. Yeah? Well, maybe I don't feel like going nowhere today. It was a lie. Applejack knew that. And if memory served, Discord could always tell.
Oh, you,
Discord said, poking, sliding, and shifting around the farmer to meet her gaze every time she looked away.
All of our pony friends are at Town Square right now.
Finally, whether she realized it or not, Applejack's frown vanished. Why, you have a pony? Even Twilight? In Rainbow Dash? She finally made an effort to meet Discord's eyes, and was instead met with a tiny Draconequus poking out from inside her ear.
Yes, indeedy.
With a surprisingly girlish squeal, Applejack flicked the little menace from her ear. The moment her hooves met the ground, a strong sense of vertigo wobbled her legs. A maroon, serpentine body pressed up against her chest and belly, and her hooves left the ground entirely.
Just think of it, dear. Between Twilight's royal duties and Wonderbolt's shore leave, this opportunity is a dime a dozen. You simply must come.
Discord folded his arms behind his head. Applejack lifted herself to stand on the wily Draconequus, pointing an accusing hoof at him. And where do y'all get off telling me what to do? Discord sprang his belly up and flipped Applejack onto his long grey neck, her hind legs straddling him.
Okay, first, telling you where I get off is a detriment to my privacy. Second, Think of this as a gentle persuasion.
His last word took a much deeper tone, a gentle yet commanding voice rumbling in his throat, and the mare straddling him. Before she could stop herself, Applejack shuddered quietly, her eyes rolling ever so slightly. Applejack looked down at a smirking Discord, and her face went even redder.
Call it what you want, Discord.
She grudgingly tore herself from her visitor and jumped to the ground, walking back to the farmhouse.
Now, if y'all don't mind, I got work to do.
Yes, showing him who's boss. That's what it was all about. Applejack wouldn't let some fool-headed Draconequus persuade her. No chance in a frozen hell. He could pry, poke fun, and smooth talk until he was blue in the face, but Applejack would have none of it. Not a single kilogram of that foolishness.
Suit yourself.
Applejack sputtered and stopped dead in her tracks.
Suit yourself? Suit your...
When Applejack whirled around to give Discord the flank chew of the new generation, he was already strutting away.
Oh, you'll come around, my dearest Applejack.
As he marched, proud and confident, he looked over his shoulder.
Don't you always?
Applejack didn't respond. She just stood there, glowering, clenching her teeth so hard she feared they'd be worn down. Her eyes were hopelessly transfixed on Discord, his swanky steps fading into the sunrise. It was sad. Downright pathetic, really. How every time Discord left the farm, left her heart would always pull taut against her chest, as though trying to close the distance between them. Applejack glared at the shadow pulling away from her, and, like a filly who didn't know any better, she pressed her hoof down upon it, somehow believing it would stop Discord. Then she scraped back, somehow believing it would bring him closer.
Get your ass back here,
she muttered. To gallop forward and tackle Discord off his feet was an urge Applejack was shamefully familiar with. As such, she knew how to resist it. By hitting things. Hard. Every time Discord left the farm, apple-bucking became a fundamental necessity of the universe. More so than usual, anyway. With a throaty and a lifted chin, Applejack turned back toward her barn. She arrived at the doorstep and glared at her older brother, Big Macintosh.
The heck are y'all smiling at?
Applejack questioned with a squinty eye.
Are you watching us?
Big Mac smiled on.
Yup.
Applejack frowned.
Well, that's enough of that, mister, she admonished. If y'all can't tell, there's still plenty of work to do.
Big Mac cast his stoic gaze across the fields of empty apple trees.
Don't even think about it, Mac. Just 'cause we don't have trees to buck don't mean y'all can go behind the barn with that silly doll of yours.
Big Mac chewed the straw hanging from his lips.
Don't see what that's got to do with nothing.
He defended.
Ain't your first time pulled away from work either, if you catch what I'm saying.
By now, Applejack had turned so red, her blood pressure was duly questionable.
How'd y'all know about that?
I plead the fifth.
Applejack frowned harder.
You plead the what now?
Nope.
It was hopeless. Always, always hopeless to get more than a few words from her older brother, even when her dignity was at stake. Usually, as with every other pet peeve, it was solved by hitting things. Hard. Applejack glanced at the empty fields again and sighed, long and heavy.
I see what he's doing, you know,
she muttered, ignoring the glance from her brother.
Trying to kill the workload so he can do whatever he does.
Like getting behind your tail?
Mike!
Applejack shoved a hoof in her brother's muscled side.
I'm your little sister, for Pete's sake. Y'all should be defending me.
A quiet laughter rumbled in the large workhorse's chest. It didn't come out, though. That would be silly.
AJ, you ain't been the same since your two friends shipped off. Much as I used to complain, that feller's been the best thing that's happened to you since... well, since Twilight first came.
Applejack thought. No, She was quite certain her fellow farmer was asking for a buck in the head. She couldn't even speak, wary of what sewage may have spewed.
Who replaced all your worn tools with polished and oiled ones?
Applejack whipped her head away. Oh, we didn't need any of that. We were doing just fine without him.
Who tutored Applebloom in her schooling?
So what if Bloom was falling behind? We could have found time to help. Applejack faltered, and she knew her brother had caught it.
Who saved Granny from that fallen tree?
He was just showing off. Finally, Big Mac's smile dropped, and he swept a foreleg across Sweetapple Acres.
And who just cut Applebuck season in half so y'all could see the ponies that love you like family?
Eye contact was now impossible. Applejack tried to look at her brother, and failed every time. Big Mac didn't say another word, yet he stared at his sister, patiently waiting for her answer. He didn't expect Applejack to collapse on her belly with a defeated sigh. Oh, well, me, Mac. Neither Applejack nor Big Mac could remember a time she sounded so weak, so vulnerable. Me, of all ponies? He could have picked any pony. Heck, I thought he was sweet on Fluttershy for the longest time. She lay her chin on her crossed forehooves. Wow, me. There was a silence, a numbing silence. As Applejack sighed again, a large red hoof fell on her back.
Why don't you ask him?
Right there, every weak bone in her body, the bones that ponies were forbidden to know about, cried out, pleading for help, begging to know the right words when she did ask discord. In a crushing moment of weakness, Applejack almost gave in and asked her brother how she could truly face what had happened between her and the ancient spirit. Almost. Big Mac chewed on his straw again, watching Applejack rise and saunter away.
And just where are you wandering off to?
Applejack stopped, unsure whether or not to show Big Mac her frown. He already knew where she was going, and why. To get my hat back, Applejack lied, in a voice all too low. Understandable, though. It was a subtle way to hide the smile from her voice. I'll be back in an hour.
Or 6?
The facade was crushed, and Applejack whipped her frowning Blush to a grinning Big Mac. But, like a clump of ash, her frown crumbled, and with that came a smile. Finally, after 7 days of knitted brows, pursed lips, and inaudible grunts, Applejack smiled. 12. Her smile grew. Make it 12. Applejack turned back and marched with a spring in her step. A spring that she was certain, until that very moment, she'd never have again.